Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy in the waters. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the lure. PH, give a salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Green one.
Oh, let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Good day to you, Miss J. CJ Brooks, good day, beautiful. How are we doing? It's a beautiful day outside. It's gorgeous. The manosphere is coming crashing down. It is raining on the manosphere. I said, I let it rain. I clear it out. I let it rain. Clear it out. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. These manosphere men are tripping. I had to kick one of their asses today. I had to kick two of their asses today. One drunk and one lisp. It is what it is. I ain't playing with y'all, but y'all got me effed up. It is up and it's stuck. You heard? From Brooklyn, New York. From Brownsville, bro. I was born in Kings County. Brookdale Hospital. Not too many people survive Brookdale Hospital. See my pops get shot in front of me. Stop playing with me. I will whoop. Hey. I ain't playing no games with y'all. Y'all soft. You're weak. That's why your woman believe you. That's why every time when you come online and you talk about Sharon, your girl's looking at me like, God damn, that's a fine ass man. They be so upset. I be having them so upset. It'd be crazy. I was watching, somebody did a stream or a reaction to a stream that I did a couple of, I don't know when. And I was just looking in the comment section and Lord have mercy. The amount of hate that I get is absolutely ridiculous. All of the rim bros, the red pill, incel, the manosphere, these no good suckers. They chat was wilding. It'd be crazy. It'd be mind-boggling to see how much a man like me ruffle their feathers. It's weird. Y'all don't really be understanding how much I be ruffling these feathers, goddammit. Sometimes I don't think y'all really understand. A lot of these men, they want to have an argument about men moving in the right direction and men doing the right things and men getting their kudos and men rights and how men are not appreciated. And then you know what they go ahead and do? Unappreciated man. It'd be wild. One dude was so butthurt. He was, make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. One dude was so butthurt that he was in somebody else's comment section talking about how he ain't gonna never watch my channel because one day he was on my channel and somebody kicked him off my channel, and that he's mad because he didn't have enough money to bring himself back on my channel. And ever since that time, he hated Sharon. Crazy. It was like the channel's comment section was like my HR department. Good day to you, the beautiful Corinne Mackey. How you doing today? It was like his channel's comment section was an HR department for me. The Kangs be upset. I ain't do nothing to them. I ain't do anything to them. They usually be upset at me because I allow women to talk. And then women get mad at me because I allow men to talk. You can't win for losing. Both parties feel like they are slighted, even though I don't choose a side. If somebody want to argue with you, I'll let it be. If a man want to argue with a woman, I'll let those two grown folks have their own argument. But for some reason, that's not enough for some people. They want me to allow the woman to have the argument, but also I have to punish the woman. Because God forbid somebody actually tell the truth. God forbid somebody actually communicates the truth. And yesterday was wild. People in the chat was actually attempting to still argue for Andrew Tate's position. How? How can you still, after all the things, out of all the things that Andrew Tate has said out of his own mouth, you can still argue for Andrew Tate? Inquiring minds want to know. That is very true. The truth is not drama. The lies is drama. Good day to you, Genesis. Love, peace, and happiness. That's what it is. Drinking a whole lot of water. Getting it in, you know what I'm saying? I be all up in that thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't need no honey pack. Nope. I'm happy that I'm not a part of that group of men. I think a lot of the men that do have issues with me, they are usually out of shape. They usually cannot walk 15 minutes this way, 15 minutes. Speaking of walking, God damn it, today I got destroyed in the gym. Today was leg day. Lord have mercy. Leg day gotta be one of the most difficult days in the gym. I don't care how much shape you in, goddamn. Leg day is no joke. And clearly a lot of people miss leg day because it was some goddamn chicken legs and chicken thighs in that goddamn gym. Like they had some dude in there. He was like Arnold Schwarzenegger up top. And he was like a 12-year-old boy at the bottom. A little crazy. You could tell he skipped leg day every day. His whole gym career. It was wild. This looks crazy. But I don't know. I don't get it. The funniest thing about it, so the review was on Dat Shack 2 times, right? So they are reviewing the show, and the main thing that most of the men that have an issue with me, they actually never really say that they disagree with my words. They just disagree with me as a person. I always find that pretty weird. Shout out to the brothers that can actually disagree with my words and we can have a discussion about my words without moving the goalposts like we did yesterday. The goalposts was moved so many goddamn times, it's not even funny. Just like with this whole Andrew Tate thing, the goalposts have moved so many times, it's not even funny. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Love Wisdom. Thank you so much, Love. Love, so many things.
I'm about to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, Love Wisdom. Green for the money. Yeah, you like my singing, Erica? Who's gonna put some gold for the honey? Love Wisdom put that green for the money. Who gonna put that gold for the honey? You know what I'm saying? Honey, honey, I can see you away from here. Woo! Remix. What up, A-Dub? Most of those men that was in that dash, I should just pull up the goddamn before we even get into I don't know. Should I get into the Dat Shack comment section now? Or should I go ahead and talk about the goddamn Andrew Tate and his goddamn wild ass attorney? His attorney is crazy as all hell. His attorney is crazy. Hey, baby girl, can you pass me 2 waters? Thank you so much, sweetie. No, there's no water there? Okay. Okay. Let me see how we looking on let me see how we looking. Are we getting the likes together? I wonder. And I wonder if you know. All right. So this whole Andrew Tate thing is blowing up the manosphere. I know they are all panicking. All right, y'all. The internet is in full panic mode again. They are in full panic mode again. Yeah. Right? The Tate brothers get arrested. The lawyer comes out swinging. You know what I'm saying? He's swinging. He said, we have no evidence. Thank you, baby girl. Appreciate you. Ooh, you got me 3 waters. Thank you, because I am going to need it. You're right. It is going to be a long show. We're going to be hanging out with each other. It is what it is. His lawyer said the allegations are false, which I don't understand. I don't understand for the life of me. How are you going to say that the allegations are? That's too many. Thank you. Thank you, though. I appreciate you, baby. I got waters for days. Goddamn. Clearly, she said, I'm thirsty. I've been looking at her mama too much. Because I say the allegations are false. The issue that I have with this whole manosphere incel, the Rim Bros, the whole situation I have with it is that these men are willing to lie so much and for so long. It's like they cannot escape this liar language. It's like liar language is stuck on their brain. They want to be lustful. They want to be degenerates. And that's why they are promoting and pushing and running. They are running with these dudes. A-Dub, I played it yesterday. A-Dub, I was playing the video yesterday of all the things that the same things that they got indicted for is the very thing that they was pushing out on the internet. They called themselves pimps. They said how to take away their passports, how to set up the girls' OnlyFans, how to use sex as a weapon. Make the girl fall in love. Make the woman believe that you actually love her and like her. And then, and only then. So, and the allegations, the indictment against them is about all the things that they say that they wanted to do and teach. The things they were just getting paid to teach young men to do. Shit is so crazy and wicked. But the lawyer came out, he had his press conference. He said the allegations are false. He said, my clients are innocent. And you know what? That's exactly what a defense attorney is supposed to say. Imagine hiring a lawyer who walks outside and goes, yeah, my clients did that. You ask for a refund before the handcuffs come off. So no surprise there. But then the manosphere showed up. And according to the internet, the Matrix got him. The Matrix. Boy, if you'll sit your silly ass down, who do you think? Yes, the Matrix became the most productive organization in human history. Just think about that. The Matrix has become the most productive organization in human history. Every time something goes wrong, the Matrix. Your girl leaves you, the Matrix. You got fired, the Matrix. Your barber pushes your hairline back, the Matrix. The DoorDash forgot your fries. The Matrix don't want me to win. Apparently, this organization is running governments, social media, banks, police, prosecutors, immigration, and somehow still has time to demonetize YouTube videos. These people make the Matrix sound more efficient than Amazon Prime. Here's the part I can't get over. The lawyer says they didn't do the things. Okay. Good day, HT. The trans matrix. The lawyer said they didn't do these things. Okay, Otis, you know what I'm saying? Fair enough. Right, Otis, that's fair enough. That's what the lawyer's supposed to say. Fair enough. That's the legal position, been there, But then the internet does something nobody expected. They don't pull out secret FBI files, no. They don't leak classified documents, no. They pull up Andrew Tate. Shout out to shout out to that love. Thank you so much, love.
Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much. Be like Love Wisdom. She said green for the money and gold for the honeys. Oh, love so many people. Thank you so much, love. I really appreciate that. Salute to that. Make sure you hit the like, that share button. And if you have some green or some gold, please be just like Love Wisdom and put some green, some green and gold in the chat. God damn it. Thank you so much, love. I really appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Tate, you know what I'm saying? And for years, it's like, bro, YouTube keeps receipts. Imagine robbing a bank, then uploading a podcast title, here's how I rob banks. Then getting arrested, then your lawyer goes, my client would never rob a bank. And YouTube says we got 413 episodes. Now, before anybody gets most, there's a difference between talking tough, joking, exaggerating, and confessing to crimes. Those aren't automatically the same thing. Sometimes people build characters online. Shock sells. We get that. Especially on the internet. But if you're going to build your entire brand around saying, I'm the greatest manipulator alive, I'm smarter than everybody, I know how to beat the system. Don't act surprised when investigators decide to listen. Some of y'all think law enforcement watch one podcast. No. If I'm investigating somebody, I'm making popcorn, I'm watching everything. Podcast number 14, podcast number 212, and that random live stream from 2021 where he forgot the cameras were still rolling. I'm watching all of it. You know, detectives love free evidence. Free, no subpoena, no warrant. It's already edited, captioned, and uploaded in 4K. That's Christmas morning. Beautiful morning. The funniest part is watching the fans. The funniest part is watching all these rim bros, these red pill, incel, manosphere, these no good suckers, watching these fans all explain it. That is the craziest part. Watching the fans explain it. No, he didn't mean that. He was trolling. He was playing the character. He was teaching. He was joking. He was speaking metaphorically. At some point, you explain away so much. I don't know who the real Andrew Tate is anymore. Apparently, every version of him is fake. Every last one of them is fake, except the one currently being defended. Every other version that we've seen online of him saying the things that he is saying, all of that is fake. All that is made up. But the one that's in jail, yeah, that's okay. Everybody's lying on him. Damn, I'm looking ashy.
I don't know.
Kind of.
No, I wasn't.
You know what I'm saying? Where was I? Oh. And let's be honest. The internet rewards. The internet rewards this. The louder, the crazier, the more outrageous you are, the more views you get. You know what never goes viral? All these green. So let me get some viral green super. Shout out to Conversation with MJ. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Good day, Sharon. And SBG. Hope you thought about what I said yesterday and finally start recording our shows. Hint. Let's get it done. What's your schedule now? You be talking all that, you more busy than me. Girl, baby girl. Baby girl. You know what never goes viral? A guy saying, I have a balanced opinion. Nobody clicks that. No, people click, I control the entire world. 20 million views. Then reality shows up. Reality don't care about engagement. Reality don't care about clips. Reality definitely don't care how many followers you got. Courtrooms are funny like that. The judge isn't checking your subscriber account. Nah. The prosecutor isn't saying, well, he did get 8 million likes. What's up, Black Beauty? Now, here's something people keep forgetting. All right. I got you, girl. Baby girl. Now, here's something people keep forgetting. The attorney has a job. The prosecution has a job. Neither side is supposed to be believed automatically. The attorney argues for the client, right? We get that. The prosecution argues its case. Evidence gets challenged. Evidence gets tested. Witnesses get questioned. That's how the legal system is supposed to work. And man, if they do decide to extradite his ass, whew, that system works a little differently over there. Hey, that system works so differently over there. It works so differently over there that the people that is over there that is a part of the manosphere, they can't even have a conversation about this goddamn case. They cannot have a conversation. One thing we can say, shout out to freedom of speech in this sense. Because the way I'm talking about it right now, if I was over there across the pond, whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the bees. Whoop, whoop. You can't even talk about the case over there. That's how crazy it is over there. That's how their legal system working. You're not allowed to even talk about the case as a civilian. Hey. That's how it works, right? It's not decided because, so the thing is that it is not decided because somebody made the better TikTok. But social media already held the trial. Half the internet is, they convicted them like 3 years ago. The other half thinks they're saints being prosecuted by an invisible supervillain called the Matrix. What's up, Victorious One? Apparently, the Matrix is everywhere. Except at the microphone, where somebody kept voluntarily telling stories. If your biggest enemy is supposedly the most powerful organization on earth, here's a free piece of advice. Just a little free piece. I don't know if you want that advice or not. I'm gonna give it to you anyway. Maybe stop giving interviews. Stop live streaming. Stop explaining every move, because if the Matrix really exists, you keep emailing them your resume. So here's where we are. The attorney says the evidence is weak. The prosecution says it isn't. The brothers deny wrongdoing. The courts will eventually have to sort through the evidence. Until then, the internet will keep doing what it always does. One side says they're guilty. The other side says the Matrix. And somewhere YouTube is quietly recommending Andrew Tate compilations 2019 to 2024, because the algorithm might be undefeated in this whole situation. Hey, this is the second. Hey, AC Ball 1. This is the second. This is the second situation that they jumped on, right? Because this is like the second one, right? We understand where they got caught at too, right? They got caught down in Miami, right where Mr. Pete used to hang around. That's where they was chilling at, right? So I think that is a coincidence. The same place Palmetto Beach Pete was hanging around is the same place they was at. That was the same place that they was at. You know. So shout out to that side of the pond that is, you know, they not playing around with this this trafficking situation at all. This is the second person that they arrested, 2 high level positions. Hey, I'm not saying that their situation is better than our situation because, hey, I'm happy that I can have freedom of speech. I could talk about a case that I want to talk about. You know, I could talk crazy about the manosphere without getting locked up. I appreciate that. I might get into some squabbles online with some very perturbed men. You know what I'm saying? Because they be feeling a certain way. They be feeling a certain way. They like to lie on other men. They be mad at me, AT Ball One, because I drink my water out of glass with my pinky up. AC Ball One, they be mad at me because when I go to sleep at night, I be rubbing up on something nice and soft. My existence really be pissing off because when they be mad at me and they girl come over, hey babe, what you so mad about? The ones that do have girls, like, look at this man, he get on my nerve. They be like, damn, he cute. They be like, what you say about you? And then after that, they hate me. Man, this is water and coffee and exercise. God damn it. I've been having a good time. But we definitely need more likes and shares. That's what we definitely need. That's what we definitely need. I gotta get back to that story. And I've been working. I don't know if y'all been seeing me. I've been really out here grinding, putting out more effort, putting out more shorts, working on building on my video skill set of how to do 10-minute, 12-minute videos. Hopefully, y'all been watching my 10 and 12-minute videos. Have y'all been watching my 10 and 12-minute videos? Come on, SBG. I need to know. My girl Carissa said yes. Have you been in? And she said yes. I enjoyed it. Thank you so much, Corinne. I be really putting I be doing my best. I be doing my best. I be attempting to put some real effort in. I ain't pussyfooting. I ain't just talking ish. But you know what? I do wanna. Should I go on Twitter and find this goddamn lawyer that was talking, about the whole case and about his clients, the Tate brothers, or should I jump into that Shaq's comment section and show you the crap they was talking about me? You caught this a little glimpse? Shout out to AC Boys. I caught a little glimpse. Let me see. What I'm gonna do is, yes, make sure y'all double tap the goddamn screen. Who was here we go. Damn. That sucks when you really think about it. Hey, this man, this man reviewed my video and got more views than I got. God damn it. Shout out to him. I appreciate you. Shout out to him, God damn it. I need to get some love and respect like that, A-Dub. God damn. How you get more goddamn views on my god? Shit. God damn. But what I want to get into is the comment section, because the comment section is crazy. Let's see what they talking about. Can y'all see it? Let's see what the hell they be talking about. Let's see what they talking about. It's so crazy. Let's go. William Gibson. Shout out to William Gibson. Once Sharon started talking, I was done. I'm truly done with this guy. I never seen or heard this man talk to me a day in his life. I ain't never see you, William. What are you talking about? You done with me? You can't just quit me, William. William, what do you mean? What do you mean, William? You said who reviewed my show? Look at this. Look at this. We need to do better, goddammit. This is in 12 hours. We need to do better, goddammit. Damn, my face look crazy. Shadow face look crazy too, so I'm all good. Come on, we gotta do better. We gotta start the people that we see every day, because this is crazy. We need to get it together. Seriously, folks, we need to get it together, A-Dub. We can't let people from other spaces outdo us. This is insane. A-Dub, why you say that? Who reviewed? Everybody do. God damn it. Except for the people that's around, they be trying to act like my shirt, we know. We get it. I understand. The hate is real. Hate. All right, once Sharon started talking, I was done. I'm truly done with this guy. I ain't never in my life spoken to you, William. How you gonna be done with me and we ain't never speak? So let's get the facts straight. The real question is, why are rational, logical thinking people going on Sharon's platform? How crazy is that? Look at the hate. Look at the hate of these men. This is the hate. This is what I know a lot of times I don't really show the evidence of people just randomly hating. But this is what I got to do. These are the same people that be flagging me down every single day. This is why we got to build up our strong team, and we're going to have to come back. Clearly, we can't keep allowing people to play with us like this. Nah. People listen. Look at what they saying. People listen to Sharon because Tommy is killing him every show. Well, it's not true. I could play it when this man literally was repeat what I say. Craziness. Neither one of those women have ever read the Bible. No fault divorce ruined the sanctity of marriage in America. No, it hasn't. You damn cheaters have. Yes, if you leave your husband, you become an adulterer. Big Daddy Guru. Since when that's what adultery means? Since what? Hey, Shadow, is that what adultery means? Can somebody please clear this up for me? Because I'm confused. I am confused, Shadow. Can somebody please explain? If you leave your husband, you become an adulterer. Sorry. Let's see. Somebody replied. WB Harvey. Then they have the nerve to say God tells them to break the vows that says until death do you part because they just not happy. This is crazy. This is wild. And this is why so many of these goddamn lying language men want to harp in on the part where it says to death do us part. They don't really give a damn about anything else. As long as it says to death do us part, they feel like they got full right to do everything. It said death do us part. And then when they treat the woman horribly, they're like, see, she switched up on me. See, she switched up on me. It's supposed to be for better or worse. Yeah, I'm cheating. I'm being a scumbag. I'm being rude. I don't come home. I don't take care of the things I'm supposed to take care of. I do not follow the husband's ideology like how the Bible tells me I'm supposed to do. But still, why did she leave me? It says death do us part. Did I lie just now? Somebody say, did I lie just now? The men would do everything opposite of what the Bible tells them to be as a husband and then get confused why that woman left her. Where is the lie? I'm tired of y'all just typing in and saying that I'm lying, I'm not being honest, and then y'all do not substantiate your argument. I leave the chat open for y'all to have a conversation all the time. But y'all be acting too goddamn scary. Why y'all so scary? I have no idea. Because all these men that is talking crazy, not nan one of them will ever hit the link. Not nan one of them. Because you know, if they come over here and hit the link, they will be held accountable for the bullshit that they are saying. Matter of fact, let me do something. While y'all getting the likes together, while y'all getting the shares together, while y'all supporting the very thing that y'all watch every day. Because I know my brothers that's out there that's watching my show every day. Y'all rock with me. I rock with you. Even though you're mad at me, you disagree with me. I know you're still going to support the situation. Right, because I know a lot of my brothers do not have no real hate in their heart. I know you brothers don't have hate in their heart. And so, Kels, yes, it is some exceptions to the rules where it's just a downright disgusting female. She will literally leave. You know what I'm gonna do for you fellas? I'm gonna find some of these disgusting ass ladies that would disrespect a great man. Because it is a few of those, there's a few women out there like that. I'm gonna find them for you so this way y'all can stop complaining, so y'all can stop acting as if me and any lady that rocks with me act as if it ain't horrible women out there, because we do not act as if it's not horrible women out there. We know that they are horrible women out there in the world. We know this. I don't know why y'all always want to attempt to point the finger somewhere else when we just literally having a conversation. It's okay. It is okay. Just see what these people are saying and have a comment about what these people are saying. Do you agree with it? Disagree? You don't gotta start pointing fingers at no goddamn somewhere else. It's okay. This man lying. You finally got me. All right, let's see. Open a can of alphabet soup and throw it on the ground. That's Sharon speaking. Thank you, Tommy, for making everything make sense. Shout out to that. That song, okay. I can't stand. Look at this craziness. Drew Block. Drew Block. See, they only, this is the funnier thing about it. They only say this. They only say this about men that they know that are men. That is it.
Good day.
Thank you. That's how you start. Good day to you, sir.
Yeah. No, Sharon, man. You know you harbor all the bad ladies. You know what I'm saying?
What bad?
You the
So
king,
tell me.
You the king bee.
So tell
you
me.
The queen bee.
So
You the
tell
king
me.
bee.
So tell me. Hold on. So are you saying I harbor bad ladies because I allow women to talk?
Not mostly talk. You give men more pushback than you give the ladies. You don't really give the ladies hardly no pushback. You know what I'm saying?
That is not true because I argue with PH Diva, I argue with Venus, I argue with Bomb Cherry, I argue with women all the time.
Yeah, but that was only because you have Thor.
Y'all attempt to act like these things don't happen.
No, they rarely happen, and that only happened because you had Thor over here and Grace or whatever over here.
Regardless,
you know what I'm saying?
That isn't regardless in real time. I just proved that what you're saying is just a narrative that does not happen.
Because you had a racist over here, but it rarely happens.
I argue with average
on certain things.
I argue with average debater when she came here. I argue with average debater friend when she was over here. I argue with women when they are saying something that I disagree with. If somebody, it doesn't matter if you're a male, female, or a damn dog. Doesn't matter, really, woman, man, or child. I'm willing to have a disagreement.
Fam, I'm not the only one saying this. Everywhere else you go, you saying the same thing I'm saying. So should I disagree with a woman when I agree with her? No, I'm not saying for you to agree. I'm saying give pushback. Brother, that's it. Give pushback, stand on it.
Do you want me to give pushback on things that I agree with?
On bad behavior. Give pushback on the bad behavior you see, brother.
I don't see it as bad behavior just because a woman is talking.
Oh, excuse me. I never said no brothers in these spaces are saying that women in these spaces can't talk.
So I'm gonna ask. Okay, so now I'm gonna ask you, what woman over here is doing bad behavior?
My G's, you got the wicked witches over here. You got the sugar bums. You got the sugar bums over here. You got verbal over here. You got bomb chair. You said that.
Why y'all don't understand that I'm trying to talk? So
you did. I was talking because you asked me a question.
Okay, so Sugar Bum is in the chat or she's in the panel?
She's in the chat.
So what you want me to do? So
block her once. Time her out once in a while.
All right,
time her out.
So which one? So which one are you talking about? In the chat or in the panel?
Both. I just named some who hit the panel, and I named some that be in the chat.
All right, so you want me to talk to the woman in the chat and tell them what? What does she say that you feel like is wrong?
She caused a ruckus, bro. What have she did not say? She very disrespectful, brother. Cussing brothers out, disrespecting brothers, saying that we doing this. You know what I'm saying? That we not doing anything. You know what I mean? Is there certain words she be saying? I don't know every single thing she says, yo, but I know she caused ruckus because she got a bounty on her head. Brother.
Okay. So when the men say something disrespectful, do you care?
Yeah, I get pushed back when the men say something disrespectful to the ladies.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I care. Yes, I do
All
care,
right, you
brother.
okay? So you said you do. Okay, I'm glad you said that. Good, good. So now
When
we're
Bomb,
gonna see if you actually. I'm
when
glad you said
somebody
it. We're gonna
call,
see
hold
and
on,
tell Bob Cherry
when
she can hit my
somebody
channel
call Bomb
anytime.
Cherry a
Hold
B,
on, Jesus Christ, you just be talking. Can you
no, because you
actually hear
won't let
me?
me say anything. You won't see like shit like this. You won't allow nobody
Yeah,
to
because
freaking
you
get their
you gotta
full
talk,
thought out.
you gotta communicate how it is
Like,
good for the
damn.
show, not how you want to talk. You talk like you're in 1992.
Like, it's freaking frustrating with you, man.
You talk like you're in 1992. We in
That
2026.
that was a dope era. That was a dope era.
All right, so we're gonna say. So now I got a question for you, Kels. I got a question for you, Kels.
Oh, here you go. Here you go with your bull crap, man. Go ahead, brother.
If I get vagina on the regular, I run my household, I raise my
Oh,
children.
God.
What happened? What happened? What you calling on the Lord for?
I'm
What I
saying,
do?
yo, we don't care about that though. We don't care about your
Who's
household.
we? Who's we?
This space don't care about your household, brother. We never
So why
we
do they bring
never
it up all the
cared
time?
about your household.
If
Brothers
that's the
on
case,
these
why do they?
brothers in these spaces
Why?
do not bring it up,
So
brother. That's a
why
lie.
do?
You're lying.
So why do they bring it up all the time?
Who? Who per se, yo? Name names. Who bring up your
Whoever's the
household,
we,
brother?
whoever you said the we is.
I don't even know the we is, brother.
You
I
can't.
see.
All right, so you can't answer. So all right, so now let me finish
Go ahead.
asking my question. So this
Go
man
ahead.
said I'm feminine. Can you please explain to me what is it that I'm doing that is feminine?
Who called you feminine?
Somebody in the chat called me feminine. I want to know what is it that I'm doing that is
I don't
considered feminine.
know. Maybe your hands gestures, the neck swinging
What
thing you
hand
be
gestures?
doing.
What hand do you? Chuck, I'm not asking you what maybe. I'm asking you. Be a man and say, hey, either hey, you do this feminine or I don't know what that man is talking about.
I'm
It's one of the
saying,
two.
yo,
Be
me
a man.
personally, yo, you do these gay jokes. No, I'm saying you do a lot of gay jokes talking about guys that's bending their knees without picking up their keys. All of these gay references talking about AM going to the he got blued out and flued out, and then you was talking mad gay shit on DJ Witch Doctor platform. You say mad gay shit. Say a lot of gay shit
Hold
about
on.
this space.
Kills.
Shit that will get you
Kills.
punched in the face in real life, brother. Like,
Kills.
bro, I'm
Kills.
being honest with you.
Kills. Kills.
Go ahead,
Did
brother.
Angry Man did another man fly out Angry Man?
Brother, I'm not going down this road with you. You know what I'm saying?
Why
I'm
you
not going
can't
down
answer the
this road with
question?
you because
Just answer
because
the
you twist.
question.
I'm not going
Just
to answer
answer.
that, bro. I answer
Are
my
you a man?
questions, bro.
Are you a man? Are you a
You
man?
told me you make a lot of gay
Are you a
jokes. You make a
man?
lot of gay
I got a
jokes,
question. I got a question. Are you a
and I
man?
don't got to answer it.
Answer the question. Are
I
you a
don't
man,
got
sir?
to. Go
Okay, you don't
ahead,
want to
man.
answer if you're a man or not. You
Go
don't know
ahead,
your
bro.
pronoun.
Go
Fine.
ahead, bro.
All I'm asking you, did that man get flown out by another man? Did I lie?
The way you put it, brother.
Did answer the question. Did that man, as angry as he is, did that angry man get flown out?
Go ask him. He always drop the link. Go ask him.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Go ask that man that, man. That's between
I
you and that man.
don't understand. I don't understand.
You
See,
don't
and
gotta understand.
this is the problem with you brothers, man. Y'all scared to just tell the truth and say, you know what? Yes, the angry man got flown out by another man to sit on his couch and talk. It's okay.
What's wrong with it though? What's wrong? What's wrong with having a
I didn't say it was
conversation with
anything
other
wrong.
men?
I'm just saying a statement.
You never got flued out? You went to Anton Daniels meetups and everything like that, man. Did he fool you out?
I ain't never in
You
my
went to
life got
meetups.
flown. I never ever in my life
You know what I'm saying?
got flown out by another man.
So you think that's zesty though?
I didn't say.
You think
Hey, that's
something
up to you to
wrong with it?
decide. That's up to.
Oh, that was
That's
up
up
to
to you.
me. Be a man. Be a man and
Yes,
answer
it's
the
up to you.
question.
So, hold on,
Be a
Kills.
man and answer the
Kills.
question. Is it
Kills.
zesty if
I got
another
a
man
question.
fly you out?
Kills.
Nah, you can't answer
Kills.
a question with
I
a
got
question.
a question.
Answer my question
No, but
first.
you're not answering any. You're not answering any of my questions.
You ain't answered none of mine. I just asked you one. This now.
I did answer your questions.
No, you did.
I did.
Is it zesty if another man fly another man out? You didn't answer it. You said that's up for me to interpret that though. That's what you said. You ain't give me
because
your answer.
See, the problem is you don't see. The problem is if it was me, you would say, "Hell yeah, Sharon and Jessica getting thrown out by another man and getting bought some ticket." If it was me, you would
You
be
put
able to
words.
say,
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
But since it's your hero, because you know y'all man need a hero. I need a hero.
Oh
And
wow.
since the graham cracker is your hero, you don't want to just say, you know what, I gotta hold my standard across the board and say, hey, that's a flag on the play. You can't.
That's crazy.
It's okay. So I can't stand a feminine man. All right, me neither. Let's see what else people say. Your girl thinks different. I'll be having smoke sometimes. You know what I'm saying? The great Benji. I swear, Sharon, a fruit cup. What does that mean? LOL. The worst. Okay. So who's this? The great Nate, I guess. The great Nate. He knows exactly what he's doing. You see the smirk in his face when Tommy caught him. Then he went full Kamala. What? What do you mean I went full Kamala? What does that even mean? Look at this dude. Oh my goodness. He wrote a whole paragraph. You are absolutely right. He's a scammer. If you go on his show, people can pay to have you kicked for 5 minutes for $20. And you have to pay $20 to come back. They can also pay to have you kicked permanently for $50. That's a lie. And you have to pay $50 to come back. So he makes his money off of chaos. So on one hand, it's a smart business model. God damn it. I hate that he's saying something, he's doing something. But on the other hand, it's a scam. I don't know. Where's the scam at? Where is the scam? Where is the scam at? Can somebody please tell me where the scam is at? Can somebody tell me where is the scam?
Oh, you don't want me to be honest.
Of course, right? Because you're gonna tell me how I'm scamming, right? Right? You're gonna lie now and say that I'm scamming, right? Right?
You ain't scamming me, but you got a good. I don't think you're scamming though.
Right, Dallas, exactly. But anybody else that does it, you're gonna say they not scamming, but I am. Where literally somebody else in this space literally got caught scamming doing it. That's crazy.
Nobody ain't put out no proof.
I'm the one that's scamming.
Ain't no proof. Ain't no proof of that though. That was just alleged with no receipts.
It was proof of it.
Receipts said. There's no receipts. I haven't seen any receipts.
Oh my God. Okay. Y'all lie for everybody else. Right. So okay. Man. And in addition to that, he's not very bright when it comes to debates because his explanations and responses don't hold water. My life holds water. He tries to sound like he's smart. No, you believe that I am smart. That's why you're upset. But he actually sounds like someone who is losing an argument and doesn't know what to say. So he just says anything because it's his show. It is. He couldn't last 2 minutes in a debate if it wasn't on his channel. Well, we know that is a lie. This dude, Sharon, is terrible. That's a lie. I can't watch this shit. But you watched it. Yes, you can. I told his ass. Long head. What the hell kind of name is that? Horrible. Let me reply. Liar. Okay. Same. It's extremely difficult for me. Liar. The male feminist host, the girl name, is hard to watch. So it's so crazy. Like, y'all don't really understand how much these men really actually hate me. Like, y'all really don't really be understanding how much and how easy it is to hate a man that just doesn't agree with their hero.
I don't think. We don't hate you, Sharon. That's all. We just want you to stand on it.
Are you seeing it? So you agree with those comments?
Nah, I don't agree. I don't agree with them comments. You know what I'm saying?
So why you push out the sentiment that make people say these things? Why you don't go against these very words? Why you not giving pushback to these? Why you not giving? Hold on, I'm asking you something. Why you not giving pushback to these? Why you not giving pushback to these degenerate men?
Fam, I just found this out this now. I do things in real life too, though. I just found out that you that old boy had reviewed.
Right, so you just found out. So, okay, so you just found out. Let me see you give some pushback in real time.
I will. When I go on the panel, I will.
You're on the panel with me right now. You are on the panel with me right now.
I got pushback. I got pushback with what he said. The one guy said that it's cringe to watch you, stuff like that. I don't think it's cringe to watch you though.
Why not, sir?
Yo, I think that you are balanced though. You know what I'm saying, yo? Cause you let me get my shit off though, so I care about that. You let me get my shit off, and you know, and you do stay out the way for the most part when there are like two separate views going on with opposite sex. So you do stay out the way and like try to let them hash it out though. You know what I'm saying? So I give you credit on that, bro. Like, damn, man. I ain't gonna go on. So why these men lying?
So why are these men lying on me?
Man,
these are other men.
The lie feel good than the truth, man. You know what I mean? It tastes
so
better.
Why other men? I thought these men, these rim bros, red pill incel manosphere, these no good suckers. I thought that red pill was about the truth.
But not everybody is red pill though. And not everybody is a rim bro either too though. You know what I'm saying? Like you call Hood conservative a manosphere dude, yo. He's not manosphere, man, because he always harp on women. No.
I called him Hood lispative because he had a lisp.
Yeah, I was on a show listening to you. I was in the chat.
He's lispity doodah, lispity day.
All right.
That's what he is. He's sucker and succotash. If you talk to him in his face, you gonna have to put a goddamn umbrella in front of you.
And then you said, "Oh, Unk Man is manosphere too, or whatever," because you group all of these dudes up, and he not manosphere neither though. He's from like some quote unquote Fight Club days. You know what I'm saying? So y'all be grouping up.
So uniquely stunning. The reason why he has to speak for other men because he loves to speak for other men. That's why. He speaks for other men when it comes to me. Sharon, this is what the men say about you. Let me tell you what the men say. So since he want to speak up for other men.
No, I'm just going by the shows that you was on having your debates, you know what I'm saying, making your rounds, you know, the little tour rounds. I'm going off of that. When you've been on what's the dude name? When you had a debate with Illa, when you went on the the black something, the black unfiltered channel or whatever. When you went over there, I'm just going by what the guys were saying. Shit like that, man.
Right.
That's
You
it,
always
brother.
want to go with what the guys are saying, except for when the guy's telling the truth. You love to go with the lie. You are somebody that loves the lie.
Nah, man. I'm the most solid person in this space, brother. You can ask anybody, bro.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Unsolid person told you that?
Nah. Multiple people
Did a
say that,
liar tell
bro.
you that?
Nah.
Let's see. Let's see if the people are. Let's see if they're right. If I got cooked. Let's see. They said
Why
I
is
got
it that
cooked.
the Christians, they are getting divorced? You mean the westernized people? Because they've given women rights. They've said women are more important than anything, and they said the women's feelings matter more than anything. And when you tell a person if you're unhappy, you can leave it, tell a child that. And that's what.
So are we gonna believe that bullshit right there? Tell a child that. We're talking about two grown-ass adults that made a decision. Now you want to bring children into it. Tell a child to leave when they're unhappy. Did that child make a commitment? See how dumb this is? He's comparing two grown people making the decision to hold a standard by the Bible. And when one person do not hold the standard, he want to compare that person to the child. How is this possible? That people actually believe what this man is saying? He's conflating things. He's comparing a grown person to a child, literally. A grown person that made a conscious decision to say, hey, we are going to get married by the Bible. So therefore, I'm going to do my Bible thing. You're going to do your Bible thing. And then one person in that situation doesn't do their half of the Bible thing. So what the other person is supposed to do? Just endure? Death to us part? These men want to lie so bad. And you other men go out there and just say the same bullshit. They keep pushing out this remedial rhetoric every single goddamn day. Y'all ain't no better than the damn Tate brothers. That's why y'all love pieces of shit like the Tate brothers in the first place. But we could continue. Nobody want to call out that bullshit that he just said, but we continue.
The westernized world has done differently than Pakistan, differently than China, because when they get married, there's a sense of responsibility, and as a matter of fact, there's a sense of embarrassment if it's not working. We allow people to be failures and good at that failure. You're a failure if you have children and you didn't get married. You failed. You failed your children, you failed society. Why?
Right? So is that not crazy for somebody to say? You a failure if you don't have children in the marriage. That's literally insane. That's literally insane to say. This is crazy. Cody says, I don't know what correlation means. How? I don't know what it means. You know what? Here's the link with your punk ass. I guarantee your punk ass ain't going to hit the link and speak your mind. Because you're scared. Why are you scared? I don't know. How you figure I don't know what it means? If I don't know what it means, please educate me. Write it in the chat since you're probably too scared to hit a link. You're probably too scared to hit the link and put a goddamn camera on and have an actual conversation and discuss your point of view. Do you believe, Cody? You got to say your name twice, right? So Cody, do you believe that a man and woman that got married and they don't have children, but they stay together, that marriage is a failure? I guess all of a sudden Cody can't talk. Like I said in the video just now, that's crazy that he said something like that.
Married, you failed. You failed your children, you failed society.
That's crazy.
Why is it crazy? If we just bigged up these communities that get married, stay married, then we have to then knock down our community if we don't get married at all.
Welcome back. I'm sure we got ourselves another video. And we got ourselves a new song, and this goes out to y'all regular folks out there. If you're regular, check this out.
He didn't say what, Cody? I repeated what he said. I can rewind it if you need to, Cody. Hey, Kills.
Yo, I'm here, man.
If I wore a ring on my thumb, would you consider that masculine?
if you wore a ring on your thumb,
Mm-hmm.
nah, man, that's not masculine, bro. That's not.
I wonder if anybody's going to say anything about this man with a ring on his thumb.
Yo, you paying too much to him.
Oh, I'm paying too much. What do you? I just want to know. What do you think?
I never. Nah, they ain't gonna say. They ain't gonna point that out.
They ain't going to. Right. And that's why you.
I'm gonna give you that one. I'm gonna give you that one.
Okay, so this is why you know that these men are liars and full of shit.
How you notice that though? Yo, like we just watch his videos just to hear him talk. You gonna point that out?
What you mean? You can't see it? You don't
I
see
wasn't
it?
even paying it. Oh, I see it. I see it now. Yeah. Nah, they ain't gonna point that out, yo, because they want the views, yo. When he review people content, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna point that out, but I bet $100 they ain't gonna point that out.
Okay, so he's saying I misheard what he said. So hold on, let me rewind it back for Cody. All right, let's see.
Then we have to then knock down our community if we don't get married at all.
Welcome back.
These communities that get why is it crazy? You failed just at that failure. You're a failure if you have children and you didn't get married. You failed. You failed your children, you failed society.
That's crazy. So, do we believe that if you have a child and you don't get married, that you're a failure? Kills.
Damn, man, I needed that to sink in for a minute. Why you had to come to me? Go ahead, bro.
Do you believe that if you have children, but you stay with that person, right? You never got married on paper. You had children.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't get physically married on paper. Do you believe that those people are a failure?
Yes.
Okay.
According to the Bible.
Dollar Washer, what you mean? You let them do it to me all the time. Welcome to the show.
Man.
The man Williams. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
How you doing, brother? I was checking out. I just logged in and I seen you up here beating up on Kills. So I said, let me come up here, man.
Come on, man. You beating up on your body every day, dog. You beating up on your fat belly roll every day.
That doesn't mean just because he said your name doesn't mean it's time for you to talk. Go ahead, eat it, man.
I came to help though, Kills. I came to help you.
Jesus.
Oh,
he's on
man,
your side of the fence with it. He's on
send me a cash app. Send me a cash app
hold on.
if you want to help me.
All right, hit me. All right, so hit the cash app. Make sure somebody type in cash app in the chat. Hit the likes, hit the share, hit the super chat, put some color in the chat. Support the goddamn show. We got over 100 people in the show. It's okay. So, Either Man is on your side and Tommy's side with if you have a child without being married, you are a failure. Go ahead, Eden, man.
So I want to be clear. You failed in this aspect of your life. We know that people can say you went out and you made a whole bunch of money and still be a degenerate. You can fail in one area or not. So based off how I believe, just having a baby and living with that woman is not good enough. It's not. It's not good enough. This idea, we was having a conversation the other night where the guy said he been wasting this woman time for the last 9 years and he ain't gonna marry her. So from
And
how,
they had children.
yeah. So the, the,
Okay.
the, the biggest thing is too, a lot of men do not want to fully commit to these women. And we need to tell them honestly, hey, you just having a baby and living with her is not good enough. You guys are just shacking up. So to answer your question, for this particular point, I do agree with Tommy. Just living with a woman that you had kids with is not good enough. You do need to be married.
And is that depends on if they into the Bible or not?
Sure. Yes.
Oh, it
I
does.
said
So
so.
if both parties were atheists and they don't follow no doctrine like that, would you?
Yes, I still believe that that
So
woman's
now what?
supposed.
So why? So
Can you
why
hear
those
me?
people that don't believe in that doctrine, you feel like they will also be a failure?
Well, because marriage is not just for biblical people. I had to change my stance on that, right? Um, as I
Hmm.
start really studying marriage, I used to have this ideal that marriage was only for Christians. But then I started understanding we have Muslims, we have people that's of the Hindu faith, and marriage is a part of all of these cultures. So I am saying that relationship, truthfully and honestly, is not valid even in America. If you take religion out of it, it still says when she filed her taxes and he filed his taxes, he is considered single. So I am saying that you can do whatever you want, even if you remove a spiritual aspect. Y'all both are still single, playing the house based on the system that we currently live in.
Hmm. So if they do a spiritual marriage, what's your take on that?
I think that they're halfway doing it because that's what I'm saying. If you do a spiritual marriage, you gotta let me bring the Bible back into it. Oh, I guess you can say they can have a spiritual marriage outside the Bible. I'll take that back, right? They can have
Yes.
like, for example, Jewish people are known for getting married throughout their culture and not getting married without the state. That's how they kind of use the system for so long, right? I still think it's halfway doing it. I think if you're going to believe that you also have to follow the laws of the land, I think that's the bottom line of it. Believe it or not, do we have to follow the system of America or do we not have to follow the system of America? And for the majority of people, we have to follow the rules and systems of America. So the rules and systems of America is for you to be able to take claim of a woman or her to take claim of you. You typically have to be married.
And I believe that what you're saying is 100%. I'm just looking at for a lens of people that are not into that realm. I think if you are a religious person, whatever that you believe, you should go find a woman that believe that as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, if you believe marriage is the best institute for you and your children, absolutely do that. But I do want to also have reserve for people that just do not believe in those type of doctrines. And I don't think it's fair to say the people that don't believe in, the paper version of it, but
Well,
they do all the right things.
let
You
me
know what I'm
tell you,
saying?
I used to believe what you believe, Sharon, until I
Yeah.
start having these conversations. I'm having a lot of conversations about marriage. And you know what I'm hearing men tell me? They said
Mm.
the woman desire the paper. Now it'd be different if I think it's actually it's an anomaly. It's an anomaly that both of them agreed that marriage is not important and they're just in a relationship. I'm cool with that. If y'all two decide y'all want to do that, but what
Right.
I am hearing, I desire this piece of paper, and the man is trying to convince the woman that the paper is not valid. It says I'm seeing this at a large number. This is what makes me come to my for the majority of people that piece of paper is valid.
So, and that's the part I would definitely agree with, because majority of the men, they attempt to use the Bible for all they goddamn dysfunction in relationships, right? Especially the ones that are doing a horrible job at being a boyfriend or a husband. So that's the part that I definitely agree with. Majority of the people that we are communicating with, they want to use the Bible when it benefits them, and then when the Bible is holding them accountable, all of a sudden they don't want to use the Bible anymore. So for those men, I agree. 100%.
I had the other night.
I just want to say that, you know, like it is a group of human beings that is going to be fully committed, and they have a different doctrine. And I just don't want to make it seem like those people that actually believe in that other doctrine, right, and they live in their life by the doctrine, that they are failures. However, if you are running your relationship in and around the Bible, then yes, then you would be a failure. If that makes sense.
I want to be clear. I do agree that there is exception to the rule that I'm saying. I am just stating the rule. I know people who have been married 30 years. They just don't believe in it as a core value. And if you really look at it, the state that they're currently in, they're technically married by they done been together so long that they technically is married by the state, right? But I'm just saying the rule, because what we'll do, I have learned that we'll say, since there's exception to the rule, that means that we can actually apply it to the majority, and that's not the case. Majority of the people.
That's where the problem happens at, right? And that's the part I agree with. That's when the issue happens, because just because this one group of these two individuals that have whatever they sound doctrine is, and they running it to a T, and they actually running a relationship perfectly. Nobody's cheating, nobody's treating each other foul or anything like that. Nobody's taking advantage of each other. We cannot act as if you other men are going to be following that same kind of rule of law.
Absolutely.
So that's where me and you are back to an agreement. And so majority of these men are using the Bible as a way to jump in and out of relationships.
Yeah, and
that's nasty work. That's nasty work.
Hold on 1 second. And before Black Man Unfiltered to jump in, I literally opened up the Bible 2 nights ago and showed how God does not honor men of God to have multiple women. I went scripture by scripture, and this is what we got to be careful for. People's trying to justify what they want in their life. People say, "Well, this guy did it." People say, "Well, this guy did it in the Bible," and I said, "When did God say it was okay for him to do it?" And so
that's the Quran.
I don't subscribe to the Quran. Like if that's like we was having a biblical conversation. Now, if you want to go with what Muslims can do, I am not Muslim. Y'all, they should do what they should do. But we was having a biblical conversation, and people was trying to justify the Bible and saying God said you can have multiple wives, and I said, show me in the Word. So the whole point is.
And hold on 1 second. I want to be clear, because for some reason it's like men cannot hear what I say. They trying to find ways to argue with me. So Cody, I said, if the man believes in the Bible, then he needs to move like how the Bible's telling him. But it's another man in the world that he doesn't go by those doctrines. He has his own whatever his doctrine is, he needs to follow that as well. So if his doctrine is saying something otherwise, but he is following his sound doctrine, I cannot call that man a fair just because I don't agree with his lifestyle choice. I can say I don't agree with him, but I can't call him a failure because he's following his own sound doctrine. So this is for anybody that's confused. I'm saying that I understand. Let me say it one last time. I understand that If you are into the Bible, you're a Bible thumper, you should move how the Bible say. If you have a different sound doctrine, whatever that sound doctrine is, you need to move towards that. And either one is not a failure if you go into whatever your sound doctrine is. For all the confused people. Go ahead, BMU.
Yeah, I think
Good
the
day.
good day to you guys or something. I want to I think people get confused. I think we're not readers. I think in email we talk about.
Are you moving around, BMU? Because you're breaking up. What's up, Shiesty?
It's really bad. It's really bad.
Yeah, you get to see if you can get to a better spot.
Is it better now?
Oh yeah, that's good. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to say that a lot of people get it confused because they're not readers of it, and so when you're not reading it, it's not going to make sense to you. So I think the Bible cuts both ways. And E-Man, note, we talk about this a lot. It should cut the person who's speaking, and it should cut the person who's receiving it as well. It should be a conviction on both ends. It shouldn't be you preaching it and just putting the word out. Sometimes when you're speaking the word, it also convicts you as well into correction, right? That's the first thing. And then I understand that E-Man was saying, like, it's not proper for men to have multiple wives, even though it's in there. It's not proper to have that, but they gave examples of it, right? And even in Isaiah 4:1, when it talks about there's going to come a day where there will be 7 women trying to marry one man just to say that they're wives, so they won't be considered maids, right? And so there's different things that's in there like that. And I guess that's giving an example of, hey, listen, for each man should have his own wife, as each wife should have her own husband. So I think that's what E-Man was alluding to when he said, men shouldn't have multiple wives. So I agree with you too, Sharon, when you said that, if you're living by the word in your relationship, then you should abide by that. And there shouldn't be anything outside of that. You should follow it. So I agree
And I
with that
think
as well.
that's the issue that a lot of people they don't understand for some strange reason that you can have an agreement on what your doctrine is, and you can also have an understand what somebody else's doctrine is. It's just it's okay. Welcome to the show, Ignorant TV.
Hello. Good evening to the gentlemen and the ladies in the chat as well. Can you hear me, Sharon?
Good day to you.
Good day, sir. I would like to speak on the topic if possible.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. And again, this is all with due respect to everyone who's listening. These are the thoughts and opinions of Ignorant TV, and I represent the ignorant community of the world. Okay. As I begin, I would like to say to the ignorant community, we look at the ideologies of white people as trash. So when we have men who are black men specifically, and they come up with these white ideologies and they say this is the way it's supposed to be, the white man's Bible, white man's book, the white man's marriages, laws, and all of these things. We don't believe in these things. And then the ignorant community, we look at the people who represent them as respectfully DL. Most of the men who tend to push these things, they give off DL extremities and ways they speak
up just a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but go ahead. I'm gonna see if I can.
You might have to mute up.
Yeah, I'm gonna raise up your mic.
If everyone mutes up, it might be better if everyone mutes up.
Okay, keep going.
Okay,
we went to hit a point.
Oh, the point is for the ignorant. Most of the people are ignorant in the world, right? Because we're on a consistent learning. We're always learning and trying to receive information, and we receive the things that you people say as incorrect, and we don't agree. We look at either man's, the BMUs, even you, Sharon, even Brownsville. We look at you guys as like DL men because you believe in what the white team men. Hold on, my son. Hold on. we believe that you men are not a part of us because you believe and follow the white man's ideologies. And the way you come off to us, ignorant people, again, is DL, respectfully. And I'll digress right there.
Yeah, may I? May I?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I will. Yeah, I'll go first. Respectfully, the ignorance that I'm hearing from you is the name of your the name of yourself is it speaks for itself. We talk about the white man's Bible, but the Bible is originated, and the oldest Bible in the world is in Ethiopia. Now, I don't know any white people who are in Ethiopia. I don't know them. I don't. I haven't seen any there. But if you want to have this conversation with educated men such as myself and Edom and Williams, we will crush you. So let's start out with this. Let's start at the surface here. The Bible is not the white man's Bible. Now, what you're probably referring to in your own ignorance is that they had a Bible and the white men took the Bible, and there's a Bible in the Smithsonian that
Do
they
you
took
mind if
all.
I
No, no,
interject?
no, no, absolutely not, because we didn't interject when you spoke. So we want to ask you to be quiet and
But
listen
you
so you
didn't
can
mute up.
understand. So,
So you had a
okay,
Hold
yeah,
floor,
on,
mute up.
so
Ignat.
I wasn't heard.
Ignat, we heard your full thought. Let
Yeah.
DMU get his full thought.
So there is a Bible in the Smithsonian where all the things about culture and things that brought people together was taken out of the Bible, and it's actually called the White Man's Bible, and it's literally in the Smithsonian right now, and it was the Bible used to keep slaves intact, and that same Bible was given to Nat Turner until Nat Turner one day found the original copy of the Bible, and he turned up and he killed 76 white people in 2 days, simply because he knew he was lied to and he was given a Bible to keep the slaves in line. That was not the original Bible in the context of the Bible. And then how can there be a white man's Bible when all the characters in the Bible come from a place of people in dark places? Egypt means dark land, black. It comes from a place of that. It didn't say anything about the North American Bible. These Bibles they came from a place where people's skin was brown, dark, tan, beige, so on and so forth. So when we talk about the biblical text, you're not going to come up here and disrespect people like Sharon, because this is his platform. So he's leading the show, and call us DL men, because what I do understand about men of your stature will say DL online, but when they're in a public setting, you would never speak to me or Sharon or Emmanuel Williams in a face to face, and you would never say DL to men who are married, who are taking care of their children, who get up every day and hit the road and take care of their babies and their wives. You could never stand in front of men like us and say DL to us without us reconstructing your entire body. So I think that what you need to do is you need to calm down with the rhetoric of men being DL because they believe in a higher power. And I think you need to find yourself and stop projecting that you don't believe and that you are incompetent to be a man yourself. Either man, and that's the most professional way I can do it. E-man, I'm gonna tag E-man in here. E-man, you have your way.
Enough said. I want to hear his response.
Unmute yourself, Ignat.
Pardon me.
Go ahead.
Is it for me? Is it for me to speak or no?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. What I preface my statement at the beginning, and I always have to do this because men like him, they tend to get in their feelings about words, right? And what I said was these are the ideologies of the ignorant people who are in the world, and I'm simply speaking from a perspective. I understand that you're triggered by a lot of the words I said, but what I did was I gave you a perspective, and I'm sorry that it affected you. Hold on one second, my son. I'm sorry it affected you and hurted your feelings with the words, right? I simply gave you a perspective of how you're represented to the majority of the world, whether you like it or not. Then, as I said, I spoke of not being religious or being a part of those things at all. I spoke of ideologies and simply how the people who represent them are perceived to the populace, right? You guys are the perfect ones. I'm speaking about the people who are ignorant, who are continuous to learn. Okay, and I'm telling you how you're perceived, whether you like it or not. You're perceived as weak men. Okay, to the populace, we look at men who can afford and actually have multiple women and have the money and access. Those are the ones who are winning. That's how the ignorant people look at it. Like the people who do what they want are the winners, not the people who follow behind people. You understand? You are the losers. Okay. White tea, regardless of what you think, Ethiopia, that means nothing. If a white demon give it to you, that means it's not good, regardless where it came from. If a white bleach demon hands it to you, that means it's bad. So I don't care where you got it from. You can get it from Ethiopia, Zanzibar, Afghanistan. I don't care. It's if a white man handed it to you, it's not right. And that's how the ignorant community. I'm almost done. 5 seconds. I know your men are triggered because you hear words that have truth in them, and you can't process truth because you've been programmed your whole lives, and you're really effeminate men in disregards of what you think.
Hold on, let me respond.
I'm almost done. 3 seconds. I'm almost done. And in regards of what you feel, I'm giving you a simple perspective. This is not a dig at you guys, okay? This is a perspective of the community of the majority, and I land.
So let me respond, Black Man Unfiltered. So
Go ahead,
first of
brother.
all, one thing we got to acknowledge is this ideology was created by DL men. This ideology not to be around women. It's crazy. The men who got the women, y'all tried to paint us in this life, and we listen to the rhetoric of the Rim Bros. Separate from women. Be around men. And their whole ideology of what they're talking about is actually a reflection of DL. So they say, hey, let's actually let's actually say the men that actually got the women, the men that's actually with women and women are submitting to them willfully and not by force, those are the guys that are the problem. You can say whatever you want about that ideology. You know, one thing we know, it doesn't work because we're not the men complaining about getting women. You guys, with your ideology, are the men that's complaining about women and talking about women can't come together. So I really want you to understand is that you're really looking into the mirror. You're actually displaying the DL. The question that I want to ask you, sir, why are you so obsessed with finding DL men? Like they're not like this idea. They're not even on my radar. So this question of you going through panel to panel, looking to find as many as DLs do. The question you got to ask yourself is, you really DL, brother?
And where is he from? Where are you from? Where is he from, Sharon? What did he say?
I think New York.
I'm here.
No,
Can I speak for myself or?
Yeah. Where are you from, sir?
That is non-essential to this conversation, sir.
Oh, you're afraid to say. So
No,
listen.
no. I can tell you, but it doesn't. It grants.
Well, go ahead and tell.
nothing.
Well, go ahead and tell us. Go ahead and tell us.
Okay. Sharon stated New York, sir.
You're from New York, and that's where you're originally from.
I'm gonna go on mute so that he can go on his diet.
That's where you're originally from, sir.
They said you from Atlanta.
I only repeat myself to people who aren't intelligent, so I'm assuming you're intelligent. So if Sharon said it and I said it, I don't see why I would have to reiterate, unless my mic isn't working.
No, your mic is working fine.
Okay,
and you
I'll go back on mute again.
Okay, go back on mute because you have no control over your household because your children are very loud in the background and you can't even tell them to be quiet and sit down. So listen, let me start here. Let me say this.
I'm gonna come off of mute so you can hear my children not speaking. Go continue.
Okay, yeah. Finally got some control. So listen, I think that what we're living in today in this world, and I've learned this over being on YouTube for a long period of time. I think Sharon has changed a lot. So a lot of us, E-Man, our mindsets have changed over time, learning things as we go along. One of the things I see now is that a lot of men like yourself, you guys live in your own religion, and that religion is projection.
Okay.
And so when you guys speak, you guys speak from a place. You know, sir, it's not okay if you interject. Okay, if I'm speaking,
I'm just going to go on mute if you don't.
Yeah, absolutely, that would be great. That would be a blessing to us all. So I think that the religion that you're living in is the religion of projection. And what a lot of people do that's in your case, and then you say what the world perceives. It's not what the world perceives. It's what you're fighting. And sometimes men are fighting themselves. And sometimes men, now we're finding out that men are fighting themselves because they're scared to be who they truly are. And if a man, and I'm going to tag on to what E-Man said, because I think this is a good time to bring it up. If I, Black Men Unfiltered, is hopping from panel to panel, and I'm asking every panelist when I go up, where are the DL men? There's something in that has to be discussed. And so, sir, we would like to ask you on behalf of the real men, the men who are really want, you don't have to ask them where they're from. They just tell you, and they're not afraid to talk about, their lives or where they're from. From the real men here, we're asking, why are you on this quest looking for men who are on the DL? Because if you're looking for DL men, you're on the wrong panel. I think you should go over to other panels. I think RuPaul has a live coming on later on today. Maybe you should participate in that. Maybe you should check the scheduling for RuPaul. Maybe you should go check the scheduling for the Magic Johnson's son. He's looking for men like you. They're all having a show. Could you go over there and see if they're having a show today? I don't keep up with the schedule. Maybe the guy that you're secretly cheating on your woman with, you could probably ask him the schedule of the men and the DL men. But and the reason I'm being disrespectful to you right now is simply because you disrespected me, Sharon, and E-Man, saying that because of our faith and because of what we believe, we're DL men. And again, I'll say this in closing.
That's not what I said.
And I'll say this, and you said we perceive to be DL. It's disrespectful to grown ass men who take care of their family. So I need you to hush while I'm still talking because I'm almost done. I'm about to land my plane here. So I hate it. It pisses me off when men try to take real men who's really doing the damn thing, like E-Man, myself, and Sharon, who are taking care of our families, and you disrespect us, calling us out of our nature of who we truly are. But I'll say this in closing. Mr. Ignorant, and you and the people who else perceive what you guys perceive, you are the biggest cowards. Because right now, DL, if I were to pass you in the street and I would notice you and I would say, listen, did you have something to say online? Could you repeat those 2 letters to me in a personal space? I guarantee you, and on Jesus of our Bible, that you would not say anything. You will humble yourself and you will continue to walk to the corner of the street to try to catch a taxi before you knew that what was going to happen to you next. And I rest my case. E-Man, you have anything else you want to say?
Oh my gosh, Sharon, can I speak now, please?
Sure, go ahead. Let him get in there. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. Once again, if anyone's really paying attention, if you listen to what I spoke, right, perception, right, it doesn't mean that it's facts. When you hear words like DL, you can say that to me, but it doesn't offend me, right? Because I know I'm heterosexual. When I say that you're perceived away, it doesn't have anything to do with your religion. What I did was I showed you how the men who tend to bring up these things, they are perceived. And if you're an honest person and you're really honest with yourself, right? If you look into the world and in your own life, if you go to church, most of the men in the choir, they tend to be funny looking or acting. Let's just be honest. Sharon, respectfully, and either man, you guys you have these traits, and that's all I said as a perception.
Wow.
And Eliza, once again, I'm almost finished. 10 seconds. Perception doesn't mean it's fact. Now, when a hit dog hollers, that's on the hit dog, right? And like I stated, if you're listening correctly, the people who tend to push these things, they tend to represent men, like the guy who said he don't want men's no more. So that's all I'm saying. Like I know you're hurt and you want to attack me because I'm telling you how you're perceived. As men, we need to come out of our feelings and understand that what people perceive doesn't make it facts.
Are
And
you
I'll
prepared?
digress.
Are you prepared?
I'll
Are you
digress.
prepared to? Are
I'm
you prepared
digressing,
to?
Sharon.
Right. Are you prepared to deal with men in a public setting in the speech that you're delivering now? Are you able to get in front of men like Nisharan and E-Man and say you're perceived to be DL? Are you able to say that in a personal setting, or is the avatar as far as you're willing to go with it?
Is this a question right now, Sharon? Can I answer?
Yes.
He said, "Are you what? Are you what? Are you able
Uh,
to say what I said?
uh, no,
Am I
are you
able to
able to
speak?"
get it? No, let me say it in a more professional way. Are you
Hold on.
able in a public
Is it
setting?
okay if I answer you?
Yeah, yeah. Anything repeated is ignorance. I thought you said that earlier, but go ahead.
No, I'm simply clarifying what I heard. That's all.
Hmm.
And you can correct me. All right.
Okay.
What I heard, and you can correct. What I heard was, are you able to speak these words to us in person? Is that what am I correct or yes or no?
Yes, that's the correct. That's correct.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
You have the floor. Now what?
And you're okay
Is
with
this
the
the tough? Hold up,
consequences?
hold up. Is this the tough? Like, is this the tough talk part?
Absolutely, absolutely not. No.
So what is
This
the
is this
like?
is
Do you
nothing.
understand how when you say
This is
things that
conversation.
mean nothing to the conversation, it simply is like
This is
it's what women
conversation.
do. It's something called
No. What women do is try to
hold
derail the
on, hold on,
conversation to make
hold
it
on. Let
about
me let
them,
me let
and
me
that's
get it
what you're
out.
doing
It's
right now,
something
sir.
called being passive aggressive. It's like just because I hurt
Hmm.
your feelings, you think I won't say it in your face. Have you ever been to pre-K where they say sticks and stones may hurt your bones, little buddy? You ever heard
Wow.
that? Have you ever heard that saying? Yes or
Hold on,
no?
No,
hold
Yeah.
on,
the power.
hold
Hold
on
You
one
on,
have
hold
second.
on, yo.
I,
Let
you
me
hold
have
on one
heard
hold.
that
second,
saying.
Kels. Hold on, because he didn't address
I'm
you.
still
Come
speaking to
Hold on,
on,
BMU.
hold
yo.
on,
I
no.
Have
get
you ever heard
quiet.
that saying,
Hold on.
BMU?
I want to
Go ahead.
understand. Do you feel
Yes.
like you're on topic and you
Either man,
responded
can
to
he
our
answer and
conversation?
then you can go on, either man, please?
You
BMU,
said,
have you ever heard that saying? Yes or no?
have you ever heard that saying?
Yes, sticks and
E-man. Oh,
stones may
E-man.
hurt your
E-man.
bones.
E-man. 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 Let him get it out. Go ahead, get it out, sir. Because we want to be respectful to you. But
No,
even though you're done,
I simply asked a question, that's all. And then you can go on after
yeah,
that. Is that
everyone's heard that.
okay? I'll
I don't. Yeah,
digress
go
now.
ahead,
I'll go on
E-man.
mute
Yeah,
so y'all
yeah,
can
go
talk.
ahead, E-man. Yeah, go
So
ahead, E-man.
this is the part that I think that makes me question you. You came up here to be off topic to
Hmm.
talk about DL men.
Yeah, exactly.
You haven't even responded truthfully to the topic. We
Can I
don't know
inter-
what you think about marriage.
can I
We don't.
interject right now?
No, sir. You can
He
wait
No,
till I
just
sir.
made a
finish
fallacy.
my
You
Absolutely
statement.
not.
stated a fallacy, and I can correct you now. Would you like to continue and then I'll correct later?
Yes, I would like to
Okay, okay.
continue. So my question that I want to ask you is, can you tell us? Because it's interesting to me to hear men speak from other people's perspectives. Because he said he's giving other people perspectives. My question is, can you stand as a man and tell us how you perceive the topic that we're having today, and not speak from your fans or your being a fanboy of other people's topics? So again, what's on the table is we're talking about marriage without being a marriage currently, whether you do it through the state or without the state. And we also brought up men having multiple wives. So what is your ideology, not someone else ideology, on these subjects?
Is it my turn to speak, Sharon?
Mhm.
I don't, and this is the problem with when people's feelings get involved. They tend to not hear anything that was stated. Literally, if you're listening in the back, I literally spoke about everything he just stated. So it's like he wants me to reiterate what I stated myself, what I said. So I'm not, okay, I'll do a little synopsis just to kind of catch the people who didn't catch it. All right. The beginning of my statement, I stated these are the opinions and the thoughts of Ignorant TV and the people who are ignorant, the ignorant family, the ignorant community, who's majority of the world, who is on a continuous level of learning, right? I stated the reason we do not agree for the most part with marriage and a lot of these things is because the representatives, I don't know if y'all heard it. I'm saying it again, the representatives of the Bible, marriage, these things, they come off to the populace, these men who tend to represent these things, And as I stated before, if you were to be honest with yourself and you went to church and you've seen the people who represent these things, do they have the characteristics of men's who don't like men's no more? Like the guy who made that video. I don't know if any of you are familiar with it.
Ignorant TV, are you married?
Is this a question, Sharon, while I'm speaking?
Yes.
Okay,
Are you
I'll
married?
answer now because he was asking a question. I was answering for
It's
the
your show,
crowd.
Sharon. Ask her a question.
I'm gonna answer it because
Yeah.
now we're on another.
Yes.
Y'all gotta pay attention,
Are
everyone.
you
I'm gonna answer it.
are you
Yes.
married?
Now I'm gonna go on mute again, so because I'm sure stuff is coming after.
And what religion did you get married under?
Ooh.
Unfortunately, I don't want to speak about what my religion I got married under. I don't believe that has any
Oh.
consequence. Hold on. Can I finish? Is it
This is
okay if I
fun.
finish?
This is
it okay?
funny. This is
Hold
fun.
on.
This is hilarious.
Hold on. Listen, man. Don't get triggered. I understand your feelings are in play right now because you're speaking to someone who's intellectually dominating you. But relax.
Sharon, I got married under
Hold on,
Christianity. Quran.
Sharon. Let me answer
E-man,
the
what you get
question
married
so
under?
that.
E-man, what
Hold
you get
on.
married under?
Hold on. Let me answer the question so that you can create a
Christianity.
narrative.
Oh, okay.
Let
We're not
me.
ashamed of our
Can I
religion.
We're not ashamed.
please? Can I please answer the question, y'all? Please.
This nigga.
Okay. He would like to
Well,
know
stop
what
saying we trigger
religion.
when nobody's acting. Please stop saying we
Oh
trigger
my
when
God.
nobody's
I'm gonna go
acting
on
trigger,
mute. I'm gonna
please.
go on mute.
Yeah, what religion? Don't run from this question, sir. Please. We really need to know.
Yeah.
Can you hear me,
So go
Sharon?
ahead. So what religion was you married under? Go ahead, Ignorant TV. Go ahead,
Can you hear
Ignorant.
me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yes. Technically, right? And I
Oh.
don't know if anyone knows this, right? To be married, technically, you need two witnesses, right?
Mm.
Right.
That's not the
Mhm.
question.
Yes.
So hold
Go ahead.
on. Can I finish?
Mhm.
Can I
Go
please
ahead.
finish? Now, technically, to be married in America, you only need two witnesses. You don't have to go to a white man's system. You don't have to say Jesus Christ and Holy Mary, a mother and aunt, actually, to be married, y'all. So I
Okay.
don't have to be married under a religion to be married as long as I have two witnesses to be present. Do you understand?
False.
That's the answer to the question.
So
I'm going on
so
mute because I know y'all got a bunch of more stuff
so
to correct.
what and where do you get that ideology from?
The ideology of what, great sir?
That you
Marriage.
just need two witnesses and you can be married. You and your wife both have the same ideology. Where did you get this doctrine from?
I don't know if you heard me, but I stated technically in America. So
Oh, the
that
white
means,
man. Oh, the white man.
hold on. Can I finish? Well, I'll just go on mute
Yeah.
because I guess
Yeah,
I'm gonna
take
let
your
y'all.
ass on mute. We ain't got
So,
time to play with you. Look, you
so
fake as fuck, bro.
is
No,
that
hold on. Let me
is
get raw
that
with him. He fake as fuck. He on here talking about white ideologies, and he got married under one. Get him on. Get him. How much is to get him off of here? He fake as fuck. He gonna come on here and talk about white ideology, white Christianity. He want to talk about white, and he married his wife under the same regimen that everybody else did under the white
I
man.
never stated that though. If you listen, I don't. And this is a
Oh, get him
problem
out of
with
here.
Sharon. Can I
is,
just finish? Or can I make a
yeah,
10
it's
second?
$20 to drop. We usually charge $20 to drop or more if you like. Go ahead, Ignorant.
Okay.
So
I never
so
said
you
it
got
had anything
married
to.
like so you are you what you call spiritually married?
Okay, now I'm repeating
Ignorant.
myself again. In America,
Man, this
in
dude trash,
America,
bro.
in America, you only need two witnesses to be technically married.
Who created that?
So you can hold on, please, sir. In
Yeah, he gonna answer.
America, you
He
only
gonna
need
answer.
two witnesses to be married. It doesn't have to be underneath a white man's Bible or anything. Like marriage in America is a business, right? So I don't think y'all really understand the concept. And I'll digress right here.
Who
I got it.
created
So
the?
before I leave, hold on,
Oh,
1 second,
go
one
ahead.
second.
Go ahead, you
Did you file your marriage inside of the white man's system?
No, sir. And you didn't ask how many wives. You don't know anything. So it's like we're sitting here. Y'all trying to.
So you said
What
no.
you're
So you
doing
do
is
not
you're
have a
trying to
marriage
hold on.
license,
Listen.
correct? No, because
Can I
you
say
trying to
something?
talk about something different. No, because you're
Hold
trying
on.
to answer my
I'm
question.
speaking. I'm
Are
Hey,
you
speaking.
hold a
saying
minute,
that
E
Y'all,
the
man. Hold a minute, E man.
you're
Hold a
cutting
I
me
minute.
get
off.
it. I get you
I'm
trying to
gonna go
talk
on
about
mute.
your four or
I'm gonna go
five
on mute.
wives. I want to ask a question. Your first wife, did you actually file it in America? Because you keep asking America as the standard. Did you file a certificate of marriage with the state?
So now these men are trying to validate me through white men. Do
He
y'all
ain't
No,
gonna
no,
answer.
no,
understand what's
He
no.
not
happening?
gonna answer.
See,
Do
I
y'all
told
understand
you,
what's taking
hold
place?
these men
E-Man, we got
accountable.
him.
DL
We got him,
men are
E-Man. We
trying to
got him.
validate me
We
through
got
white
him.
men.
We got him.
I
We got him.
digress.
We got
I
him.
told you,
We got him.
you gotta
He
hold these
triggered.
men accountable to what they
He,
say, bro. They just say whatever they want, and they
and
say,
Sharon
"Hey,"
just said it.
and and
Sharon just said it.
and BMU said the biggest thing. He said, "This is their religion of projection. This is their religion. They have
Mm.
created another religion, and they literally projecting from internet panel to internet panel. And what it really is he's really looking at the beam in his own eye."
Woo! What up, plug?
So I just asked the question. The question that you got to ask you is, are you the hypocrite that you're accusing us of being?
Yep.
Woo!
I said it. I said it. I said it earlier.
That's
I'll be back.
Hey, I'll be back too, man. Sharon, try to walk him back through the healing after this ass whooping we just gave him. I'm back to work, sir.
Is it time for me to speak or no?
um sure. You wanna just keep it short and concise. So good. Oh, okay, he dropped
Damn, yo, he
himself.
dropped
So
down. He dropped himself.
mm-hmm.
Damn,
Mm-hmm.
it was cooking, barbecue grill, mixing it
I think
up.
he back. He just probably had a phone call or something
Oh,
like
come
that.
on, bro. Go
Yo,
ahead.
can you hear me, Sharon?
Yeah. So yeah. So it is what it is. Like hey, BMU might be on to something. Y'all got a new religion, the religion of projection. It's
Can I
crazy.
can I speak to that, Sharon, if you don't mind?
You
Can
could
you hear
try.
me? I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Um, and again, that's the thing, and I stated at the beginning, right? Most of society, we don't go off of these things that white people or white people make up. So you can't tie me to white people's stuff if I'm married through what I'm married through, and it has nothing to do with them. Like if I believe in having a bunch of wives and doing me, you can't tie me to their stuff, right? Because I'm doing me. And as I stated
No
before,
problem. How many wives do you?
hold
How
on,
many
hold
wives
on,
do you have?
hold on, Sharon. Can I let's have the conversation, bro. You can't jump in while I'm speaking.
I'm attempting to. Yeah, I'm interjecting within the conversation. I'm curious to understand so we can have a clear understanding. How many wives do you have?
I don't want to speak on that right now, Sharon, about wives and things like that, because it we have to understand. I'm gonna tell you my ideology. We don't, in the ignorant people of the world, we don't go off of white people's stuff. So if I got
That's
10
fine.
wives,
So
if hold on, listen,
that's fine. But the
listen,
problem
Sharon,
is
can I
that
just
you
say
are
this, please?
talking. The problem is you are communicating to me in hypothetical because nobody understands what this ignorant thing, this ignorant foundation that you have. Does it have a book?
Can I
Does it have
can I
followers?
can I explain it?
I want you to answer what I'm saying, not just give me things that I can't verify.
Okay. What I'm speaking on is the men who do what they want in life. Okay, and we do what we want, and the people who don't do what they want, you want to put us all in a box because you're in a box, right? The men who do what we
No, that's
want.
wrong.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna stop right now. I'm gonna go on mute because
Yeah, because you asked the question, you said right. You're wrong. What makes you think that I'm not doing what I want?
what do you mean, Sean?
what gives you the idea that I'm not doing what I want?
Did I ever say that you weren't doing what you want?
That's what you are insinuating, yes.
No, what I'm stating is the
You
men
said
who
men like me, we could
yes.
do
No,
what we want. So you
no, no,
saying
no.
I'm not a man like you, correct?
Yes, because what I'm saying is the way I do stuff isn't how you would do stuff. So to you,
Okay, then
it's
so therefore, why
abnormal.
do you believe?
That's what I'm
Okay, so
saying.
now that I got you to actually admit it, I'm glad that you started to be a man. You can admit something. Why do you think I'm not doing what I want?
Well, technically, if you were to be honest with yourself, right? Let's say if you could have 10 women, would you do that?
No.
So this is the part where it's like, this is where I say like, there's men who are different, who live in abundance. We don't think like that. Like you think one woman is good, right? That's good. That's good for you, right? I'm
I
just
think I
giving
got
a
exactly. I asked you a question you're still not able to answer. What makes you think I don't got what I want?
no. The question was, what makes you think I don't do what I want? And then I asked you, hey, Sharon, if you could have more, would you not take more or less? And you said I would
And
take
I
less.
said no.
So
I said I
that's the
do not
part.
want 10 women.
Okay, that's the part where
So
we're on two different planets, right?
that's fine, but I'm choosing the planet that I want to be on. What makes you think that I'm not choosing that?
Because most, and I'm only speaking for the majority, right? And I got to speak for the ignorant people because we're different. Most people believe that more is better.
Yeah, but you're talking about relationships. You're not talking about more money, more life, more money. You're talking about more relationship. Majority of men cannot deal with multiple women.
So now you're going with the can or which, because we first we started with, remember, if you remember your question
Okay,
was,
I don't know what you're confused about, but I was very precise in my words. Majority of men cannot deal with multiple women.
yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you don't, do you understand how you changed what you just said, right? We went
I'm gonna
from,
say it again.
no, I
Majority
understand. You
of
don't have to.
men. So
Sharon,
this way you don't have to worry about me switching up anything. So we can have a conversation on what I'm saying right now. Majority of men cannot deal with multiple women.
according to what and who?
According to how society is moving.
So because of how society is moving, you believe majority of men cannot deal with most more women, right? That's what you said.
Correct, because they have horrible leadership skills. They have horrible communication skills. They could barely communicate with one woman. How are they going to do it with two?
Can I ask you a question, Sharon?
No, you can answer mine first.
Okay, your question is how they can't. What was the question? They can't. It wasn't a question. Do you know that? How they gonna deal with two? Is that
Right.
the
I want you to address the statement I said. It don't have to be a question for you to address me.
okay? Do you mind repeating that last part?
I do.
All right, I didn't. I would like. I didn't hear it. So if you could repeat it, that's all for
It's
clarification.
okay. You don't actually clearly you don't actually have an answer. Um
No, I'm trying to hear what you said. I know you don't. Can you just, if you don't mind, Kills? Did you hear the last part he said?
why you asking somebody else when I'm talking to you?
Because you just said you don't want to repeat it. That's why.
All right then. So therefore, do you think it's Kill show or is it my show?
So now you asking about the show. I'm trying to get clarification what you said, buddy.
Right. You are not trying to get clarification. You're just trying to talk.
If
I'm
asking,
attempting to have a discussion with you and see where we disagree at, but you are not able to communicate your ideology. So therefore, there's nothing for us to talk about if you're not willing to discuss your ideology and where you get this ideology from and how does it work. You're not able to communicate none of those things.
is it that I'm not able to communicate, or you're not able to understand what's being spoken?
You have not communicated it. I attempted to have the conversation with you.
I mean, unless you can't hear what I'm saying, Sharon, I'm communicating everything.
So where do you get your ideology from?
From me.
Right. So it's nothing that I can verify.
You actually can,
Because
Sharon.
you could change it. You could change it tomorrow. It doesn't come from anything. You don't have no sound doctrine to back up your ideology. You said it came from me. So tomorrow it could be something completely different. And you're gonna say it came from me.
But that's your opinion, right?
No, that's what you just communicated.
I can tell you
It's
my
not my opinion.
ideology. It's simple. Most men, whether
I
you
asked you your ideology. Where can I look up your ideology?
I mean, you could look into the world. Most men want more women. Like that's just a fact.
No, most men say
Whether
that, but
they
that's not what they
can,
want.
okay, whether they can have it, that's another subject, right? Because that's where you
No,
went.
no, that's not another subject.
Yeah, that's where you went. Once I told you that most men want more, you said, well, they can't have more. And I said, why? You said society. So
Right.
you're going.
Society is telling me, right. So society, so this is what you can understand. Society tells me that majority of men cannot communicate effectively enough to have more women. Because the men that I communicate with on a day-to-day basis, like yourself.
I understand that, but the beginning was want, like you asked.
Right. So now
do they-
instead of you want to
Hold
go
on.
to the beginning, right?
No,
Instead of
because
addressing what I'm saying now, right?
I'm
And this is
literally
the problem that
addressing
a
what
lot of
you're
men
saying.
have, right? This is bad communication, right? We having the conversation, it's
No,
moving forward. You want to go backwards in the conversation.
what you don't get is you keep changing our conversation. So
I
I'm
am not.
addressing.
I'm attempting to understand, and all this time I'm asking you what your ideology is, and the only proof of your ideology is that it came from me. I cannot argue. I cannot have a discussion about what comes from you because you could change it whenever you want to. It's
Yeah,
not something
Sharon.
I could discuss.
So where does your ideology come from?
Why are you asking me that? My ideology is not on display. It's yours that we was trying to have a conversation about. And this is more of your liar language. You want to try to change the conversation to something else. Instead of being a man and say, this is where I got my doctrine from.
Sharon, my doctrine literally comes from me, observation, perception, life, living. It comes from me. It comes from my stance. So
Okay.
that's
And
where
as long as it comes from there, I cannot have a conversation with you about it. Because it could, like I said, because it could change in 10 minutes.
So where does
So
yours come
therefore,
from?
I can't.
Because if yours doesn't change, I want to know where does yours come from.
Right. So let me welcome into the show. Shout out to Taiwas. Then we got Kulu, and then we got Chris J.
Hey, you can let Kulu go first real quick. I'm picking for you.
Go ahead, Kulu. Go ahead, Kulu. You gotta unmute yourself, Kulu.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I definitely disagree.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hello.
But I definitely disagree with what the dude is saying about his ideology and things like that. But you know me, Sharon, I do believe that men should be able to have multiple wives legally, if they choose and if they do it the right way. But my whole like a point of contention is I think that when BMU and Edelman was talking about Christianity, I think that that's kind of what messed our community up, man, is Christianity. I think that when you look at the periods of time to where we as a community practice majority of Christianity, it's never benefited us as a religion to make us better, to to make our lives better, to make our families better. I don't think even back like before segregation, it didn't make us better. Slavery, when we were forced into Christianity, didn't make us better. Today, when you got men practicing Christianity, it's not making us better. So I think that it's time for the Black community to leave Christianity in the past and maybe develop a new religion or a new spiritual system that we can apply today.
Christopher J.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. Uh, you could say Christianity may not work for you. I'm just speaking in general. You could say it doesn't work for you, but to say it doesn't work as a whole, there's no way you could substantiate that. It's not to put down anybody who's Buddhist, anybody who's Muslim. You find what works for you and you apply it. And sometimes when people say certain things don't work, it's only because they want their cake and eat it too, instead of adopting a new philosophy. You're kind of play both, you're trying to hold on to one end and hold on to the other end and say, maybe I can make it work. Maybe I can get the results, but you're not getting the results that you're looking for on both sides. So you pick a side and you stay there and you adopt the ideology all the way through. You don't pick and choose. You don't cherry pick. That's why people continue to mess up. And whatever path they go along, it could be religious, it could be politics, it could be anything. Pick a side and stay there. That's number one. And number two, regarding the whole idea of multiple wives. Hold up, hold up, mic check. Can y'all hear me? Because it's Sharon on mute. Oh, okay, my bad. So, and also with the multiple wives things, if you can, like, go right ahead, I guess. However, if you're struggling, especially you want to look at the numbers, if you're struggling to handle one wife, why would you add two or three or more? Get the one fixed first. Prove that this is efficient. Then we can entertain the idea of bringing in a second person. But if you're fucking up on one, why would you want to fuck up two?
Agreed. All right.
You see, I give them like an example on why religion for our community doesn't work. Because ever since we adopted Christianity, Black man and Black woman has never ran the world. Back when Black people ran the world, we didn't have Christianity. We believed in completely different things, practiced completely different things. And as soon as we adopted this Christianity, we've been the bottom of the barrel ever since. So that's my example.
Yeah, and I believe we look at things as negative because that's how we're trained. You know, if everything is good, you wouldn't look at it as a negative, right? But because we look at relationships as mostly bad, we look at it as problematic to have more than one. You know, but if you were living in a place of pleasant and fruitfulness and joy, you wouldn't think that way. And the men who do what they want, most of society have problems with them. You know, men and women, they have problems with men who do what they want in the world. It's truly abnormal. So it creates frustration. I digress.
So Kulu, um, there's people who are not operating in religion and they're still failing. Most people nowadays will tell you they're not religious. Matter of fact, you hear more people say, I'm more spiritual than religious, which I think they're liars because they're neither religious or spiritual, but that's just my opinion that I'll prove later. However, if more people are not operating in religion or spirituality and they're doing whatever they want and we're still failing, it's safe to say it's not religion. That's first and foremost. And to what
Facts.
the gentleman said, if the results saying this is negative, then it's negative. So I will then expound the conversation to say what number that it needs to show on the chart to say this is succeeding and this is failing. Maybe that's a primary conversation maybe we could dive into later. However, if you want to look at the marriage rates, it's bad. If you want to look at the divorce rates, it's bad. I'm hearing it's lowering. Glory to God.
They're
But
all
it's still
subjective, though.
bad.
If you look at the
Well, that's why I said we'll get to the numbers. We can get to the numbers so we could go ahead and quantify that and make this objective versus subjective. I'm all about objectivities. Find a foundation and stick to it, so that way everything can make sense. It leaves no room for any gray areas.
exactly.
Now, as far as people doing what they want, there's nothing to say about that. You can do whatever you want. However, there's a lot of people that would love to do whatever they want, but they can't. Let's not manipulate them. And by putting up this facade, this is the results. These are the end results. This is how my life is living. However, there's steps that you got to lead to get to that result. You're trying to go straight to the end. No, that's how everybody crashes and burns. I've never seen a successful moment where someone saw the end goal and went straight to the end without burning everything along its path. I have yet to see that. But
Let me rebuttal two points real quick, right? So the
Yes,
point
sir.
about marriage rates, right? And I'm assuming you're speaking about the Black community, right? And we practice our relationships different than other communities, right? So we may not go and get legally married, but there are a bunch of Black people I know, family members, etc., that have been together 10, 15 years, but never got actually married or never actually went to the state. That's a marriage. You know what I mean? They have kids, they got a family. They just don't do it through the state. So to say that marriage, like the marriage statistics prove that we're failing, I mean, I kind of disagree because, how many of those marriages aren't being reported in our community that are successful, that didn't get legally married, So that's my first point. My second point is that it still has not been refuted that whenever we took on Christianity, we have never ran society. We have never actually, owned the world like we used to, And if you look at all these African countries that practice Christianity, they're all failing. You know what I mean? So that's my contention of I guess my point is that if we just adopt a new spiritual system, a new ideology that makes sense that, that we can all believe in, I think that would improve our situation and help us, rise up. If that makes sense.
I don't believe I'm going to agree with Diva right now. What do we run at all, regardless of the spiritual system?
Wait, say it again.
What are we running at all, regardless of the spiritual system? I'm quoting Diva right now, ironically.
As of right now, nothing.
Yeah,
I mean,
period.
That was ultimately my point.
Yeah, but y'all look at it so this is after Christianity. This is after being colonized, right? But if you go prior to that, when we had our own spiritual systems, when our own deities looked like us, we ran society. We owned we own all these continents. We ran the globe. But as soon as we started adopting this new way of thinking, this new spiritual system, look at the place that we're in. We're bottom of the barrel in every category and have been ever since.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. We ran the world, and there are people who believed in what I would probably deem a false idol, right? Based on what you're saying. They came and then took it. So we didn't really run it if somebody else was able to just come in and take it. Because if you're actually in control of something, you don't just lose it that easily.
Yes, you can. Like a shadow, like you're in charge and you run your marriage, right? But another dude who looked better, who's taller, got more money, can come and take that shit. That don't mean you didn't have control of it at one point.
See, so here's where that argument fails, right?
That mean you didn't have control of it. Yeah.
No. So here's where that argument fails. Because I lead and because I'm in control, I'm not even at risk of that loss. What you're saying.
Hold on one second. This is somebody I've seen for the very first time. Justin B. Good day.
Hello. I know that this is more of a conversation, by you guys, for you guys. I just wanted to get a couple of things, just to get a little bit of a definition. A couple of questions I had real quick. When you're saying, that there are lots of people out there that are married, but not through the state, what are you defining as a marriage? Because as I understand it, a marriage is a contract between two people so that you're promising in the eyes of the state and your God to take care of, etc., to support, to honor, to defend. If you're
Because
only
you're in a
doing that in the
contract
eyes,
of the state. So
right? But then it's not a contract then, right? So it's not enforceable. It doesn't exist, right? I can write, I owe you $1 million.
Between two individuals with
So what is common law marriage?
witnesses.
Right, no. Hold on. I agree. It's a contract between two people.
So we can address it.
Yep. Sorry.
Yeah. Keep going.
It's a contract between two people, but that's not what a contract is. A contract is between two people that's enforceable by the by a third party.
Anybody want to respond?
Yes, I want to respond. So, what is common law marriage?
Common law marriage was was something that happened during a time where, all right, let's just go with that. Common law marriage is when you accept that a marriage exists based on a set of facts, like living and pooling your resources, and in doing so, that's through the state.
So, are there people that don't go to the state, right? That don't get the court, or, like the courthouse or a ceremony, that are legally married due to common law marriage?
Well, they wouldn't be legally married. They would be recognized as married in effect.
So the state recognizes them as married because of the common law, right? Of them living together.
In some circumstances, but that's not applicable in all states. There are many states that don't allow common law.
Let's just take that notion, right? That other aspect, and let's apply that to the Black community. There's millions of Black families that live together, that have kids together. They just don't go to the courthouse, or they just don't go to, a ceremony, but they're married. They have children, they have family, their resources, they got properties.
What's the benefit of that, though?
It's the same thing as you you benefit like doing it the right way or the legal way.
Well, hold on. The benefit of having a legal marriage is that I can inherit through my wife. I can give to my wife without taxes. I can pass my resources to her without any interference from other people. I can be her power of attorney if she gets sick or ill and is in a hospital. You can't do any of those with a common law marriage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I'm not gonna sit here and argue like the benefits of doing it legally versus common law, but
right. So I would ultimately call that not a marriage, right? I mean, I understand you're in a committed relationship, but if it has the same benefits and powers as a girlfriend, it's not a marriage.
Hold on. But does the state view them as married?
No, in most cases, no. You may be able to argue for an exception, but that's not in most cases.
So you're telling me that a couple that been together 15 years, that lived together, that got kids 15 years old, the state would not view them as common law married. Whether
there are many states that don't. Yes.
Hold on, but when you say many, the majority you're talking about.
I don't know for sure. I don't know if it's many or most. I know it's a lot. Many.
Okay, so the fact that one state.
Wait. What did he just say? What did he just say? There's 8.
There's only 8 states. To my knowledge, 8. There's only 8 states. Texas being one of them.
Right, and I'm in Texas, so. Yeah, so there you go. That is far less than many. I mean, 8 would be way less than half.
Well, I mean, I would have to verify it like my own, like to give you that point.
Fair enough. And I'm only saying, let's for sake of argument.
Let him
sorry.
respond.
So my bigger point is that whether it's the state recognize it, it's whether it's legally, you still have Black families that are together is to this day that just don't go out and get a courthouse license or go out and get a ceremony. They don't have the money, like whatever it may be, they don't believe in it, but they're still together as a family to this day, right? So to use marriage rates as a sign of failure in the Black community, to me, you can't really do it because you have so many families that don't get married the legal way that don't report. You know what I mean? So it's like,
I'll grant you that. Do you know where I think that came from?
Where?
The welfare state, right? Not implying that it's all about welfare, but that the government supported the ideas through feminism to remove fathers from the household so that the state you could become a dependent of the state. The state will give you health care. The state will give you money. The state will give you food stamps. The state will give you this. The state will give you a scholarship. The state becomes dad. You become married to the state.
But
Well, I don't know if I agree with.
oh,
Yeah, it was real quick. I don't know if I agree to that. You know what I mean? Entirely. I just think that a lot of people just don't have the time, the money, the resources to go out
$25.
and perform a ceremony. Hold on, to go out and perform a ceremony or get off work and go to a court order, like the courthouse, to do it. I just think people just don't want to do it. You
It's
know what I mean?
$25.
Yeah, but still, like, you have to go out to the courthouse. You got to drive up there. Like, you got to
Takes
submit a bunch
20
of
minutes.
paperwork. It's a lot of stuff that people just don't want to do. You know, so
Takes
they would
20
rather
minutes.
just stay together. Yeah, I know, like, what you're saying, but people just don't want to do that. Just like how, like, majority of people just don't vote in this country, even though it'll take an hour, 2 hours at a time, right? And it affects your life. A lot of people just don't want to do it. But just because they choose not to do it doesn't mean that their marriage isn't successful or their relationship isn't successful, even though they've been in for 20, 30 years. You know what I mean?
100%. I will grant you all of that in the sense that your relationship is not a failure because you're not married, but it isn't a marriage. By definition of having the protections of a marriage, the benefits of a marriage, you may have the personal benefits, but you don't have the state sanctioned benefits. The ability to pass money between your family members without tax, the ability to pass property.
Yeah, but if the state has the ability to change the laws on that, then
they don't.
You know what I mean? So, but then that means the state controls your marriage, right? If they could change the laws or the tax laws and like give you less or not, you know, is give you anything, right? Like they give you that to incentivize people to get married. So the fact that the state can change the laws to make your marriage be beneficial or negative, you know what I mean? To me, it's like, is that really a marriage, or are you doing it for the benefit?
Well, so I'll grant you that. I don't believe it's the state giving you the benefits to get you to marry. I think it's that they're giving people who've married the benefits as an incentive to have that. Okay, so the idea being the government supports marriage because it supports religion. I would argue that, and if you want to go that route, that's fine. If you're saying you're going by the way of anti-religion, great. So take advantage of the marriage for the monetary gain.
Yeah, I mean, I'm married through the legal system, right? So I get the benefits. Sure. But my argument is that in our community, the Black community specifically, our culture is just different. So while white culture or other cultures may go to the state, of their country,
sure,
we just don't do that.
Why is it that way in Africa then?
Successful relationships, in our community, just because we don't make it fit.
So flip side of that, why is it that way in Africa? Every single country in Africa minus 2 has state marriages.
Well, can I ask, I think that somewhat ties in, but that is a different country all in all. But if we just talk about Black people's history, it's not, traditionally speaking, Kulu, Black people in America, it's not traditional for us to get married.
You talking about the jump the broom?
No, I'm talking to Kulu. He was saying that, as our culture, we don't necessarily get married through the state, but we were reported at a time of marrying at an 80% clip, before the modern era. So, as Black people, so I'm just wondering, traditionally, is that true if we're talking about American Black culture, if they don't agree with marriage or not?
Well,
I don't know that it is. As far as I understand, there has always been committed civil commitments between Black people all the way back to the 1700s, even on slave properties, where you would have a relationship recognized by your community. That's a state marriage. I mean, I understand you're not doing a state marriage through the state of Mississippi, but you're doing a state marriage that is honored and respected in the community you're in. That would be no different than going down to the city courthouse and filing for, a marriage certificate.
What's the difference?
And the protections.
So while y'all get your thoughts together, let me read these super chats real quick before they pile up too much. Shout out to Time Watts. How did I catch a slug? I have no idea because you are slug worthy. Wanda, shout out to Wanda becoming a new member of the solution-based group. Shadow. Also, shout out to Shicey Bum. Some of y'all do seem down low. Shicey's on the J. Cody with the 199 super sticker. Thank you so much, Cody. Also, we got Shadow. Considering leading one. Autocorrect. Shout out to Cody with the 199 super sticker. Thank you so much for another doubling up. And also, we got conversation with MJ. Majority of people have never practiced true Christianity. Harriet, most people truly practice Hinduism, but seek protection under Christianity. Thank you so much, and everybody.
No, she means hedonism. Hedonism. She means that you're following what you biologically want. Sorry.
Hedonism. I apologize. Yes, thank you for the correction. Hedonism.
My mistake.
And make sure y'all keep lighting up the chat. My fault for
it's hard to read them. They're small.
Pronunciation. And shout out to the Cash App as well. It says support always. Thank you so much.
Oh, why we got this white dude here in black people business, man?
I wanted to actually say that. I actually wanted to say that. I am not meaning to talk. I'm not meaning to talk on it like that.
Justin, you're okay. You're okay. So again, if you wanted him to get off the panel, then you could have did something about it, but not just running your mouth. Only dollars work over here.
Justin
hit the link.
So for everyone else, I do want to say.
Hold on, Kills. Hold on, Kills. Justin hit the link. He's willing to have a conversation. He's being respectful. I don't know. That's all that matters. He's being respectful. He's having a discussion. Y'all know the rules to the show.
But I do want to say.
Hold on.
What's the rules?
No N-words.
What's the rules?
No F-bombs. No N-word. Hold on, Kills. No N-words. No F-bombs. And it's $20 to kick somebody off for 15 minutes. Those are the rules. Don't cry about it. All right. So now, before we started reading the super chats, Justin had a comment that Kulu wanted to respond to. So go ahead, Kulu, respond to Justin, and everybody can jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as I wanted to say, like, you also got to understand too, in the black community, there's a big distrust of the state, of the federal government.
Sure.
That's another reason that you can throw into the, I guess, equation on why, the marriage rates and why black people don't like to get married to the state. So that's one reason. But the biggest reason is that when we're talking about marriage, whether it's to the state or not, if you commit to a person and you give your body to a person, and y'all spend 15, 20 years, that's a marriage. Whether you want to call it a marriage via the religious term or the legal term, that's a commitment. You committed your life to a person. If you get 15, 5, 10, 20, 30 years, you have property together, you live together, just because you don't have a license or it's not recognized to the state, that's still a marriage, like in my opinion.
So can I tell you why?
Justin, before you answer that, Kills, because you have a
provoke me to anger.
He ran.
I granted him everything he said.
Hold on. So also it says shout out with the $20. Like this, Kills. Take a set, Kills. Kills, you got 15 minutes. So hey, either you fight back with your money, Kills, or you are quiet for the next 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Shout out to Titan Wasp. Go ahead, Justin. You can respond to Kulu. I'm pretty sure Sway wants to jump in, and Shadow, you could jump in right after Sway.
So just a quick caveat. I do understand that I am an outsider looking in. I'm only trying to understand, and if I'm not welcome, I'm not. That's fine. But I truly just want to understand, because now back to what Kulu said. There are ways to have the community and the state recognize your marriage without having to follow the same laws. If theoretically, if it wanted to be done, it could be done. You could make the Black Church of America and form that in an official church and be all members of it and say that when we commit ourselves to this marriage, that's a marriage, and the state would recognize it. Now, that's what Mormons have done. That's what the people that don't use electricity, I can't think of their names, There are other religions that have done this.
Amish, yeah.
Thank you, Amish.
They use electricity, by the way. But they just don't use
some
the
of them.
cities.
Yeah, right. Yeah, some of them. Yeah,
electricity.
Yeah. There are a lot of ways to gain the benefits without the cost. I think now, and I'm throwing it out there and could be wrong, as a man who's very fearful of the idea of divorce based on the idea of losing half my shit. That's the downside of a state marriage, is the easy out, the almost support by community, by the world at large, to destroy marriages for gain. And so, yeah, going into a marriage, you have to look at the pros and cons. What am I gaining versus what am I losing? What you're gaining is a lot of support and a lot of protections through the government. What you're losing is the ability to keep your money in your bank account and not have your wife take half. If you're truly sure that marriage is going to work, it shouldn't matter. But I don't think anybody can be truly sure today that a woman's going to not change over time and decide that half your stuff looks better than you.
I disagree with that.
Okay, go for it. What do you mean?
No, wait, hold on. I'm skipping. So hold on. Sean, who was before me?
No, you good. Go ahead.
So here's the deal, bro. I think the reason why marriages are in the S-hole right now is because people aren't taking the time to get to know the person that they're marrying.
Definitely.
It's absolute. So people are treating marriages like relationships.
Yep.
I want to break up with you because I feel bad today, or because you're not taking the time to get to know me, or I've grown without you, or we're not communicating properly, and a list of 50 other things. But when you are married, you're not just protected by the state, you're protected by God. Faith. Because it's, and we say this all the time, it's till death do us part, but it's every other part of that contract as well. By honoring you, by obeying you, by putting you before self, my willingness and desire to put you and your well-being above my own. All of those things are guaranteed in that agreement. We talk about people who have relationships that last forever, but guess what? At any click, either of them can leave without any true repercussions, because at the end of the day, it's not protected. In fact, it's not even protected by faith, because at that point, you're living in sin because you're acting married while not actually being under a covenant.
I 100% agree with you. I was only not going that direction because it had previously been.
I think he froze.
Okay, I think so. And also, Kulu, are you legally married, Kulu?
Yes. Through the state of Texas, to the county of Dead. Marriage license.
Okay, so you are legally married. So, also, Justin, are you legally married? I don't know. Justin might still be frozen. Okay, so I'm curious to your argument though. Cool. So you don't have no religious date. You don't believe in any religious doctrine, Kulu?
No. I believe in God. You know what I mean? But I don't have a religious, I guess, doctrine I follow. You know what I mean? To me, they're kind of all similar, just have their differences. You know what I mean? But they're all kind of doing the same thing. I am married through the state, and my marriage certificate is one of the most prized possessions that I own. You know what I mean? Like, I do value it. So I do give y'all that. But my thing is that, and we did get married underneath, I guess, Christian rules, I guess. We had like a more of a Christian style wedding, but that was more so for the family and her family, who are extremely Christian. You know what I mean? But we did get married through a Christian way. But am I Christian now? You know what I mean? But I do think that marriages don't necessarily have to go through Christianity or have to go through the state. If a couple or like a person decides, hey, I want to be with this person for the rest of my life, and let's have children and let's get an apartment and let's do this together, and they know it's the right person, to me, that's a marriage. Like the fact that they commit to themselves, you know what I mean? It's, to me, I consider that a marriage, whether it's legally, whether it's through the state or it's not, So that's what I consider a marriage is.
And I guess that's what I meant by what do you define as a marriage?
And Justin, are you legally married?
Yeah, I've been married for 15 years.
Okay.
And I'm only 40.
For how long?
15 years. I'm 40.
You said 6 years or 15?
15 years. I'm 40 years old.
15.
I've got a 12-year-old daughter.
Okay.
I'm very confused.
What you confused about, Shadow? Everybody on the panel is married.
Yeah, everybody on the panel is married.
Yes.
So
me and Justin got 15. Me and Justin both have 15 years in.
Congratulations, y'all.
I got 20 years altogether.
Good job. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of everybody here, including Kulu. Kulu, you've been arguing against a very thing that you took part in. So my question would become, why did you get married in that same sense? And I guess I'm not asking for your personal story, but as a guesstimate, I guess, why would someone who doesn't believe in the sanctity of marriage even go through the process of getting married? You know what I mean?
Pressure.
Yeah, one second.
Justin, watch.
So I believe in marriage, whether it's through the state, whether it's a ceremony, or whether it's a personal commitment you make to your partner, and nobody knows about it but you, the partner, and God. So to me, whether it's how we perceive marriage to be, I believe in it, and it's just the way that my wife, their family, and our family wanted it, so I did it the way that they wanted it. But when we redo our vows, I think 6 years, or when we hit the 15-year mark, it's going to be a more spiritual wedding that I want. You know what I mean? A more ceremonial wedding that I want. Versus us doing it the way that we did for her parents and for my parents and for our families. So I believe in marriage, but that don't necessarily mean that everybody has to get married the same way, or that one person needs to be married. There could be multiple wives. You know what I mean? So to me, I don't want to restrict. I believe in freedom, but I want to restrict people's ability to get married because I got married a certain way.
But marriage in itself is a love. Oh, sorry.
Let me also welcome into the show the beautiful conversation with MJ. Good day. How you doing? What is your thoughts?
Hey, can you hear me well? I'm driving, so it'd be messing up sometimes.
Yeah, we can hear you very well. We hear your
Okay,
signals
perfect.
and everything.
Good. So I wanted to bring up, sometimes when we have conversation about marriage and then marriage before all the legal changes that we're seeing today, there was at one point where women got married that if they couldn't work, especially around like 80 years ago, when they couldn't work, if they had a child and the man decided that he wanted to marry someone else, do anybody remember what happened to those women?
I believe they'd be discarded.
It's raining pretty hard out there.
Right. Yeah,
I believe the women would be discarded.
Right, you're right. They would be discarded. Sometimes their husband will put them in. Sometimes the husband will put them in insane asylums, and you know what? They will be kicked out of the curb without their children. So it's just like, it's kind of like, it's insane to me or ironic to me that only for 80 years that there's something that, was like an equalizer to women, because truly for centuries, women have been the one who have given up and sacrificed most in marriages. And if it didn't work, she either couldn't leave the marriage, she could either lose her life, lose her livelihood, and lose her children.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
I don't necessarily disagree with you on the face. I think maybe you're coming at it from a.
MJ, I'm gonna mute you while you're not talking, so we won't hear you. Thank you.
The blinker or the wiper. I think you're coming at it from a feminist point of view, which, okay. The protections afforded to you through marriage were meant to be a commitment forever. So choosing to break up that marriage required cause. You have to prove infidelity. You have to prove real, irreparable differences under God. There were specific rules. We changed that with feminism to allow women to enter in and exit a marriage at no fault. That did not help anybody because the government and society as a whole told women that the grass was greener. It isn't. Being 45 years old and single is not better than being 45 and married because you're only relying on your own income. At the very least, being 45 and single versus being 45 and married is never going to be better because you're never going to have somebody to depend on in old age to keep and hold you when you're sick, to help you raise those children in the future other than monetarily. It's a losing prospect for women. The better option is to slow down the dating process, drag it out, know the person that you're getting into bed with, and marry that person. Not have children when there's even a chance that the marriage may fail. That's the way, that's the way it used to be. And I agree with you. It is different. I just don't know that it's better.
Yeah, I mean, it's different, but I'm not going to say that it's better because there is no guarantee. There's no guarantee in life. And even back then when y'all had policies and rules, yes, the marriage or even the marriage being a fruitful one, none of that is guaranteed, right? Yeah. So even when you had policies in play to pretty much keep two individuals in a marriage, there was a lot of things that was going on there. I'm not going to say every marriage were bad and horrible, but we have more than enough cases to prove that those situations occur, which is why certain rules today we have now. Because if marriage was perfect and women weren't losing their lives, or women wasn't being left out to be destitute or having to turn into governesses or milkmaids or whatever just to survive, just to eat, then everybody would be married today. So we cannot negate that the reason why things have changed is because things was going wrong. Now, you might believe that being 45 and single is worse than being 45 and married, but I beg to differ because there's many women who are single and they only have to take care of themselves, and they also have community, meaning family members. Women are the most nurturing people on the face of the planet, so they tend to have stronger relationships than outside of an intimate relationship than men do, right? Since men want to conquer and soar their royal oaths and try to, be the best of the best in the world, compete against men. So y'all don't really have very strong relationships outside of your intimate relationships if you choose to be one. We could tell that now with male friendships. There is no real male friendships. Males don't even feel comfortable speaking to their so-called quote-unquote friends about the things that they're going through, right? So, so again, so I would say, I mean, you say it's feminist mindset, but then I would have to say that yours is misogynistic mindset because you think that because you think that, a woman's world should be only around a particular man. When we all know that y'all world is not around or shaped only due to women. Y'all have goals that y'all want to compete, and if you feel that a woman can help with those goals, then that's an addition to the goals that you want to, have for yourself in life. And I want to tell you that applies to women. Not every woman wants to be the supporter of a man. Some women don't want that. Some women don't want to be mothers. So I think that we should allow people to be and do what they want to do, because you will really get the best outcome of that. You're going to have women that is going to want to be in the position of where a particular man with a particular ideology would like them to be. And then the women who don't, they shouldn't be aligning with men who wants that, right? It's the same that we will apply to women. Don't get with men that you know they're not moving the way that you want them to move. So I don't see that there's a real problem or issue with anything that's necessarily going on. I know we would love to see more people in, unions and everything like that, but some things should happen the way that it needs to happen. And I'll drop the mic on that.
No, let me just respond to a couple things, right? So let's just go. Of course, there's going to be outliers, right? Yes. On the whole, though, do you believe that a 45-year-old woman with another partner in that household helping support it is going to have a better life than one that is all alone? Remember, you said women have support. Okay, they all have the same support, right? Everybody's got the same amount of family. Both women have the same amount of family. One has a husband to help support her. Is her life going to be better or worse?
Well, it depends, because a woman can have a man in her life and he doesn't. I'm saying on the whole, it depends on the man, because there's many women who have men that's in their life that is making their life worse. They
right,
are
but
not
those are exceptions. Those are exceptions. I'm saying as a basic rule, just 1 + 1 = 2, right? One income plus one income equals two incomes. That's better than one income, right?
Yes, but here's the thing. Most of the time, if you have two incomes, and if the man wants to take on the traditional role, he is going to set foot what is important and what is not important, which will also include what is important to her or what is not important to her. If he's going to make the top decisions, there could be things that she might be interested in or want to invest in, and he doesn't think that is beneficial to the whole family unit in general. Will it be done? No, it won't. So again, it depends on the man. It doesn't depend necessarily on the situation. There's a lot of women who are married. I'm sorry, I'm about to finish right now. There's a lot of women that are married who say that they're in a financial abusive relationship where they're doing everything that they need to do as, as participating as a wife. But when it comes down to things that they might need, or even things that they feel that the family might need or want, none of that can be spared. So,
so to respond to that, those women are married to the wrong men. They should never have married that man. They should have known that man was that way before they married them. My wife knew exactly who I was before she married me. That's why she married me. Every time I decide to buy something, it is done with an agreement. Every time I decide to invest, it's done with an agreement. Every time my daughter messes up in school, we come to an agreement as to how to address it. We are a unit. I lead, sure, in the things that I control. When I'm at work, I don't call my wife to say, hey, should I take overtime? However, the money I make from overtime is shared between us. I think. Well,
your ideology is quite different from what we definitely hear online.
Then I think you're marrying the wrong people. I think that those people have married the wrong people.
But that's why these conversations are hard, right? Because a lot of people have rhetoric where they say they enforce their type of ideology on everyone, and it doesn't fit everyone's life or where they are in life, right?
Right.
So this is why I have
the women who don't want to live that. The women who don't want to be led and controlled by a man should not marry a man that wants to lead and control a woman. The men who want to have a primary role as I make all the money, I make all the decisions, should not marry women who don't agree with that. These are things that need to be sorted out before you get married. That would change the divorce rates by a huge amount.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement with that. Absolutely 100%. But see, this is the problem. When you have a society that bases a good partner on looks and their sexual attractiveness, then what are you going to get? If we're pushing that, and then actually having enjoying someone's personality wise, then you're going to get these type of results. You don't know how many times I have heard men who say, oh, this woman have a fat ass, she would be a great mom. Like, really? How do you correlate her having a fat ass as being a great mom? Because you're just being selfish. You're not thinking of the bigger picture. So I'm in agreement with you there.
On the fat ass comment, I think that comes down to a genetic predisposition to motherhood, being that your hips are wider, you'll have more children. That's just people saying things they heard on the internet.
I mean, there is some truth to having them big hips, though, you know. But
No, it is a genetic factor.
behind it, yeah, the reasoning behind it is because of their sexual prowess and attractiveness to
And
said
fertility, yeah.
individual. Yes.
No, I'm not saying that there isn't a biological component to it, but most people they aren't understanding that. They just mean the girl has a nice butt and I want her to be my baby's mom. You know, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
So can I ask the panel, MJ, with you first? Like, are y'all Christian? Like fully Christians, or like? Okay, you. MJ?
I would push it even to just say if you're spiritual, Abrahamic spiritual. If you have any idea of a higher power, a one God, a don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, then religious marriage is for you. You just got to find the religion that fits you.
Yeah, I agree. I was born Baptist, and I do follow Christianity. I am a sinner. I don't follow Christianity to the T, and I will admit that. But yes, that's the religion I fall under.
The Pope doesn't follow Christianity to a T. Everyone's a sinner.
Well, the reason I asked that is because it seems like from, online, it seems like the guys that are real big Bible thumpers who always bring up the Bible in every conversation, it seems like they be the most strictest and be having the most dysfunction, like when it comes to marriages, women entirely. You know what I mean? And I think that religion puts women in a box and even puts men in a box on how you're supposed to act and behave, when in reality, us humans, are all different. So you got guys that are really, I wouldn't say betas, but let's say they're supposed to be followers that believe, because of the Bible, that they're supposed to be leaders. And then now they're trying to find a woman, that can fit that. And like they're not actually leaders, they're actual followers. So they're making this woman do things that she wouldn't normally do, behave in certain ways. And the relationship just completely dysfunctional, all because they're not supposed to be those so-called leaders that the Bible tells them to be. So, to me, I think if we took religion out of marriage, I think marriage would be a lot better for everybody.
I think people need to refresh up on their religion.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think people need to refreshen up on their religion. I don't think that Eve asked Adam whether or not she should eat from the tree of knowledge. I don't think that she followed him in that. I think she made a bad choice, and he stood by her as a husband, and they walked out of it. They walked out of the garden.
Yeah, MJ.
So it's a double-edged sword.
I mean, to answer Kulu, the thing about it is, once you have a structure or a plan, that's putting someone.
I think she was saying if both parties agree to have the leader be the leader needs to lead. Yeah. Of course, all teams have a captain. All teams have the person who makes the plan. But I've never seen a quarterback who can win a game without a defensive line or a receiver.
Any type of plan goes that way. So, even with your situation, Kulu, with your wife and what you believe in and stuff like that, that is your plan. That is your movement. And there's still a structure in there. You still have a boundary in there. She still has a boundary in there. And it does, so we're never going to escape putting certain things in a box. That's what standards is about, right? We're not going to escape that. It's whether or not if we're going to accept the standards that it's placed, or we're not going to accept the standard that's placed. I'm only against the forcing of accepting one standard. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of forcing that's being implied, and that's what's making people rebellious, and that's what's breaking up, things that should be running flowy, like flowing, correctly. That's all.
And Justin, do your wife work?
She does. She actually works at the food stamp office as a eligibility specialist. Prior to that, she worked at the daycare with my daughter until my daughter was out of daycare. She chose a nurturing role. She supports the community around her and tries to help those that are weaker and less fortunate than her. She is choosing that subservient role, whereas I build guns to kill people for a living.
So you don't have a traditional job?
No, I do.
You work for Lockheed Martin?
No, I literally design and build custom firearms.
Oh, okay.
But
And
that's my own company.
All right, so you don't have a traditional job.
Well, traditional. I'm an entrepreneur in the traditional sense. I mean, I have an FFL, I have a license, I have a business, I have a storefront.
Okay.
So if you take Christianity out of your marriage, do you think you and your wife can still work and still be married?
Yes and no. You could take Christianity out, you couldn't take out our values, but our values are Christian in nature. They are Abrahamic. They are Abrahamic in nature.
So like for example, right? I believe we shouldn't kill, we shouldn't steal, adultery, right? But I'm not Christian, right? I just think that's the basic blueprint that humans should follow, right? So, so like me and my wife, we're not Christians. We believe in other things, right? But our marriage still works. We're about 5 years in at this point. You know what I mean? So
I would say that you're basing it in an Abrahamic spirituality, right? That higher power, God. You're not praying to different deities for different things that you want in life. You believe in helping yourself before praying to a God to help you. These are all Abrahamic and Abrahamic beliefs.
But my bigger point is that I even believe that if we were to adopt Christianity or Islam or whatever religion, that our marriage would still work. Like our marriage, our love, our relationship isn't bound by, like religious laws or like spiritual beliefs. Like it's just, we're compatible. We're two human beings that are compatible. We like each other's energy, personality, we see the same future. And that's how we, like go about it. So like that's the reason why I asked you, like,
how did you know? How did you know that you had the same values as your wife?
I mean, we talk about everything. I mean, like everything, honest with each other about our beliefs, our dislikes, our politics, like everything. And she agreed.
If you were Christian, what would be the simplest way to guarantee that somebody had the same values as you?
I mean, obviously, find somebody that's in the faith.
Who's Christian. Right. That's the only point I'm making. I don't think that these are hard and fast rules. I don't think that they're required. I think that they're helpful.
But if you believe that your marriage wouldn't work if you weren't Christian, like you took Christianity out of it, then is it truly an authentic marriage?
It's not It's not that I think it wouldn't work without the religion. It wouldn't work without the values. The values are what created me. They're what created her as the person she is today, as the wife she is today. Created me as who I am today. Right? Without we can see that based on you can take there's tribes in the world today that eat people, right? Like, could you marry one of them? No, probably not. They don't have the same values as you.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's just more of an overarching thing. People get real tribal about what religion. Like, you don't go to the same church on the same street as me, I can't marry you. That's insanity. But being able to break it down to, I have an Abrahamic Western society view of the world, you're going to be fine. If you have an Eastern Taoist view where the mountains will provide, you're going to be fine. If you have a person with those same views.
But majority of people that have that Abrahamic value system, when we consider those people to be misogynistic?
I think that there are people who are misogynistic that use that as a crutch.
Yeah,
I think there's misogynistic people in every culture.
Yeah.
Well, let's define misogynistic. If we're saying that I'm selfish and I want things the way I want them because I'm a man and I'm thumping my chest, that misogynistic, then that's selfish. That's human nature of being selfish. You have to move past that and have a value beyond yourself. Even if you were going to say no religion whatsoever, the community is, we are, obviously I'm not, the black community, right? And I'm going to honor and respect the black community, and that's that. You could still have that.
You don't have to talk about our community because everybody that you spoke
to today
is married. Yeah, so
right. I apologize. I'm just trying to separate it from necessarily religion to a form of culture. You can be true. It doesn't have to be a specific religion. It's simply the society we live in. overarching, not specific. Right? If you were to take a person who grew up on South Sentinel Island, right, that thinks that people in planes are gods, you're probably not going to go well with them.
So it's the intrinsic of values.
Yeah, the intrinsic basis of core values need to align. I think that the individual rules can be hashed out. Right? Like I probably couldn't date a Jew because I like seafood. I like shellfish. But I could certainly make that marriage work as long as we come to an agreement that I'm going to eat shellfish.
Come on up, Prism. Prism said, I'm trying not to. She said that I'm itching. Good day to you, Prism.
Jump in, hit me, hurt me.
It was a good discussion. I got to head to work.
And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Who's the guy with the orange beard? I didn't get your name.
Justin.
Justin? All right. Nice to meet you, Justin. I'll see you later,
I super
Sean.
appreciated the conversation, and thank you for bearing with me.
See you later, Kulu. Bye.
All right, later. Yeah, so, but, yeah, Kulu, I see you about to say something.
Yeah, so I hear what y'all are saying, but like what kind of sticking with me a little bit is that like the fact that like y'all are trying to put marriage and love in a box. Yes, it has to have structure and rules, but like I feel like when people do it like that, you know, when you go based off your religion or you go based off certain values or I don't want a person to look like this, that, like you're restricting yourself from actually finding the person that could be actually compatible for you. You know, I feel like there's a lot of men that grow up that may have found the right person, but just because she didn't have the fat ass, or just because, you know, she wasn't a Christian, you know, they moved on or they looked somewhere else when that person could have been perfect for them. You know what I mean? So I think putting,
1,000%. Yes.
You know, like these restrictions on love, you know, at first, I think the problem.
I agree with you tenfold on the breaking it down to you have to be in my church, my category, my very, very specific slice. But when you open it wider to as long as our morals are the same, we're good. But because like I said, I think that the intent here is to use the morals as a guide to find your partner that will be moral in the same moral sphere as you, is a benefit, not a you're not cutting out people you would have been good with anyway if you're sticking with your moral category.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. If I just look at it like whether, so like my wife, she's African, right? Sure. She had a different belief. Her parents had a different belief, and we blended a family together. And to me, it's working perfectly as of 5 years. You know what I mean? We've been together almost 9 years, right? So
are your core beliefs the same though? Like, does she agree? No lie, no cheat, no steal, no multiple wives, no multiple husbands.
Yeah, not the multiple wives part, because she is like come from a like polygamous family.
Fair enough.
But yeah,
but she doesn't want you to. She doesn't want to have multiple husbands though.
Yes.
Right. So are you okay with the multiple wives idea?
Yes, I mean so we're practicing that right now. Like we've been practicing that.
It's really important that you line up. So it's really important that you two lined up, right? Like if you had gone just on religion, you would have missed. But your morals are what lined up.
Yes.
Right, yeah. I agree with that. That is the way to do it. It shouldn't be strictly about the religion. And many people use religion as a crutch to get a woman they can control.
Yeah,
I think that's a failure on their part. That's not a failure on the religion.
I've dated women in the past that had different values that, you know, if I take like what I know now, back then I probably could have made it work and been married to them. You know what I mean? So like
you could make a lot of things work. It didn't mean it was ideal.
True. Yeah, you're right on that.
I mean, let's do this. Let's do this. Could you date a goth girl? Like what if she was like really into drinking blood?
It's okay. We don't have to go into hypotheticals. It's okay.
You get what I'm saying, though, right? Like even if she had all the same religious parts of you, but she does something really odd, probably couldn't make it work.
Yeah, maybe
Hold
I
on
could
one
get over
second.
there.
Let me welcome into the show the real Prism. Good day, beautiful. How you doing?
Hey, Sharon, you still overseas?
Huh?
Are you still overseas?
Yes.
Okay, me too.
Looking like Okinawa.
Close.
I was out there with the third ACR. Went out on when we moved from Carson to Fort Hood. We did a base tour of like all the different cavalry bases.
Okay, that's cool. What's your thoughts? The real Prism.
I just
I
have a
see
question.
you was trying to hold back. I see.
Yeah, I just. So, what's his name?
Justin.
Justin.
Justin. So you believe everybody's supposed to be married?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I believe there's a benefit to marriage.
What's that benefit?
The protections you gain under the law.
But you have a whole red pill talking about you're not protected. I'm a little confused.
Well, okay, in today's society, it has been eroded, but there are still benefits. There's risks too.
Okay, so what are the benefits?
Non-taxable income. You can pass assets and properties between partners without tax. You can inherit. You can be the person who determines the medical care. You can get discounts and add somebody to your medical care. There's lots of them. I don't have a list in front of me, but those are the ones that matter to me.
So the LGBT can do that even without being married. You know that, right?
No, not without being married. You can't.
You can add someone. If you have a domestic partner, you can add them to your health insurance as well without being married.
That was a law written because we couldn't get the churches. There was no church that was going to marry an LGBT person at the time. And there was, at the time, there were a lot of states that were refusing to marry same-sex partners on religious basis. They were wrong, but that's what it was. So the state then said, okay, well, if you're not going to play ball, we'll make a civil category for civil partnerships. That's still a marriage. You're still a civil commitment is still a state marriage.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
It's separating the religious marriage from the state marriage. I'm saying state marriages are absolutely important. Religious marriages are important too, but for a different set of reasons.
Okay. American tradesmen, please mind your business. I have a whole boyfriend. Thank you very much.
No, but what you brought up is important. I mean, look, whether it's 1% or 10% of the population, that's still a whole chunk of people that needed asset protection, that needed the ability to care for their loved ones and whatever. They don't harm me. I don't care what they're doing.
Right. Yeah, usually when I listen to people, when they bring in the religious topics and stuff, because it seems like every time something comes up, it's always about, I'm trying to figure out how we got from Andrew Tate to
I don't know. I came in late.
And religion and stuff, because it seems like this is like the trajectory that keeps going with Americans and stuff. And it's kind of irritating actually, because you can be somewhere overseas with somebody who's a whole Buddhist or an atheist or agnostic and still have a very happy relationship.
You certainly could. You certainly could. But I think even in those circumstances, your core values are going to matter. I don't think it's as much based on the label you attach to it as it is the things you personally believe.
Well, I think not just values matter. I think our ethics matter as well.
Right. And ethics and actions based on how you feel about certain things with your values. Yes, I agree.
Right. Well, but because, when you get into, if you want to talk about what's going on over in America about this whole white Christian nationalism and this whole thing around the Project 2025 and the Trump administration, they have a whole 250-year plan out going forward on how they're going to create a Christian nation out of America. And
I would argue that America is a Christian nation by default.
Well, I wouldn't say that there's a default there because originally our forefathers were deists. And if you know what a deist is, I believe it was Thomas Jefferson that had all of the miracles that were taken out of the Bible and some other little things that he didn't want the slaves to think that there was ever a chance that they would ever be freed or released or anything of that sort. So, let me tell you what America's,
Yeah.
I think it was Malcolm X that said that the chickens are coming home to roost. And I'm going to say this because I feel like it really needs to be said, is that the fact that before the colonizers came to Africa, there were matrilineal as well as patrilineal societies. And by that standard, the matrilineal societies, everything was not passed down to the husband, it would be passed down to the children. And when the colonizers came over to Africa and they started seeing how women were part of the ruling class and that those things were being passed down, they started letting the men know by Christianity that those things were not so. And it left a lot of those families, I want you to hear this statement, that it left a lot of those families broken, and those second and third polygamous wives and those children were left out in the cold with having no funding, no one to take care of them. It sounds kind of like what's going on right now with the Black families in America. And see, this is what I'm talking about by taking people and creating them to make them call nothing more than beasts of burden for you to build your land and farm your lands, and then try to, of course, because the fact that colonizers have used Christianity as some sort of whipping tool, they used to tie up the Black slaves underneath the churches and let them listen to sermons and stuff of how
Sure.
that was their life to have to serve the white man. And we see even these people in the Heritage Foundation, one Delano Squires, talking about the celebration of the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And of course, we know equity and equality are two different things, and the removal of civil rights laws are happening over in America right now. And we're watching this whole little turnstile with this thing that this monopoly of capitalism and the threat that you can't be a Marxist, you can't be a communist, and they want to target pro-Black people. They want to target women who are feminists and all these other things. When the feminist talks that a lot of these men are having right now, they're probably about 2 to 3 generations behind on the type of feminism that's getting ready to approach America. And the type of feminism that's about to approach America, there's not going to be a turn back from it.
Do you think that's a good thing?
I think it's the chickens coming home to roost.
You think it's a product of its age?
I think it's well, for every action, there's a reaction.
Sure. Of course, everything happens because of things that happened prior, but that would also play into being a product of its age. Right? It's happening because things have already happened. It's happening because of things that are happening now, right? Like, yes.
I mean, this is so. Let me see. Because you have these ignorant trolls in the chat who don't have a life, and we're having a conversation. This is not even combative between he and I. We're having a conversation. So,
and I'm trying to be careful about that because, of course, initially I want to dive right in on the Marxist can't work, etc. We can get into that if that's what you want, but
it depends on what type of Marxism that you're talking about.
Well, let's go with this. It's never worked anywhere successfully, right?
It depends on what kind of Marxism that you're talking about.
Has it worked to this date successfully anywhere in the world?
It has in some places.
Where?
I can tell you a couple of different places that those theories have worked.
Okay, where?
Right here in the United States of America.
We're not Marxist. We're a capitalist society, 100%.
So I just said that there are certain theories or principles that are attached to the Marxist thoughts that have been worked.
Maybe I misunderstood. When I hear capitalist versus Marxist, I understand that to be a governing principle for a country. You're saying that families can be Marxist.
So there are a whole bunch of mindsets that are Marxist right here in America, and communistic and all other kind of thoughts.
Sure. Do they give away their paychecks?
Well, it depends on who you're talking about.
I don't think anybody gives away their paychecks. You still got to pay rent.
You sure about that?
I mean, everybody still has to pay rent. Even the church, as altruistic as it is, giving away donations by the fistfuls, still has to pay property. They still have to pay the light bill. They still have to pay for the heating bill. I mean, that's capitalism, right? Like Marxism would be the government owns everything, right? And by the government owning it, we all own it as the means of production. We own the means of production, except that there will still be a person in control, and that person will own more of it than you do. So even that isn't Marxism, that's capitalism still.
Okay, so like I said, there are proponents of Marxism that have worked in America as well as communistic thoughts. But here's the whole thing about it.
I still ask where, though.
Hold on. Before we jump over there, we have to think about this at the same time. So what has been working better? White nationalism?
I didn't say anything about white nationalism. I'm talking about capitalist versus Marxist.
But that's kind of like what the alternative has been and what's been kind of being pushed toward us.
I don't see that at all.
Okay,
I mean,
we can pull up the 2026 counterterrorism strategy by Donald Trump from the White House government. And I can tell you right now that if a sitting president says in the foreword that anarchists, anti-fascists, anybody who's against fascism, anybody who's an anarchist, we can talk about people being Antifa or Marxist or feminist or anybody who's against the establishment. He said at the end of the foreword that we will find you and we will kill you. Has anybody read the counterterrorism strategy this year? That doesn't sound like
I haven't read that, but let me preface this with President Trump is not a president in the traditional term. He's not a politician in the traditional term. He says things that are inflammatory. What are his actions that have done these things? Has he hunted down Marxists and killed them?
I don't know if
don't say the K word.
Sorry. I mean, I'm not going to defend Trump's words. He's loose with words, no doubt about it. What policies have led to what you're just saying, what you're describing? I don't think anything has, but I mean, I could be wrong.
Which policies for it? Which part do you want to talk about? The fact that he's making ICE his own federal police team, or
if you want to go with ICE, we can do ICE.
Or that he's using the Department of Justice as a means of being able to prosecute people. For example, the people that were in the ICE, I believe they did some sort of protest with the ICE at an ICE facility somewhere in Florida. I believe that those people just got life imprisonment.
I don't know about that case specifically, but I can use the ICE detention facility here in Dallas.
Okay, so
now let's just go with this. Do you believe that it's a good idea to keep tabs on a community that may turn violent? Right? Like, do you think it's good to investigate potential violence?
So how come, I have a question, and that's a really good question, but here's the problem. ICE, Antifa does not have a central. I think that our biggest problem are white supremacists and white nationalists, which is why that Donald Trump's DOJ has filed a lawsuit against the Southern Poverty Law Center. And basically what they are saying is that they have been supporting the Klan for over years. And we already know that that's not true, because if the Southern Poverty Law Center has a heat map which produces all the information for internal sources for white supremacists, other militias that surround the whole United States of America. And they right now are prosecuting them or trying to get the information of exactly who has infiltrated those groups by lying and saying that they've been supporting the KKK for years. So
wait, let me ask you. If the FBI, right, let's say I have a gang, okay, and a cop comes in undercover and says, hey, I'm gonna give you guys a whole bunch of guns. Let's go do a crime. Is that wrong on the government's part? That's entrapment, right?
In the back chat. So, Shadow, I need you to go look at that counterterrorism strategy. And I need you to go read the foreword. And I need you to read the bottom part of that strategy. And I need you to read the full document of what he said that he was going to come after anarchists and people, anti-fascists, people who are against fascism.
Well, calling yourself an anti-fascist doesn't make you an anti-fascist.
Where can I find the official document?
Hang on one second. I'll put it in the back chat for you.
Please and thank you.
I just want to make one thing clear, though. Calling yourself Antifa does not mean that you are truly anti-fascist. By definition.
Also, speaking Dallas, the ICE facility is at 1,100 kilometers.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that to make a point, but that's a 32-floor building, and that's the entire federal government building. I think they're like, they're in that area, right?
Yeah,
I'm in Dallas as well. So maybe February, March, they actually shut down a lot of downtown Dallas because of protests for ICE raids.
Right.
I only know this because I was literally there. I got pulled over during one. So,
my wife has had to not go to work because of it. I agree.
So I get it. So you understand, I'm not actually contesting you at the moment. I'm in agreement with you to an extent. I think you're a little further off than.
I'm trying to be polite and gentle with my argument, but yes.
Right.
I'm trying to be very cognizant that I'm out. Like I said, I'm an outsider looking in. I don't have the same hurts and pains that you guys have. I'm trying to be cognizant of that. Of course, there are arguments out there that people make that come from a supremacist point of view. I'm not doing that.
Ron has also stated pretty clearly to stop apologizing for the conversation. That's why he brought you up.
Thank you. I applaud you guys and appreciate it. In fact, I've kind of gotten a little bit of a reputation for doing this. I've been on a number of other podcasts about Black culture and usually come in on the use of force or firearms aspect.
Wow. Black
also, welcome.
No, they were literally, that's literally what they called themselves. I'm not saying that I'm not saying it in that way. I'm saying that that's what they describe themselves as. It's a Black culture podcast. It's what they call themselves. I don't particularly view it that way. I view it as human culture, honestly. And that's why I'm coming at it the way I am.
Whoa, hold up. So I actually did read the forward just now. So I'm going to say this because I need to say it, because now we're having honest conversations. If you are going to make the statement, because I will agree with you right now, what you said is accurate, but the immediate sentence before that is the qualifier for it. It literally says, if you hurt or kill Americans, we will hunt you and end you. Come on, bro. Like, I see where you're coming from.
I didn't want to go that path because I wasn't sure, but yeah, I was pretty sure.
Yeah, like, so yes.
It doesn't say that if you don't believe what I believe, we'll kill you. It says if you don't believe what we believe, we know who you are, and then you hurt us, we will. Yeah.
That's not a qualifier either.
Sorry.
Right. It's TOS. But,
sorry.
So in reading that sentence, if you just read that last sentence, that looks terrible.
Yeah.
But if you read that last paragraph, it makes perfect sense. People say the same thing about their homes every day.
Yeah. This comes to a lot of things Trump says. I mean, 90% of what he says can be taken badly, or you can follow it up with what happened before or after.
Well, hold on a second. So did you read the whole document, Shadow?
No, you asked me to read the forward, and I made sure to read that specifically because I want to see where you were coming from.
Okay, but where I'm coming from is absolutely the truth.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, you asked me about the conclusion of the forward, right?
Okay.
So, to be fair, I could just be seeing only part of what you're saying. But based on what you asked me to read, right? And then I took that at its face value and read it. And then I was like, oh, snap, let me read the entire forward. And as I read the entire forward, that sentence actually makes sense based on what was immediately said.
So
I would not disqualify that sentence because I believe
you don't disqualify him because you don't find anything wrong with him.
I wouldn't say that either. No. So I'm not going to definitely agree with that.
Finish that. Let her finish it.
You don't.
Let her finish the thought so this way y'all can actually have a discussion.
You look at it. So, look, I told you to read the foreword, and I told you to focus on that last part. Never have we in the history of America a sitting president say that our new U.S. counterterrorism strategy is a return to common sense and peace through strength. As I said, after our first successful counterterrorism counterterrorism mission just days after I was sworn back into office. If you hurt Americans or if you're planning to hurt Americans, we will find you and we will blank you. So if you read, he said in the beginning, he says, the part is my commitment to defending Americans from all enemies, foreign and domestic. How is Antifa a domestic terrorist? How are they?
Because they're here in the country and they're committing acts of terror. If they were to kill Americans on the virtue of them not believing what they believe, that would be terror.
Okay, so what about the guys on January 6th? Somebody needs to mute.
Nobody on January 6th killed anybody. One person died from a heart attack. The other person got shot in the head by the cops.
Hold on, Justin. Refrain from the word.
Sorry.
Word. Say deleted.
I'm bad with that. I apologize.
Okay.
So, go ahead. I think we figured out the echo. Go ahead, Prism.
Okay. So what about the white supremacists that go into the different churches, that go into the different Jewish centers, the neo-Nazis, and all those different people? What about those? How many
have they killed?
Excuse me?
I'm just asking. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't have to kill. I don't know why we have these apologists on here and treat them like they're not pathetic. He just read that you don't have to, you, Shadow being pathetic. Yeah, both of y'all are both maggots that will find any excuse to allow him to say and do whatever he wants. Yes. And Shadow, you can line it up.
It's in the back chat.
So Shadow just said whether you actually do it or if you plan to do it. Your excuse was how many did they actually do it to? No, it's if you plan. White supremacists do plan that. They do talk about it. They say we should remove these people. These people should. And
and I will on Tuesday are two different things.
Being loose, it's not two separate things based off of the document. You're planning to do it or you do it. You should, based off the document, they say they're going to hunt and something you. Now, why is this only happening to people that are opposite of their views?
I don't think it is. I think lots of people.
Can you give an example? So her question was, can you give an example of that?
Yes.
Okay, who?
And you want me to start looking up people who've gone to jail for fraud?
Because you have plenty of examples off the top of your head of the other way around. She's asking you, are they doing that to the white supremacist groups that are going into black churches and doing these things? And you didn't have an answer. You said, well, how many have they actually done that to? It doesn't matter. How many of those organizations that line up and vote for Trump have they targeted?
All of them.
Okay, all of them. So the Proud Boys, who the leader of the Proud Boys got
not white.
The DOJ. The leader, who said anything about being white?
Well, you said it was a white supremacist group.
Yeah, and also, well, it was debatable whether you want to count Proud Boys as a white supremacist group. You don't have to be white to be a white supremacist either.
Okay, fair enough.
But he got hired by the DOJ, right?
I don't know.
He didn't get targeted by the federal government and hunted and all that good stuff. He got hired by the DOJ.
The guy I'm thinking of got arrested, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, he got arrested by the previous administration. And then this administration pardoned him and hired him in the DOJ.
I don't know about that specifically.
Of course you don't know about that because you're an apologist. That's what you guys do. You get on panels and you always act like.
No, I mean, if you could show me that, I would talk to it. I don't know that specifically.
I don't understand why y'all treat these people like normal people. They're part of a cult. And you got to start, you really got to start dealing with them like that, man. They're apologists. They get on here. They just want to do the same. You see, Eat a Man ran away. Eat a Man ran straight away. He know what time it is. The same shit every single time. No integrity, just apologists. They always don't know. They never know the bad thing that Trump is doing. They never know that these people are getting put in positions of power. They always feign ignorance. But then when it comes to Antifa or something else, they're like, oh yeah, they're bad guys. Did you know they did this, and this other thing too? But when you ask them about, hey, the leader of the Proud Boys got put into power at the DOJ, they're like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. Well, anyway, that's kind of bad. But let's get back to the Antifa stuff.
We can keep doing this.
It's pathetic.
We can do it one of two ways. You want to have a conversation?
Not with you. I'm going to take a nap.
Hater.
I'm going to take a nap because I was going to do that before, but I heard this dude bullshitting and it's annoying. So I'm gonna be back in about 45.
Just got the death sentence.
Who?
Co-signed by Trump, apparently. He's a guy who walked into a
Oh,
black
Trump, the guy
that's
that
domestic
hold on.
terrorism.
Trump, the guy that's trying to keep the Tate brothers in the U.S. so that he can pardon
Okay,
them.
wait. Hold on. Let's go about this. What are you talking about? Because now I just looked it up.
I'm going to take a nap.
No, because now I just looked it up, and that's an absolute lie. He did not get hired by the DHS.
I didn't say anything about the DHS.
Okay. You said he was hired by the government. He absolutely is not. Enrique Tarrio was not hired by the government, has never worked for the government. 2021 court release proved that he never did, that he was 2021 court releases provide that he was a prolific undercover informant for the FBI. That would mean that the FBI was during Trump's term investigating the Proud Boys.
Nobody's talking about 2021.
No,
I'll be the first person to say that Trump's first administration is completely different because there was actual conservatives around him.
Okay, but also he's never worked for the government in any capacity. None.
Is he a government employee right now?
No, and has never.
Who is the Proud Boy or whatever member that got hired by the DOJ? They were questioned about it, and she said, "Yeah, he's there, but we don't want to talk about it."
I don't know, but this is from Reuters and Associated Press News.
You know, Sharon, it's really interesting that anytime I come up and add little tidbits of little information and stuff, it's really interesting who pops out and starts talking about their rhetoric. It's also very interesting how quickly, when I start talking about white nationalism and white Christian nationalism, how people all of a sudden you start seeing their true colors. It's very, very telling to me.
I think anybody who's hurting other people should be investigated in jail. I'm not saying that at all.
Antifa's just running around hurting people when you have.
Yes, Antifa absolutely is beating people in the head with locks.
There is no person. There's no more violent, hateful, and cruel parties than anything that's white nationalists. KKK. Militia groups. There's nothing more damaging or hateful or violent to America than those people.
I would agree with you.
That includes the women.
I would agree with you. I think hate in general is a bad idea. I think hurting people is a bad thing, and all people that hurt others should be arrested.
Okay, so it wasn't that dude. He was just someone else that was pardoned and spending time.
So some other random person in the the Proud Boys,
a different person that was a rioter and an insurrectionist during January 6th was then hired. But the one that was talking about offing cops and all that good stuff, he was hired by the DOJ. So you got.
I'm sure lots of people have been hired.
Not being hunted. The point is that the document is there and it says these things, but then they just coincidentally only go after people that go against what they already believe. Otherwise, the ones that harmed the cops and stuff, they wouldn't have been pardoned. They wouldn't be hired by the DOJ. They wouldn't be spending time at Mar-a-Lago. They wouldn't be spending time with the president, being pardoned by the president personally. Right?
Which cops were harmed? As far as I understood it, there was only.
Not even having a good faith argument, bro.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know.
Of course you don't know, because you don't look into anything that paints Trump in a bad light.
Right. There were 11 DC cops who were injured that day and 2 federal officers.
Right.
Being specific.
And of those 11 people, out of the hundreds of thousands of people, 50,000, however many people were there.
Were they pardoned?
For harming people? I don't think so.
Were they? And the ones who actually were convicted of harming cops did not get pardoned.
Yeah, I don't think they were.
Anybody
the pardon was for being there.
Assault on an officer did not get pardoned. There's still a Super Bowl no.
Yes, they did.
That's the way I understood it as well.
For one. For two, the document says, does it or plans to. If someone says, let's go off some cops, should they be hunted?
Yes. No. Hold on now.
So the one that was on camera saying, hey, let's go off some cops.
I disagree. That's not.
It's what the document says.
Okay, hold on.
So if you take zip ties if you take zip ties and say,
yes, that shows intent.
So that's planning. They were also pardoned. They should be hunted though, correct?
I mean, by document, yes.
But based off of the document, you should be hunted, right? Not pardoned.
Yes, hunted and investigated.
Okay, so why were they pardoned? Why are the people on their side pardoned? Why they
weren't.
Go after people
the ones that hurt people were not.
So they weren't. Okay. We're talking about the ones with the zip ties.
I don't have a specific figure for people who had zip ties.
The ones with the zip ties, yeah, they come with the zip ties that shows intent. They're planning something, right?
Wait, AR, did they get pardoned?
Yes, they got pardoned.
Wait, are you sure?
The fact that you guys are saying that nobody got pardoned.
No, I'm asking you because I can literally go find out right now.
Yeah,
so I'm asking you to confirm.
Go find it out, buddy. Go find it out.
Are you talking about the people from the January 6th?
Yes.
Hey, Shadow, they were pardoned, and Trump was going to create, dig this, a $1776 billion fund for them, but you can't find reparations, Shadow?
No, hold up. Wait a minute. So let me agree with you where you are.
Keep y'all head in the sand. And
wait, hold on.
That man,
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I think that would have been wrong anyway. I was against that when we talked about it here because that's ludicrous. You shouldn't be getting rewarded for committing a crime. Now, hold on. Now, here's where I'm coming from. What I did recognize, because I know people who are in Seagoville now for the January 6th attack that did not get pardoned because their offense of conviction also had crime. Because when he did that mass pardon, one of the caveats in it was anyone who got indicted for committing a crime of violence, which has 18 criteria, do not qualify for the pardon. We're not talking about people who served the full sentence. We're talking about people who actually got pardoned. It's just a different conversation. We're not even arguing against each other. I think that was wrong too. Because get this, I believe destruction of federal property is also a crime of violence. We had an attack at the federal building in Dallas, and that guy got a life sentence.
Okay, so is hurting only physical, or is it other things as well? If someone denies your rights to vote, is that hurting you as an American?
I don't. Okay, but we're taking definitions out of place.
No, we're not. We're doing exactly what Trump does. We're doing exactly what Trump does, which is say something abstract and then string something along to tie to that.
The answer to your question,
and I don't agree when he does it.
But that's not.
I'm asking you what the document says. That is actually, you can literally sue someone. You have standing to sue someone if they stop.
But it's not a criminal charge.
1 second. Kulu live streaming. I agree with Prism and AR. They always know what bad things Democrats do, but somehow ignorant or don't know about the bad stuff the Republicans are doing.
I'm pretty sure me and him are
very
both
strange.
Sorry.
Hey, Sharon,
and also the real Prism.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Real Prism says, thanks. You are welcome. And that wasn't to drop nobody. That was just.
That's just love.
Just accent. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
So, Sharon, on, I believe it was somewhere at time in April, I believe that the DOJ moved to vacate all the communication, felony records, and everything, removing everything from the Department of Justice to vacate the seditious conspiracy convictions. That means everything has been wiped clear. So you want to tell me again? You want to tell me again?
Oh, and also
there's no favoritism.
To piggyback off of that, Shadow is correct. They weren't Shadow, I don't know if he's correct entirely. There was at least 14 that weren't pardoned. Instead of pardoned, they got their sentences commuted.
Right. So they still get they will not go work for the DOJ.
Their time, they didn't serve their time because Trump was like, no, you guys can get out no matter what you did to the officers. Yes.
But there's still a consequence.
So instead of, were they hunted down and offed, like the document says? Or is that only said to apply to people on the left? Why were they not hunted down?
I don't think it said anything about the left. I said I think if you attack Americans, you'll be hunted down and killed.
Why did Trump commute their sentences instead of hunting them down and offing them?
Please stop saying that K word.
Sorry.
Why did Trump commute their sentence instead of offing them, like he said he would do the other people? Is it because they support him?
I think it's because he has an issue with the political motivated.
Okay, so yeah, so
idea of investigation.
Trump, you can do whatever you want, and you'll be pardoned or commuted.
And I don't agree with that. Not on its face.
That doesn't matter. Why? It doesn't matter whether you agree with it because people like you guys say we don't really agree with it, but it's really not that bad. We're still going to support the guy, right? There's nothing he can do or say.
So there's nothing that a liberal does that you don't agree with.
No, there's a whole bunch. What are you talking about? There's a whole bunch that liberals do that I don't agree with.
But you still support
them? There's a whole
him?
bunch of things that I have lines. No, there's certain liberals. No, like I won't vote for Bernie Sanders. Well, he's more progressive.
Fair enough. Then I agree with you.
I have lines. No, we're not the same though, because you have no lines in the sand.
I definitely do.
That you don't, because he tried to stop himself from getting removed from power in 2020. He pardoned and commuted all the people that also tried to help him do that, and also the ones that attacked the officers. He has now, off of the quote unquote no new wars, Mr. No New Wars president, started a war with Iran and gotten multiple. We're going up on dozens now of service members offed and several or hundreds more injured. We're still in that war with no end in sight. He started it because of another country, had nothing to do with us. He claims that it's about certain types of weapons, which is the exact same thing that they said in Iraq, which is the exact same thing that y'all said. Oh, we don't want to be like Bush because, they lied to us and all that stuff. But then you eat it up when he says it, right? He said inflation was going to come down immediately. He said, oh, inflation is going to go so fast, it's going to make your head spin, right? That's what he said. He was constantly tweeting that. He then said affordability is a big issue when he was running. Then when he became president, oh, the affordability is a Democratic hoax, right? He does things like, hey, if you're a Democrat, if you're a blue state and you ask for federal like FEMA funding or disaster funding and all that stuff, you're not really going to get it. But red states haven't had theirs drop at all, right? So he picks and chooses.
We're gonna say,
hey, as long as you support me, it's okay. And you guys have no lines in the sand. You guys have all the lines. All right, let me take that back. You guys have lines in the sand. You just don't mind stepping over them and staying over them.
But here's the problem.
That is the problem. That is the problem. I'm describing the problem to you.
But you're not giving accurate information, because according to what I just read, based on what you just said, keep in mind, I'm not going off on what you said, AR. 107 people were re-indicted for offenses related to January 6th.
They were what?
They were re-indicted.
Why were they re-indicted?
They were re-indicted, one, because the initial sentence for seditious conspiracy was commuted, but
so it was commuted.
They were then indicted.
We don't need to hear anything else. They should have been. Should they have been commuted? Should they have been commuted? Should they have been commuted?
I think that has more to do with court.
Should they have been commuted?
I think that has more to do with court procedures. It was easier to do a straight wipe and then re-indict rather than pick and choose, because a lawyer would be able to argue, you released him, but not my client, and we're in the same categories. That's more about law.
Find some positive way to spin the fact.
It's not a no. No.
Should they have been commuted?
Yes, they had to be commuted to be re-indicted. Yes.
So, yes, you commute someone to re-indict them. Yes, I agree. To give them lesser charges, I agree. Should they have been commuted?
Whoa, hold up. Now, see, we're not going to keep spinning this. They actually were sentenced to worse charges, according to what you just said.
I have to look into it.
You got to look into it.
Because they were commuted.
Sir, you cannot quote anybody. Hold on, you can't quote anybody's name. The only reason Shadow knows this is because he just looked it up.
I agree.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other dude that said, now you got to look into it. Yeah, I do got to look into it. Nobody knows 107 people that were commuted, and they're
100%. And that's that. And I agree. Well, I'm just going back with
anybody's name. You can't do anything.
I'm going back to where you were saying that I overlook it whenever it's on the right, but not on the left.
Overlook it every single time. There's plenty.
If I don't know about it, I can't overlook it.
There's plenty of stuff I came on here and said I agree that Trump did well. I think he handles the border much better than Biden and the Democrats have. And
then I'm pretty sure we're on the same page.
So we're not on the same page, because I have lines and I don't cross them and you don't. You have no integrity.
Hey, Sharon.
And the fact that you have a picture of you in a uniform while also having no integrity is baffling to me. You said an oath, and yet you voted for someone that doesn't care about the Constitution. He literally does not care about the Constitution. And you sit here with a picture of yourself in uniform, like that's supposed to mean something. And this is what I mean when I've never.
I'm sorry. Where and when did I say I voted for Trump?
I have never. All right. Whether you voted for him, whether you're just a Trump apologist, I don't care. Either way, you have no integrity.
All I've said so far is I don't know about certain things that you're discussing, but the things that I do know about, I've said my part on them. The things I do support, I support. The things I don't know about, I can't fight against.
Did you vote for Trump?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, it was the lesser of two evils.
Okay, so thank you. So don't play stupid.
Lesser of two evils.
We know what you voted for. We know who you voted for. You suck him off the entire time you're up here.
Hold on, fellas. Let Prism get a chance to jump in there. She don't want to scream over nobody. Go ahead, Prism.
Yeah. So, let me say this, and I don't care who thinks whatever, but I don't trust this administration at all. I don't think that Joe Biden's administration was any better in a lot of things, because I'm able to look at things as a very, circular way. I can look at it in a worldview to say that none of these things are working. None of the stuff that we've been doing for whatever how many years is not working. You know, I had a weekend that I was sitting back, Sharon, you know, it's like the rainy season over here. So
absolutely,
it's like raining like hell every damn day. And I've had a moment to sit back. And, you know, usually what I'll do is I'll go back and listen to our elders and the people who are older than us. And to think sometime humbling that one day we're going to be somebody's ancestors. And that counts a whole lot. You need to really think about that. One of the ancestors that I read, he said this on a live. He said, if white people really passed any meaningful laws, it would not be necessary to pass any more laws. There are already enough laws on our law books to protect someone who's an American citizen. You only need additional ones when you're dealing with someone who is not regarded as an American citizen. White people are so hypocritical that they do not want to admit that this black man is not an American citizen, so they classify him and build laws around to make him a second-class citizen, to get around making him that real citizen. If he were a real citizen, you would need no more laws. You would need no more civil rights legislation. When you have civil rights, you have citizenship. It's automatic. White men don't need laws to protect their citizenship. They are already citizens, but they want to tell us we are not citizens at the same time. They don't want to pass any laws that are meaningful enough to protect us as if we were citizens. And the Supreme Court, desegregation is the very best example I know. And that is a law from the Supreme Court. And who said that? Malcolm X in 1963. Now, y'all can keep on playing around with America and its little games. And the real deal is that as much as they would like to, this whole thing about the replacement theory, the 7 Mountain Mandate, what else do we have out here? The Heritage Foundation, their project, their 2025, the next 250 years going forward of what America should look like. When I heard that they want Christianity to become the national religion, you're welcome to stay here as long as the idea of why Black people are the most studied and why we have white people popping up on all of these panels, all of a sudden they're coming into all of our conversations. We're not sure where they're coming from. The reason why the ideology of Black people in America is that the idea of Dr. King was integration. Integration. That means you can be a Black person, live in America, have your own views, your own culture. You didn't have to assimilate. Assimilate means that you have to be like them. You have to dissolve yourself in a system where you are no longer, I want you to hear this, Black Americans. You're just Americans. You don't need any more civil rights to protect you. You don't need any reparations. And we've heard all these conversations all over social media, FBA, non-FBA, Africans, Jamaicans, the Caribbean, all these other things. But I'm telling you, this is a conversation. This is an assault on your color. This is an assault on you not assimilating to the fact that white people want you to live around their culture and orbit around them. The revolution for Black people is to keep our identity. That is the revolution for America. For they don't want us to keep our identities as Black people. So you guys can keep on playing this game if you want to. I don't believe Malcolm X was a liar. I believe he was a futuristic thinker. I believe he was a wise thinker. I believe that he was a wise man. I believe Dr. King was a wise man. And I feel like some of the conversations that we've had around these men have been absolutely dishonorable and disrespectful to them as our ancestors. So that's all I have to say, Sharon. I'm not going to disappear for white people. I'm not going to center my life around white supremacy or the disease of white nationalism. I'm going to live my life in a stability that I need to live in and not worry about what they're going to do. I'm going to fight like hell, and I don't care what you call me. Take care.
Thank you.
Cheers. Ooh.
So this is why you don't use AI to look things up, because there was people that were convicted or not convicted, but indicted for aiding and abetting assaulted officers and other stuff like that. The dude that was hired by the DOJ was one of those. He was on camera and admitted to saying off them to the police officers. And when the police officers were being attacked, he said, yeah, get them. That's one. Two, there's another Newsweek article that talks about how there was people that assaulted officers that were also pardoned. The ones that didn't get pardoned, the ones that he's talking about, were typically the ones with more serious charges like seditious conspiracy. So it wasn't because they assaulted officers that they didn't get pardoned. It was typically the seditious conspiracy because they had already been convicted and they got commuted. But that's why you don't you don't use AI as a fact-based thing. It's terrible. But yeah, going back to what I said, I just find people that serve, especially people that served and said an oath, I find them to be pathetic when they vote for someone that goes against the oath that they gave, and then they get on panels and they act like shit's okay or shit's normal. But it looks like he maybe did a couple years, so maybe I shouldn't hold him to such a high standard.
Yeah, I did a couple years and got injured by a weapon of mass destruction.
I'm sure you did. What was the WMD?
Chlorine gas.
Okay, right. And where was that?
Mosul, Iraq, 2008.
Did you agree with the first time we went in Iraq?
To stop the proliferation of weapons. Yeah, absolutely. And they were there. I saw them with my own eyes. Right. Yeah.
And so none of the news articles or anything like that, because I remember news articles. I remember.
Yeah, you're right. They changed the definition. They said it had to be nuclear bomb.
Or maybe no, they didn't. No, WMDs is any biological, chemical, or nuclear. It's always.
So what it are you saying that he didn't have gas?
From what I remember, he had gas that was made back in like the 80s and 90s.
But he had it, right? So that's a WMD, right? So then they were there.
Sure. No, but the argument for the UN towards the UN and stuff was about nuclear WMD.
No, it was about WMD.
No, that was their insistence, right? We can go back and look through the tapes. It is recorded. We can go back and look through the tapes that their insistence was more about the nuclear side, not about them having chlorine gas from the 80s and 90s. The argument was like they were going to build nukes. Hey, they're trying to do this.
Yes, that they were on a trajectory.
The same argument that they're trying to make for Iran.
Yeah, that they were on a trajectory. That they had.
What you got injured by was not. You got injured in 2008. Saddam was already long gone in 2008. So what you got injured by wasn't Saddam and his forces.
No, it was the unrestricted access.
Yeah,
you're right. It was unrestricted access.
Clearing a building and it had chemical
alleyway
gas or whatever.
It was an alleyway.
That's fine.
It was
like someone.
Well, let me just
someone bombed you.
Well, it's exactly like that, actually. Let me just give you exactly what happened.
It's literally not that. Like we're seeing.
Can I tell you exactly what happened, and then you can go from it?
I've heard enough of. I don't care, because the point is that their argument was that they're developing these things, and you now saying, yeah, they were. Oh well, actually they weren't. It was in an alleyway, but it was from the 80s and 90s. Yeah, they had it. Nobody said that they still don't have leftovers. Nobody said that on any aisle.
Okay, so can I respond now?
Nobody said that. And so when you have someone, did you vote for Trump because of quote unquote no new wars?
No, I voted on him for two specific reasons.
What was the two specific?
Stealing the border and the Second Amendment.
Okay, the dude that banned bump stocks in his first term, you voted for that guy on the Second Amendment?
Yeah, he was ill-informed, and he supported the NRA, which I don't support.
Okay, so what legislation did Biden pass? Did he sign?
The part where he said we're going to take away your AR-15.
Did he sign? What did he say on? What did he sign? Not what did he say? Because we know Trump put pen to paper on the bump stocks, right? What did Biden put pen to paper on for 2A? Oh,
I'm not sure. Give me a moment here.
Okay.
I know that he's
because you voted for someone that did put pen to paper on something that's anti-2A.
Yes, and I didn't like that, and it was reversed.
For the 2A,
and it was also reversed. It was also
he doesn't care about the Constitution at all. He doesn't care about the Constitution.
It was also reversed on him. I'm not saying people are infallible.
In the first place.
I'm not saying people are infallible. But there would have been. I mean, do you think that
when you're talking about the border, are you talking about the same guy that called when they had bipartisan legislation for the border, and Trump called and told them to off it because if they pass that, then he has a less chance of a win? Are you talking about that guy that supposedly cares more about the border than himself?
Again, I don't know that to be true. Maybe it is. I don't know.
It's true. They said. What are you talking about? Why do you never know anything negative about Trump to be true?
Because of how many? Because of the dozens and dozens of instances where it wasn't true.
This stuff was in the news for weeks, and somehow you don't know it. But then you want to quote some esoterics, this thing that 5 people might know. You can quote that though. You can quote something like that, but you can't remember something that was in the news for like 3, 4, 5 weeks.
All right, so what is it exactly? Did Trump do what?
Which part?
The part that you're saying I don't know about. The
border where he called GOP. You see how Shadow's quiet? Because he knows what I'm saying. He's not over here defending Trump. You're the only one that has Trump that far down your throat.
Shadow's quiet because he's getting in his car and go play the game with me.
Yeah, Shadow's quiet because he knows I'm right. And he's like, let me not look this up on AI again and be wrong. You can look it up. Trump called GOP leadership and told them to off the bill. That is what he did. Right. It was bipartisan. It was bipartisan drafted, bipartisan agreed upon.
What are you asking?
The Republican sponsor had talked to his colleagues, and they all said they would do it. And then Trump called the GOP leadership and called GOP members and said, "Don't pass this."
Okay, that did happen. What's the point? Okay.
I know it happened. He doesn't know that happened because it's something negative about Trump. He lives in La La Land, apparently.
Yeah, so it says here he would rather have no bill than a bad bill. He did not want it to pass and be a benefit to his political opponents. Okay,
exactly. So he said, "Don't do this. This will make America safer, but don't do it because it's going to hurt my chances at re-election."
I mean, maybe it would make us safer, or maybe they would have.
We know it would.
We don't know it would.
Okay,
we don't know because I didn't see that legislation. I don't know what the legislation was. It could have said lots of things.
It was a bipartisan bill that Republicans and Democrats agreed upon.
And it said shut the border and deport more people than have come in. I don't think it did.
I would have to look at the exact
text, right, and so that's what I'm getting at.
What you guys were arguing was that the border was open. There was no control. This was a Republican.
That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing.
Of course, you pick and choose which side of the argument you want to be on based on how it's going to help you. Your side of the argument, which was the Trump, the maggots, and the Republicans, were all saying the border was open. The border's open. There's no security at all. Blah 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 blah. Republicans drafted a bill to address that, and that's exactly what that bill did. Trump said, "Hey, don't pass this because it's going to help my political opponents."
Okay, and as I'm answering you, there are lots of things that could have been passed that would have been beneficial to the left and not the right, but maybe would have been closing some of the border. And closing some of it would not have closed all of it.
If you close some of it, does that make something? If something is open and you're saying because it's open, there's no security at all, it's causing all this damage, and you close some of it, is that making things safer?
It could, but it wouldn't be as safe as shutting it entirely.
Is making it safer. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Has Trump deported? Trump said he was going to deport. Well, in 2015, he said there was 30 or so million illegal immigrants in the country.
Sure. And then he would get as many out as he could.
No, that's not what he was saying, because during the campaign cycle, they said they were going to deport everybody. And then during the vice president debates, they asked J.D. Vance that question. He was like, well, let's not focus on all of them. Let's just focus on the 1 million violent criminals. They've been over a year and a half now. Have they only focused on violent criminals, or does it seem like they're focused on pretty much anybody? And 2, has he backtracked? And 3, how many people has he actually deported?
As I understand it, we have net negative immigration at this point. We have less people coming in. I didn't ask about
immigration. I said illegal. I said deportation of illegal immigrants. Does it match up to what they said during the campaign cycle?
The conversation's ridiculous because they have been in the way of deporting people. You and I have had this conversation.
They deported less people than Obama.
That's crazy.
That's not
But here's
true.
what I'm saying. You're making an argument based on something that you've argued against. You're saying that they had, again, the Democrats stop people from being deported. And then you're like, what, did you deport as many people? Bro, you're too smart for that dumbass conversation. If people are stopping deportations, how could you deport the same amount of people, i.e. stopping it, whenever you're not letting those deportations happen? You made that argument before, bro. Like, what the hell?
I think what he's saying is, under Democrats, if it was true that there were more deportations, more forced deportations under the Democrats than the Republicans, that would be because everyone was supporting the idea of deportation. Now, when the right is doing it, The left is fighting against it tooth and nail. They're not reporting people's immigration status on their court transcripts to the FBI. They're not passing up that information to ICE. They're blocking deportations.
Does that have anything to do with Trump saying, "Hey, we're just going to deport you to random countries, including El Salvador, where they have essentially you're living in a M prison"?
That goalpost is super heavy.
It's not. It's not.
Honestly, if you're out of the border, it's on you where you go.
Does that have something to do with it?
I mean, if you're outside the border, that's on you where you go.
We're on the same page. So could that be in a retaliation or in a response to doing something as inhumane as deporting random people?
I don't think they were supporting it before he did that either.
I don't think they were. That's fine. There's a difference between not.
Right. So then it wasn't in retaliation for that. It was before that.
I asked you 3 questions. You didn't answer any of the 3. 2.
That was my answer.
No, because
they were doing it prior. The left was doing it prior to that.
I asked you, did he backtrack? I asked you, has he done what he said he was going to do, which is deport all illegal immigrants, not just a handful of them?
No, he says wild stuff, and then he does what he's capable of.
Okay, so he hasn't. So he's backtracked. Has he backtracked? Yes or no?
There's what you want and what you can get.
Has he backtracked? Yes or no?
He's compromised. He's compromised.
Has he backtracked? Yes or no?
No, do not bend on that. That's not backtracking by definition.
I didn't say anything about what you said was backtracking. I'm asking you, has he backtracked? Yes or no?
That is not backtracking.
As he said,
I would not describe it as backtracking.
No, he hasn't backtracked. So when he came out and after he was doing all those deportations and all that stuff, and it was going south and all that good stuff. And when he came out and said, "Hey, you know what? These illegal immigrants that are here that I said I was going to deport during the campaign rally, I said I was going to get rid of all of them. Actually, some of them should be able to say, we need to figure out some type of work visa situation." Is that not backtracking?
And then he cut the work visas in half.
Is that backtracking?
No, because he didn't cut the work visas in half.
When he was during the campaign rally, did he ever say, "Hey, we're going to get these illegal immigrants work visas"? Did he say that during the campaign rally, or did he say we're going to deport all of them?
Deport all of the dangerous illegal immigrants?
No, he didn't just say no. He didn't say dangerous. He said all of them.
I don't know that he ever said every single illegal immigrant in the country would be deported.
So
but even if he did, I would still support it. But even if he did, I would still support it.
He said what? He said what?
He said he's going to deport all illegal immigrants, and even went further by saying the fact that they entered the country illegally is a crime.
Yes, and he also said their families, but we don't even have to get into that.
And I would agree with that.
So did he? I don't care what you would agree with. Did he backtrack? Did he run during his campaign cycle? Did he run on giving illegal immigrants work visas while they were in the country so they could keep working, or did he run on deporting all?
No,
of them?
he ran on what he wanted to happen.
So did he run on deporting all of them, or did he run on giving them?
Sure, he ran on deporting all of them, but that's what he wants, not what he's capable of.
So is he now talking? Well, actually, it's been like a year now. Has he been talking about giving them more visas, giving them temporary work visas because we can't deport all of them?
Because the left will not support the deportation of all of them.
He didn't say because the left's not letting us deport them. He said because we need them.
Hold on, that's because the Supreme Court case.
Of course, you don't know because
the Supreme Court case stood on it.
You are pathetic.
Hey, what the fuck are you talking about? The Supreme Court literally prohibited him from doing it.
That's what I keep trying to say.
They released thousands of people.
What
you want versus what you can do are two different things. Like what you're legally allowed to do and what you want to do, what your goal is and what your achievement is.
Again, you always, like I said, this is why you're a maggot, right? You're a Trump apologist. No matter what he does, you find an excuse for him. The Supreme Court case, whichever one you're talking about, was not quoted by Trump when he was talking to people saying, "Hey, we need them," because people aren't taking the jobs. That's why he said we need them. People aren't taking the jobs.
You mean when they were talking about the orange farms in Florida, right?
I don't know. I think it was in the north or whatever.
Right. Because it happened immediately after that. Because they released thousands of people from ICE immigration facilities.
What happened?
By saying that the moments he was talking about what he was going to do with the visas for people who are working in farms. I actually agree with you. I think he backtracked at that point.
Okay, thank you. Because Shadow, respectfully, I've heard you say, "Yeah, I don't agree with Trump on those things," and "Yeah, he did this." I've heard you. This dude doesn't. He is literally, he's on his hands and knees for Trump. Like he can't get enough.
I mean, you're really going wild with the ad hominems, but I literally have not said that. I've said I feel that all illegal immigrants should be gone. Yes.
Tell by your mannerisms and your behavior. You honestly thought that you could get someone. How do you know I voted for Trump? Who said I voted for Trump? That's how stupid you are. Like,
no, I'm just going. You're saying things that you don't know to be true.
You don't have to say that. That's not a gotcha. We already know you voted for Trump. Me assuming you voted for Trump is the right thing to do. Me to think that you didn't vote for Trump would mean I'm stupid. If I were to this guy, I don't know who he voted for. The guy up here gurgling his shit, I don't know who he voted for though. I'd be stupid. The fact that you thought that it's hard to see who you voted for is pathetic.
Maybe I should have clarified. In the primary, I certainly didn't vote for Trump. Given the choice between Trump and a liberal, I chose Trump. That is not the same thing as what I wish would happen.
Okay, buddy.
When given a binary choice, I chose. Are you saying that you voted for Kamala Harris?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Cool. Do you think we'd be in a better situation with the border under 100%. Her?
Oh, I don't know about
You're
the border.
Nuts.
I don't know about the border, but overall, yes. Kamala would have won, and Kamala would have won, and we would have a red Congress. So none of that bullshit that people try to doom say about like, oh, those super progressives on the left side, they're going to be super radical and get rid of your 2A and all that shit. Even though Supreme Court's been very staunchly 2A this term, very staunchly.
Definitely, and I really support that. You're right.
So you have a president that would have been going up against a very conservative / Republican Supreme Court and a very red Congress. She wouldn't have been able to do any of that radical leftist shit that you guys like to bitch about. And it would have been a gridlock.
Who put the Supreme Court?
It would have been a gridlock and compromise.
Who put those Supreme Court justices in?
Or Republicans passing things over her.
Who put those Supreme Court justices in?
The conservatives during Trump's first term.
Right. So under Trump.
Yeah, but yeah, because I agree.
Right. I'm just saying, like, without Trump, first Trump.
He had conservatives during his first term. He doesn't have that.
And I would go so far as to agree with you. I would go so far as to agree with you that the Trump the first time was better than the Trump the second time.
Doesn't change anything.
But it doesn't mean that.
But it's obvious it wasn't going to be like that because all those conservatives, the ones that were lifelong Republicans, lifelong conservatives, the ones that put their lives on the line, like General Mattis, right? The ones that had been through it all, said that he was a piece of shit, said that he tries to divide America, said, hey, don't vote for this guy. He shouldn't be near the presidential office ever again. And you guys still voted for him, right? So this is like, not only are Trump, it's hard to find maggots with integrity. I haven't found one yet. I know there's probably some out there. I haven't found them yet. But you guys are also stupid. And that's a terrible combination. Because the fact that all of this secretary members, his cabinet members rather, the secretary, General Mattis, all these people putting out blog posts saying, hey, this dude divides America, and you guys then vote for him in 2024 in 2024 and go, well, I didn't know he was going to do the things that he did. How was I supposed to know he was going to be like this? How was I supposed to know this, man? It's just, I don't know if you believe in on bullshit.
We didn't know he was going to put us in another war. To be fair, we didn't know he was going to throw us in another war.
He hit Iran during his first term.
Hold on. Okay. So
and did hitting Iran during the first term lead to a war?
Yeah, no, but it led because he backed out.
Has hit somebody.
No.
So let's
what
restart.
Okay, but that's what he ran on. That's what he ran on.
Yeah, he made 4 years without hitting somebody. That's something no other president has done.
No, he didn't go 4 years without hitting. What are you talking
about?
He
did.
No, he definitely hit somebody. He hit somebody.
Multiple people.
One too. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I meant to say war-wise, but okay, fine. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Then Obama didn't start any wars. What are you talking about? Biden and Obama, neither of them hit anybody since no wars were started under either of them.
They were in wars.
What?
There were wars actively being done under them.
They didn't start the war, you idiot.
Okay.
That wasn't a strong point because he's not wrong. If the war was started under Bush, which everybody can see to, then every time they struck somebody while president, they were still enforcing the war. So they were still part of that war.
Yeah. All right.
So, AR is right on that. He gets them every now and then.
I'm not.
I mean,
I'm not
he's a
even
known
arguing
con
from a
man, and
position
you
of
guys are
strength
like,
here.
how
I'm
was I
simply
supposed to know
saying,
he was
okay.
going to go back on his word? He's a known con man that cares more about getting money than anything else. And you guys are like, how was I supposed to know he would be bought out by the highest bidder? How was I supposed to know that? I thought he was really for the people. I thought this dude that's a failure in his peer group. I thought this dude that's a failure in his own peer group was really going to be able to succeed.
I mean, by the same argument,
the truth when I thought he has a history of lying. I thought he was telling the truth this time to me. I thought he really cared about me. You know, Mr. Flip Flop, Mr. I don't know anything about the Constitution. I don't know anything about religion. I thought he was telling the truth when he said he was a Christian and he cares about the Constitution.
That's the best con man. A man who can lie to you to your face and you still believe him.
Nobody believes him other than slow
day.
people.
You been trying to convince us of shit you know that's not true.
So
no.
Go ahead. All right, so go ahead, Justin B. Say your piece.
I was good with it. I mean,
What's
like
up the taste out of your mouth? I'd like to see it.
They done paid $20 to drop you. They said, hold on, let me see what it says. Hold on. It says, Peasy ain't going with the 20 ball. Make the live stream great again. Put his ass on timeout. So it's $20 for you to come back, Justin. Maybe somebody in the chat or yourself. You can hit the $20 super chat. Lord.
I don't know how you do it, man.
Shout out to Peasy. Peasy said he had enough. Oh, shit.
I don't get it. People are so pathetic, man. Oh, you're a Ravenclaw? I just saw a shadow shirt. You're muted.
Hogwarts?
All right, it's Hogwarts.
Yes, I'm a Ravenclaw.
Okay.
Goddamn. Welcome back to the show. Kulu.
What's up, Kulu? All right.
Not Slytherin.
Yeah, I'm Slytherin too.
It's at a Kamala literally.
I can't hear. Hey, Kulu. Can y'all hear me or am I lagging?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Is Kulu lagging? I heard him say shadow, but I didn't.
You can hear me?
Hey, Kulu, are you talking?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you
Shadow
now.
literally. Yes. So Kamala literally predicted and told y'all Trump was going to get y'all into a war with Iran as she was running her campaign. She literally warned about Trump having a war, like when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, how Putin would manipulate Trump. We've seen that take place. I mean, like Kamala predicted a lot of the stuff that's taking place today. She predicted on her campaign trail. And yes, America would be better.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't admitted to being wrong on that one.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you admitted to being wrong, but you said, "Oh, who would have known that Trump would have gone?" As Kamala Lily predicted it. I mean, this was basic it's geopolitics that they were talking about, man. That they knew Trump was going to get in and get in the war. They knew Trump was going to be controlled by Russia. They knew Trump was going to be controlled by the small hats. Like they've been saying this for years. They've been knew the plans were going to fail. They've been knew all of his plans were going to be even have a concept of a plan for healthcare.
No, he had concepts of a plan. He had concepts of a plan for healthcare.
But they knew he was going to do the little like the big beautiful bill. They knew they were going to give tax to the rich. Everything that Trump has done, the Democrats really predicted that he was going to do. And that's why they kept asking, J.D. Vance and Trump, when y'all say mass deportations, what's it going to be like going door to door? And J.D. Vance couldn't answer that question. And I think that's the problem, is that if Trump would have done it the Obama way, smooth, concise, knew exactly where people were going to be, instead of doing the whole out, going to neighborhoods, Home Depot, things like that, then maybe more people would be supportive of what's happening. But
I mean, to be fair, Obama was Obama. Like, nobody can do things as cool as Obama. So, to be fair, that's setting a really high bar.
Yeah, but that's my problem.
You don't
In AR,
gotta hold the mic, by the way, Shadow. We can hear you.
so yes, AR stuff too. You know, it's like y'all know everything negative about what happened? Like y'all know everything negative about the Democrats, but whenever we call Trump out or something that happened in the Republican Party, it's all of a sudden.
Did he break up or did I?
Yeah, he broke. You could try to answer him while he gave reception back.
Hey, Sean, quick question on the DJI. The button, when I hit the power button, is that the sound cancellation button?
That's the power button.
All right, Sean.
I don't know what you want me to say about that. That must be one of those that must be one of those MAGA questions that AR is talking about.
Y'all niggas ain't shit. So on the DJI, there's a second, you can hit the power button a second time, and it says sound cancellation, but I didn't know if you or Uda did it. Uda's not here, so I couldn't ask him. And y'all advised me to it, so just hope for some positive advice. But nah, y'all gotta be Nicholas.
Yeah, I don't be pressing buttons. I just I just talk.
And that is why Christianity took over the world, because people don't push buttons.
Christianity did not take over America, at least not yet. And you don't want it to, right? According to the Constitution, you don't want it to take over.
That's true.
That's a big thing.
Consider the fact that my Constitution comes from God first. I'm okay with that. Look, I love the American Constitution. Look, I love the American Constitution. But I'll follow the commandments first. As long as the Constitution does not contradict the commandments.
Do you eat pork, Shadow?
Huh?
Do you eat pork?
Do I eat pork? Yes, but that's also not in the commandments.
Because it is in your Bible not to eat it.
Is it in the 10 Commandments?
What's the difference?
Here's what the difference is. The 10 Commandments are laws that were specifically written. Everything else was written by guidance. And it should explain how to do it. And a lot of it is actually Old Testament.
So let me make sure I understand. So you saying if it ain't part of the 10 Commandments, it's like, maybe you could skip this one, you could skip that one.
If it ain't part of the 10 Commandments, it's a suggestion.
Interesting.
Wow, that is wild.
So is this suggestion because humans heard it from God and then they wrote it down and they might have got it wrong?
He definitely.
Okay, so you can't trust anything in the Bible. How do you know the 10 Commandments?
Because there were 10 initial commandments, and
but how
these
do you
are
know
just
that?
re-recorded.
Because the Bible is written by humans, so how do you know that
crazy.
if you can't trust what they said because they might have got it wrong? How do you know that they wrote that correctly? Maybe there was 12 commandments.
Sometimes you just gotta have faith, AR.
Oh, okay.
That was crazy.
All right.
How many commandments are there? Shadow?
10 plus 4 subs.
It's 613 of them.
I don't believe that.
Oh shit.
So does it have to be from not Noah, Moses? Does it have to be the 10 from Moses for it to be a commandment, or does anything in the Bible that says this is a commandment, does that make it a commandment?
You know what? That's a really good question. I actually like that question. So Moses' commandments are God's law, but anything that was commanded would by definition be a commandment. So I don't think there's 617, but
okay, but if
13.
If people are writing it down, they're writing it down, and it's in the Bible. It's commanded by God. No.
No.
By definition of
I
being in the
disagree.
Bible, because the Bible is
I disagree
is
with
God's
that.
word. Okay.
Josh, how do you know Moses wasn't having sex with hoes? You know, doing all types of drugs.
Oh shit, that was
That's what blows my
crazy.
mind. Like, y'all really don't know what these people be doing in their lives, but y'all are believing every word that they put in the Bible like it's gospel, bro. Like, and that's what blows my mind about the whole situation. Like, y'all claim to be Christians and all these things, but y'all follow people that aren't Christians. Like, Trump is not a Christian, bro. How he cheated on his wives, how Elon Musk has all those kids with all the different baby mamas, Andrew Tate, all these guys, bro, that y'all support as part of y'all's movement.
Wait, did
Are
you just
not.
say I support Andrew Tate?
No, I didn't say you. I said like people that y'all partner
Yeah,
with.
I live behind you, homie.
Hey, all I know, my man Kulu said Moses was up there smoking Ferguson's and Myrrh, talking to the burning bush, like hoes mad. Hoes mad.
Yeah, like in my thing about Jesus
Hey,
too.
God, how can we control these hoes, man?
How do you know Jesus is smashing? Like they only tell a little bit of Jesus' childhood, but they leave out his preteen, his teenage, young adult life. Like y'all can't tell me Jesus wasn't smashing on hoes back in Egypt. Come on, man. Like, and that's
He
my
was the
problem.
original Michael Jackson, huh? He's the original Michael Jackson. He said, fuck a moonwalk, I'm walking on water. Let me show y'all.
Yeah, but they do that purposely to make Jesus a perfect figure, because if he wasn't perfect, then the message wouldn't be as powerful as it was, right? So they leave out his whole entire life because, obviously, and I bring it always up, right? When Jesus was at the, he was at the temple doing like a little event with his parents. They spent like 2 days there. The parents left thinking that Jesus was there with them, and they find out that he actually stayed behind and was continuing to worship and do ceremonies, like ceremonies and things like that. So Jesus was disobeying his parents right off the get-go when he was a teenager. You know what I mean? So he wasn't perfect. Like, you can't tell me Jesus didn't pee in his diaper, like he wasn't causing Mary to have a headache, wasn't fighting with his brothers, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Like,
well, there's a big gap between when he was a kid versus, and then it don't come back until he's like 33. So you got about.
I'm telling you, Jesus was fucking. How about that?
Unaccounted for time.
Yeah, he was having sex, man. He was doing his thing.
That's crazy.
I lived a young adult life.
That was crazy.
That was wild. He was besties with a prostitute. I'm just saying. Yesterday, you guys was talking about rumors where there's smoke, there's fire. Like we ain't got to explain. You got to see it in video evidence, 4K HD type shit. I'm just saying he was besties with a prostitute. Now, the only person on this panel that I know has been besties with a prostitute was a pimp, and they ended up being more than just besties, respectfully. And so I'm just saying, it just sounds like.
Hey, look, he was just going through some things because he found out Joseph wasn't his real daddy. That's all.
God did sexually assault Mary.
Oh Lord.
Respectfully.
That is insane.
Is that not what that is? If you impregnate a woman without her consent, what is that?
Yeah, and you're an all-knowing being too. Like you're like millions of years old.
I'm respectfully. I'm just asking. Don't smite me. I'm just asking a question. If you impregnate a woman without her consent,
smite your ass. Somebody
I'm just asking the question.
Somebody come and smite AR with $20. That was crazy.
Mary was a woman. She was
in that $20 bubble, answer what if you impregnate a woman without her consent, what does that make you?
Yeah, that's
so wow.
Yo, wait, what did AR just say?
You heard him? He saying some wild crap right now.
No, hey, I'm gonna repeat that, AR.
What I said, if you impregnate a woman without her consent, what does that mean? What does that make you? I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let me look up the definition.
All right. I'll go ahead and send that $20 over.
Yeah, $20 get you that.
He ain't slick.
But didn't God tell Mary that
Look at
she was
this.
gonna
A pimp protecting pimps. Ain't no surprise here, man.
Oh shit. That was wild. He doing that shit with a smile on his face too. He got a big Kool-Aid smile on.
Kool-Aid smile.
That
Yeah,
is
Kool-Aid.
the
I'm having
funniest
next
one
time.
ever.
But these are questions they never ask, Sharon. Like they never answer or have rebuttal. Like,
Oh, that is a good. Real quick,
Samaria said no.
Kulu, real quick. Cody asked a good question. Is it a degenerate thing to impregnate a woman without her consent?
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
With a big Kool-Aid smile, he did that shit. Shout out to time out. What do NA stand for? Not available.
It means he's not available for this conversation.
Sheesh. That was crazy though. I ain't gonna load you.
Shadow, you gonna have to
trying
drop
to hold
you because I have the same beliefs as him.
Damn.
Why didn't God give Mary a choice?
What?
Hey, hold up.
Shadow. Why didn't God give Mary a choice to have Jesus? Why did he force her?
Whoa, hold up. No, we're not gonna do that.
And why was she a child?
Yo, sir.
I mean, he could have.
I'm gonna need you to fix your rhetoric.
No, I mean, I want to answer. You know, God could have created. He created human beings. Why did he create a badass 22-year-old with with a fat ass to impregnate? But why did he impregnate a minor that was already married or a fiance to? So he's committing adultery. You can't tell me Joseph didn't think in the back of his mind about what happened.
Hey, Easy, you ain't never support the show. You could have support the show. You could have kept him up. Y'all always be crying. Y'all killed you. You could have did something about it. Always crying.
I mean, they still can. You could bring him back and bounty me. $40.
They just be trying to find any reason to complain. It don't matter what I say. I man, the sky blue say, oh boy, Sharon always want to tell the truth about the sky being blue. Like, we don't know. It was always like that. You in a place? They said the Bible does not say the exact age.
I don't think
But they do say it was around between 12 and 16 she was preggo. Damn, that's crazy though. God damn. Uh-oh. Look, they talking about the sky actually is in blue now. That's just a reflection now. God damn. That sky blue. I don't care what psycho
is technically true.
What? That the sky is blue?
The sky is technically not blue.
So what color is it?
It's reflective water.
That's bullshit.
It reflects the ocean.
Bullshit. That's
Hold on,
bullshit.
Sharon. Is water wet?
If you're a human being, yes. If you're a fish, no.
Wait, but water can't be wet. Because water is the thing that gives the property of wetness.
No, I'm pretty sure if we were to you don't even know how to play no Pac-Man, so I don't even know why you've been acting like.
Stop it.
Like, I don't even know. You don't even know how to play no Pac-Man. So I believe if they take a picture of our planet, it shines blue. And that ain't reflecting no goddamn water. That is the color of our sky, goddamn it. It's blue. The hell y'all talking about? Y'all be tripping.
It's because the water is blue.
The water is definitely not blue. Have you ever scooped up some water and the water was actually blue? The water is not blue. Y'all gotta twist it. The water's actually clear and the sky is blue. Y'all be tripping. What? The sky is blue and the water is clear. What the hell? The sky's the water's reflecting the damn sky. God damn it. I ain't never went to the ocean and scooped up some water and was like, you know what, this water is blue. Y'all be tripping. Why y'all be tripping like that?
Sharon, don't hurt him, Sharon. You about to overload him, Sharon. Sharon, don't hurt him up here.
Crazy. That was crazy. My man Psycho said the sky is blue. The sky is clear, but the water is blue.
That's
No, I didn't say that. I said the water is clear, but when it comes to the water, the water comes off as blue because it has certain particles in the water that has a blue tint.
No, it doesn't. It's a mirror to the sky. He's right. It is a mirror.
Bro, can I just talk? I get because I do.
Right. Let me let you lie. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I can source up. I ain't just talking. I can pull up the information.
Why you see yourself when you look in the water?
Right. Well, let me finish talking. Then you can ask whatever questions you want. Now it has little particles in the water that gives off a blue tint, which makes the water look blue when it's all jumbled up together, like in the ocean and everything else from the sky, right? That because the water has a blue tint, but it's technically like it's clear with a bluish tint, but the sky itself is clear because I live in Jersey. It's overcast today. When I look up at the sky, it's not blue right now.
What color is it?
It's gray.
Okay,
so and then at nighttime, on a clear night, when you look up at the sky, is it blue?
So we understand that the sky could be multiple colors. But the rule is majority of the time. We're not saying on a thundery day the sky is blue. That's not our argument. Our argument is the sun is literally causing the water to reflect what it sees. This is when we look into the water, you typically see your reflection. If you ever been in front of clear water, the water actually turns into a mirror. And what happens is mirroring the sky is why we believe that the water is blue. That's a factual.
That's not true.
That's science.
No. Do you know how the sky? Do you know why the sky looks blue?
No, it's not because you just said it wasn't blue. And now you're about to argue that it looked blue.
I'm asking a question. Do you know why the sky looks blue?
Yes, but you arguing that it's not blue.
Let's peel back the onion on that. Why does it look blue?
Hold on, but no. Can you acknowledge that you're about?
Why you just said you know why? You know why? Explain to the people.
We can't go down that road, but
for the people that don't know, let's peel back the onion on this. For the people that don't know, tell everybody why the sky looks blue.
Can we first say that you can see that you believe that the sky looks blue?
Yes, it looks blue. Now, can you explain why that is?
All right, hello. So now, hello, we're going to get them to answer all your questions.
Okay, go ahead. Go.
So if that's the case, do we agree that the water is a mirror?
Why are you answering my questions with a question? I asked you to explain. You said, because I asked you, do you know? You said you know. So tell me and everybody else. I know. I was going to tell you if you didn't, but you said you know. So you explain to everybody why the sky looks blue. Go.
So the reason the sky looked blue is because of the blue light. The lighting makes it look blue, like the small waves and the direction of the tint is what caused it to have a blue like
kind of sort of. It's dust particles. It's dust. I'll put it further detail. It's dust particles in the atmosphere, right? Now, when the light comes in, the light works in certain spectrums, right? Certain spectrums that light works under. Mm-hmm. And when it's like a prism, right? You know, a prism has like a rainbow colors and everything else. Now, when the light comes in, it's coming in multicolored. But because of the dust particles bouncing around in the atmosphere, like you were just mentioning, the only light that comes through is the blue light. So that's what makes the sky look blue. But technically, the sky is not blue.
I could know if the sky looked blue. Hold on, now I answered your question. If the sky looked blue and the water mirrors the sky, when we believe that the reason the water is looking blue because it's a mirror.
That's not. I wish you would just Google this. I could Google it for you and show you. But no, that's not the full answer. Like I said, water has a blue tint to it. It has a blue tint to it. When you jumble it all up together, this blue tint starts looking like a darker blue.
So when I go to Fiji,
that's why it only looks blue in the ocean. That's why it only looks blue. If you go in a puddle, if you have a puddle of water in front of your place or whatever, that puddle of water is not going to look blue because not enough water to gather up.
So Psycho, why does the ocean have a blue tint?
Oh, it's minerals and stuff like that gives it a blue tint. It's the
same. It's the same thing with the sky. It's the same thing. It's the refraction. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. Well, with water, I told you in water. That's why it's only the ocean that looks blue because it got to be a large body of water because of the blue tint in the water.
But it's not blue tint though. It's not a blue tint. It appears blue to us, just like how a tiger is orange and black to us, but to other animals is green and black. It's just blue to us.
No, I know that's perception, but that's not true. That's not true. Why is it? Like you mentioned earlier.
If I was to Google, is the ocean is blue? It would say yes. And if I Google, is the sky is blue? It would say yes. On my wrong.
Right. What happened?
If I Google, is the sky blue? Would it say yes?
It depends on what site you're getting it from. If it's a scientific site, it'll tell you no.
What?
Depends on where you go. Yeah, science is not going to tell you. It's going to tell you. It's going to tell you. It looks that way, but that's not what it actually is. They're going to say the same thing I tell you. It's going to break down why.
The crazy part is, I had a long argument about this. I Googled it. Even at nighttime, the sky is still considered blue.
Why at sunset? Then why at sunset does the sky look orangey red at sunset? If it's just a reflection off the water, it should still be blue. I know
that's crazy. That's just crazy.
I'm just telling you. I'm explaining to you why.
So when the sky is gray, what color is the water?
The water. It depends. Like the water could look gray. The water could look gray because of a reflection, whatever. But
thank you. So when the sky is gray, the water looks gray. It ain't blue anymore all of a sudden. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Listen, I think
being honest.
It's deeper than what you're saying. Like, because I know the perception is that the water is reflecting off of the sky. That's partially true, like I said in the beginning. But I said the real reason why is because of the minerals in the water that's giving off a blue tint. That's what's really causing it more than anything.
Oh my goodness! Finally, you're talking about water this and is water wet? Like,
That's
what are we
right.
doing right
what
now?
Color is the sky, y'all? What color is the goddamn sky?
We can get into that too.
Sky, if I'm not mistaken, the sky is blue because something about the light or the colors that get like the wavelength and all that stuff hits the Earth's atmosphere.
Ray light. It's called Ray. It's called Ray Leah. It's called Ray Leah scattering.
Okay, and
right.
So if it looks blue, it's blue. That's like saying my car's not white because I see it as white. But if we could see more of the wavelength, then it wouldn't be white. It would be some other color.
How come it's not blue
because humans.
How come it's not blue at night?
Whatever.
How come it's not blue?
I don't even make
at sunset.
It is blue at night
because the sun's not shining at night. What do you mean the sun's not shining at night? You're asking me why is this?
Whatever.
Anyway,
it's dark blue at night.
Oh, wait, the sun. Wait, the sun.
Getting back.
So wait. So
now,
if it's got to do with the sun, if it got to do with the sun, then the sky. That means the sky is not no certain color. If it's dependent on the sun.
So getting into the water thing, you can't say that the main reason that the water is blue is because of some minerals in the water, but then also say it turns gray when the sky is gray. That would mean that the sky has more of a say in the color that the water looks to you than anything else.
Minerals.
Because if the minerals were the dominant reason it looked blue, then it wouldn't matter what color the sky, or whether it was cloudy out or not, the ocean would still look like the ocean, or close to that blue of the ocean it normally looks. But because it looks gray when there's clouds out, that means that it's more of a reflector and showing you a reflection of the sky and the color of the sky than it is the minerals in the water.
I'm telling you, it's the same thing. It's the same dynamic with the sky. It's the same dynamic with the sky.
What's this? Are you saying that the sky is reflecting the water?
Water's above is the water's below. That's what it says in the Bible. Water's above and water's below. All this shit is water. Air is just lighter water. That's all air is.
Well, I mean, we're 70% water, so I guess what are we then?
Well, I mean, we ain't nothing but light. We ain't. This is breathing light water. That's all.
Could somebody share my screen real quick? Because I'm not going to just argue with
you. But sir, when you look up something scientific, it can say something, but that doesn't mean that it's applicable. Why you try to criticize me?
Like I said, I'm not going to argue with people's opinions.
Ocean
water has an actual blue tint.
That's fine. It can have a blue tint. It can naturally have a blue tint. That doesn't mean that. How many times are you going to say it? We heard you say it the first 16 times.
When I said it?
Because you don't know this. You don't know what you're talking about well enough to explain it to a 5-year-old, so you shouldn't repeat it. What we're saying is.
So what do you? So you break it down because you don't know nothing either. What are you saying?
I try to break it. What are you talking
break
about?
it down. Break it down.
Okay,
scientifically to me. Break it down.
As far as I'm aware.
Wait. As far as you're aware, I thought you said.
I'm not sitting here. Because you just
said
keep
you
on
could break
repeating
it
the
down
same.
to a 5-year-old. Now you said, go ahead.
I never said I could break it down to a 5-year-old. I'm not a scientist.
But you said you can't break it down like a 5-year-old. You shouldn't speak on it, but yet you're speaking on it, and you can't break it down to a 5-year-old. Stop playing with me, dog.
Psycho, you want a monologue, or you gonna?
No, you want to talk shit. You want to say little slick shit by doing the same slick shit that you accusing me of doing.
No, what I'm saying, because everybody is telling you one thing, and you just keep on repeating the same shit that you saw in AI. We understand what you're saying. You don't have to keep on repeating yourself.
Because there are fewer particles and nutrients to interfere with the light.
You still don't get it.
No, you don't get it.
You don't get it.
So now do the same thing with the sky. Do the same thing with the sky. Be honest and do the same thing with the sky.
Okay, I told you what the sky was. It's particles in the ozone and the light spectrum only is allowing the blue light to come through.
That's the same thing that the water is. It's the same thing that the water is saying. But it's the same thing. It say the exact same thing for the sky as for the water. It's the same thing.
Yeah. But water has
same one.
What happened?
Same person.
Oh, what did I
so
do?
This
is racist.
What you mean, AR? What you say, AR? Who's racist?
Along with any outsiders? Yeah,
slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Okay, cool. I'm a racist. If I'm a racist, cool. I'm a racist. I'll be a racist, whatever. I'll be a proud racist.
But it say the same thing for the, but it say the same thing for the sky.
Racist, but okay.
But it say the same thing for the sky. Is that correct, Psycho?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Because, like I said, ocean water has an actual blue tint, and when you jump it all together, that's what gives it that deep blue thing. That's what gives it that deep blue.
That's fine, but what does it?
Because by your own admission earlier, you said the ocean looks blue when you're in space. That it don't matter if it's day, night, whatever. That ocean is going to look blue. Now, if it's strictly based off that, then the ocean wouldn't look blue at night in space.
So now,
it was just a reflection.
No, but it is. So now, what does it say when you ask, "Is the sky blue?"
When you ask, what AI?
Yes, the same AI that you just asked if the ocean is blue. Ask it if the sky is blue.
Right.
And it's going to say the exact same. It's going to say yes, and it's because of refraction of our atmosphere. It's the same exact thing.
Right. Now, see that you're playing games with the AI. Because do me a favor, punch in, is the sky technically blue? Punch in that and see what it tells you. It's going to say the sky isn't inherently a giant blue object. Rather, it's an optical illusion caused by the Earth's atmosphere. That's what it's going to tell you. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'm sharing it right now. I can show you. But see, you can't play games with AI with me. Like you got to put specific things.
But you didn't do that for the.
Acid,
But
the
you
sky
didn't do that
is
for.
technically blue. And watch what it tells.
Hold on, but it said hold on. But it says the same exact thing. The Ray-Lea scattering is the same thing.
That's
for
what
the
I've been
ocean.
saying. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
So
hold on. I had got a call, so I'm trying to see if I can catch up. So we do. So his original argument is that
it's not blue. I said the sky is not blue. That was my initial statement.
But it is blue. The sky is
It just
actually
said
blue.
it's technically not a large blue object. It's not blue. That's what it just
no. Hold on.
said.
But
Hold on. 1 second. Do you agree that it is particles inside of the sea that gives it a blue tint, or do you change that theory?
The water. Yeah, you talk about the water. Yeah.
Okay, so
water,
if
water
that
naturally has a blue tint, yes.
If water naturally have a blue tint because of the particles, my question is, do the sky have a blue tint because of particles?
It's perceived to be blue.
No. Hold on. That's a very direct question. If we give you the argument of the particles in the sea, would you give us the particle arguments of the sky?
I'm confused. What do you mean? Well, I give you that is my argument. There's particles in the sky. Right? What do you mean?
All right, so the particle is what gives it a blue tint.
Right.
So you do agree that the particles in the sky is what gives it a blue tint.
He's gaslighting you. Don't let him do it.
Correct.
No, I'm not gaslighting. I just want to be consistent. If we say it's in the sea, we also got to say those same particles are in the sky.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay, you know what? I'll let you add that. It's a little bit complex, but I'll give you that.
So if that's the case, whatever's going on in the sea, it's the same thing that's going on in the sky. Regardless if we want to say it's a blue tint, it's the lighting, is if you really look at how it reflects off your actual eye, it is a whole nother conversation. Whatever's going on the sky, it's the same thing that's going on in the sea. They the same.
Okay.
I agree with that.
I think based on evaporation, the sea would still be the source.
But the sky is still clear, though. That was my initial point. The sky is still clear.
Technically, neither one of them are clear.
It's clear, yeah, technically.
Well,
technically,
totally clear.
It's not. That's what I'm saying.
That's why I can change colors.
Well, the sea can change colors too.
Oh, okay. I said I will give you that, but that
so
statement was.
I'm not saying no absolutes. I'm not saying
clear.
that it's absolutely have a tint, but the majority of the time, it do have a blue tint, and I'm giving you your argument because of the particles. I gave you your argument, but it's still the same.
No, actually, no. But I let you have it just so we can move the conversation forward. Because my
so you don't agree with your argument. Hello. You let me have your argument, is what you're saying.
I let you have your argument so we can push the thing forward, because the water, y'all a little bit lost at the water part, but it's cool. My argument was the sky. So I'll let y'all have the because the blue tint thing is throwing y'all off, and I just want to stick to the sky.
So you don't believe the sea got a blue tint?
Why do you keep going? Yes,
because
the sea does have a blue tint. It does have a blue tint.
So you believe they're different and not the same when it comes to particles?
What happened?
You believe that the sea is different and not the same when it comes down to the sky?
Yeah, the sea behaves different, yes, than the sky.
Why does it behave different in your opinion?
Why does it behave? What do you mean why? Because one is H2O and the other one is oxygen. What do you mean?
Both of them are water, just in different stages.
No, they're both not water. Oxygen has water in it, but it's not water.
No. Hold on. Let's be clear.
Water has oxygen in it.
When water evaporates, is it still considered the same thing in a different form?
No.
That is crazy.
Can you get water from the air?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You get water from the air, yeah, but air is not water.
Why not? It's literally the same. It's a different state of matter, but it's all hydrogen.
Hold on. Is ice and water the same thing in a
Man,
different form?
we all gotta go back
Yes.
to school, bro.
Ice and water is the same thing in different forms, but air and water is not the same.
No, listen to what you said. Ice and water are the same
Air has
thing.
water in it.
But if ice or water evaporates into its gas form, it then become different?
No.
I think you're confused. I do.
It's genetically the same.
All of it is the same. It's just a different form. It's in a different form. That is a factual statement. These are the same thing. It just changes forms. We wouldn't argue that water was not ice.
Yeah.
Again, can you share my screen? I gotta do this again. Can you share my screen? This is crazy.
Share screen.
You can read yourself, or I can read it. You want me to read it? You want to read it?
Yeah, because I can't see it.
Okay. No, air and water are completely different substances. Air is a visible mixture of gases, primarily nitrogen and oxygen. Two different gases, right? That we breathe. Water is a specific chemical compound made of hydrogen and oxygen. These are not the same thing.
Okay.
As generally liquid. This is what I'm saying.
Now
Like,
look
no,
at
they are not the same.
evaporated water.
They are not the same.
Wait,
y'all
look at
y'all confusing this.
Before you argue it, look up evaporated water now. I.e. steam, condensation, whatever you can.
What about it? What about it?
That is literally the same chemical composition as water and ice.
And
while air is primarily gas, it also contains hydrogen.
And let's be clear, if you think the sea only got oxygen is H2O, you are foolish. They have more gases in the sea than what we know as basic water.
It's literally how fish breathe.
Yeah. They still breathing oxygen in there.
Right. They're still breathing oxygen, just at a much smaller rate.
I gotta share my screen again.
Oh, share screen. Hello, he bringing.
Yeah, that's what I gotta do because there's a lot of opinions being. I'm the only one sharing my screen, by the way. There's a lot of opinions being thrown.
We driving. We got jobs.
No. Evaporated water and air is not the same thing. It says no. Evaporated water and air is not the same thing.
We did. That's not what he asked you to look up.
Air is a specific mixture of gases. Mostly nitrogen, about 78%, and oxygen, about 21%. Evaporated water, known as water vapor, is simply liquid water that has transformed into gas, while water vapor is not a component of air itself. It can mix into air as humidity.
You're answering my question.
I'm not answering your question. These are not the same things.
No, you're answering my question because you put it in wrong. And it still gave you the right answer.
Y'all biblical people, aren't y'all? Y'all not science people. Because this all
the crazy part about it is, so when you look up in the sky, hello, when you look up in the sky, how much of that do you think is evaporated water? I'm just curious.
It can mix in, like I said, like they're compatible, but they're not the same.
Okay.
Hello, but you know, seawater and water is not the same.
Yeah, I know that. Yes, fresh water, salt water.
So you keep trying to compare seawater to water, but tell me I can't compare evaporated water to air.
Different mixtures of gases. They're just different mixtures.
You're missing it. Oh my God.
These are different components. Just because they both have oxygen, don't make them both the same thing.
Exactly, seawater. So when you keep talking about water, talking about seawater, you got to acknowledge that it's two different things. I'm doing exactly what you're doing. You just don't like it.
No, you're not. You're not pulling up no sources. You're just saying things.
But you agree. I don't have to pull up a source. Why do I have to pull up a source if we agreed upon it?
No, you don't have to listen. Because we both could be wrong. That's why you pull up.
So I guess we both
could be
agree.
Wrong, right? So pull up the source.
No, listen. No, hello, Sharon. Have you ever seen somebody pull up a source when we agree? Usually, you pull up a source when you disagree, right?
No, but we don't agree. Y'all are saying that.
No, you do agree.
Water and air is the same thing.
No, we not. What we agreeing upon, me and you are agreeing upon right now, is that the sea, because we are arguing that the sea and air is the same thing. That was the argument. And then you said water. is H2O. Then I asked you a question, sir. I said, hey, can we agree that the water that you entered into the argument in the sea is not the same thing? You did enter water because you tried to say water and air is not the same.
No, y'all mentioned that. I corrected you. I was just correcting you. I didn't introduce you to the argument.
No, okay, let me understand. So we understand. I want to go back to the original argument to make sure. The sea and the air, the same thing that makes it look blue is the same thing going on. Do we agree to that part?
Maya Reed is crazy.
I don't agree.
Okay. All right. So we understand
hold
the
on.
sea.
What is the evaporation process? The water life cycle.
What are we talking about? Are you talking about the sun
Specific,
making the water evaporating the gas and then it goes
we'll
through
go
the
even deeper
clouds?
than that.
What are we talking about?
Right. And then it rains, it freezes and rains, right? So it goes through all three stages: solid, liquid, and gas.
Right, but these are not the same.
So if the sun is evaporating the ocean, if the sun is evaporating the ocean, is that ocean not turning into gas?
It could, yeah.
Based on what you just agreed to.
It could, but gas and water is not the same.
Wait, I'll even take the could, because my point will still stand. So if during the process of evaporation, those same ocean particles are then transferred to the air via evaporation, how is the sun, the wavelengths of light, because that's why we see blue, aren't being caught on those same evaporated particles?
What is this? What is the similarity? The similarity is
listen, I want to say this to my. I love the fact that we are arguing science this hard. This is a beautiful moment. This is awesome. Go ahead.
Go ahead. The one common denominator in air and water is oxygen, right? But oxygen is not water.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Oxygen is
no,
not
hydrogen
water.
is.
I know oxygen is not water. Oxygen is in
oxygen
water.
is a gas. I agree. Wait,
Right.
oxygen is a gas. Would you agree? The element O, oxygen, is a gas, right?
Not really.
No, the element O.
MJ, it's not my fault.
What do you think a gas is, Psycho?
What happened?
What do you think a gas is?
Tell me.
No, I want you to tell us, because you're saying oxygen isn't a gas. So we're confused about what you call a gas.
I gotta pull up the definition.
No, I want you to. You just said oxygen is not a gas. So you already have a definition in your head of what it, or something to determine what is a gas and what is not a gas. So in your head,
what side of the argument are you on this?
I'm trying to get clarification because I didn't.
What side of the argument are you on this? Are you? Before I get into all this, what part do you disagree with what I just said? Outside that part, do you disagree?
I'm confused about why oxygen is not a gas, and I just want you to clarify why it is not a gas and what makes a gas a gas.
I'll pull up the definition, bro.
No. All right, buddy. Pull up the definition. That's
okay.
Fine.
Yeah, I mean, y'all like to just say, y'all like to just give. You rather give my opinion, or you rather me just get the correct information?
Wait,
which one would you rather have?
I want you to give us the information you're working off of without looking anything up. That's what I want you to do.
I'm not looking at it. I'm sharing it with everybody. I'm putting information out here.
So you're looking it up.
You tell me.
You crazy.
No, I don't have to look shit up. I can give you my opinion on shit.
That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for your opinion. Don't look anything up. I literally said it. This is my fourth time saying it. I'm asking for your opinion. What is your definition of gas? What makes it a gas?
It's vapors, for the most part.
All right, so that is a circular definition. What is a vapor?
What is a vapor?
Yes.
What do you want me to say? I forgot the exact chemical components and everything else off the top of my head.
Okay, so water. So is water vapor? Is water vapor a gas? Is water vapor a gas?
Is water a vapor or a gas?
No, is water vapor? Is water vapor?
No, water is not vapor. No.
No, he's asking. They are separate. Those two words.
Are you saying it is?
Because it sounds like you're saying water vapor.
Are you saying water is a vapor?
I am saying water vapor. Water vapor is a thing. Why you acting
No.
You said sounds like you're saying
a vapor.
Is water vapor?
That's what you said.
Oh, is water vapor? No, is water vapor a gas?
Oh, you said water vapor. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought you said water.
Yeah,
Okay.
heated water.
Water vapor is
What
gas,
heated
yeah.
water produces.
Okay, so why is water vapor a gas, and why is oxygen or hydrogen or carbon not a gas?
Why is oxygen? What else you said?
Like anything, any other
started
singular
listing
element,
stuff I ain't
carbon,
talking about.
like
What else you said?
carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen,
I didn't
oxygen.
mention
Why are
none of
they?
that.
That's fine.
Okay, I'm cool with oxygen being a gas.
Shouldn't take this long to get there.
Okay, now what's your larger point?
Shadow was asking you questions, and you were saying.
Okay, so you had no larger point. You had no larger point. Okay,
no, I told you already. If you're not listening,
all right.
that's on you.
So
I
your
just
question
said I'm
is
trying to
you're
get
done. You didn't have a
clarification
larger point, so you're done.
because you're not making
You're
any
done.
sense.
You didn't have a larger point.
It's okay to be wrong.
I'm trying to get to your
It's
larger
okay
point.
to be
You just said you
wrong.
didn't
You
have
just
one.
repeatedly wrong. You ain't got to get sensitive
How
about it.
am I repeatedly wrong?
You just said
I'm
oxygen's not a
repeatedly
gas.
wrong. How?
All right, man.
Well, what is your claim? You make a claim. Man. What am I wrong
I don't need
about?
to make a claim.
What am I wrong
about this?
What am I wrong about? Because you don't want to lock in now. You want to keep trying to talk shit to me, and you ain't saying nothing. So stop shooting. Stop shooting in the dark and come out the come out the shadow. So what's going on? What stand on something?
I'm talking to you, so I can't.
Is water and oxygen the same thing? Because it sounds like you're pushing back. Is water and
No,
oxygen
but you
the
can't
same
have.
thing?
You can't have.
Yes or no?
No, they're not.
Okay,
But
why is you pushing back on me and not checking them?
Is
You tell
asking
me
for
I'm
clarification.
constantly wrong. Why they constantly arguing me, telling me I'm wrong, and you agree with me? Shut your dumb ass up. Shut your dumb ass up. Shut your dumb ass up. You did all that to say that I'm right. You did all that just to say that I'm right, to try to have some bullshit ass gotcha moment. Get your clown ass out of here, dog.
What if I don't?
You sitting up here the entire time knowing I'm cooking them, and then you gonna sit up here and try to find a gotcha moment. Get your ass out of here. You sound dumb. You sound dumb. That's why I asked, what is your position? That's why before I even got into this, I said, what is your position? I just want you to answer the question. I just want you to answer the question. I just want to get you so stupid ass gotcha moment. Shut your dumb ass up. Shut your dumb ass up. I'm cooking these motherfuckers. I am cooking them. And don't you talk about how wrong I always is while you agreeing with me.
You just said oxygen isn't gas. I asked you about the periodic table, and you got confused. You wasn't cooking me yet.
What you talking? I'm confused.
I'm telling you,
you said water and gas. You said water and oxygen is the same thing. And you double down on it. You triple down on it. You quadruple down on it. And your man right here who just tried to have your back and did a horrible job at it and did a horrible job at it. Just said that I'm right. He just said that I'm right. And you're going to sit up here and try to clown me when your man said I'm right. Check your man. Check your man. Check your man who said I'm right. Check your man that said I'm right.
He was wrong too then.
I'm not wrong.
Tell him he wrong. Tell me wrong. But
I wasn't talking to him. I was talking to you because you said oxygen wasn't a gas.
You did say
and
that.
I said that sounds crazy.
I misspoke. I said
you didn't misspoke. You didn't misspeak. You're wrong.
My overall premise
you're
is
wrong.
correct.
Nah, you're wrong.
That does not change my overall premise.
Sir, you're
that
wrong.
Don't change. No, that does not change my overall premise. Right, exactly. Y'all big mad. Y'all big mad because I'm up here cooking y'all. Y'all big mad that I'm up here cooking y'all, and ain't something y'all can do about it. I'm the only one sourcing up. I'm the only one saying let's bring up information. Y'all clowns over here trying to find little gotcha moments and looking dumb because y'all motherfuckers agree with me. Because y'all agree with me. This is disingenuous. This is bad faith arguments. These are bad faith arguments that y'all clowns are trying to have because y'all want to be right. Shut y'all dumbasses up. Shut y'all dumbasses up. Y'all motherfuckers know I'm right. What the hell are you talking about? I'm the only one to prove it. I'm the only one to prove what I'm saying.
You ain't proved nothing. You're going to AI. It's not a valid
you just said I did. You just said I did.
Anything. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Prove
yes, you did. You said I wasn't wrong.
I never said that.
You didn't say I wasn't wrong.
Those words never came out of my mouth.
I said when I asked you, what is oxygen and water the same?
Wrong,
what did you say?
But you said oxygen
what
wasn't
did you
a
say?
gas.
You never asked me that.
I did just ask you that, retard.
Sir, you're confused.
What are you talking about?
Table.
I just asked you, is water and oxygen the same?
You are confused.
You said no.
You never asked me
that. Yes, you agree with me. What are we talking about? Am I bugging?
You said water vapor wasn't a gas.
I'm glad everybody in the audience here you lying up on here. You're a whole lying, disingenuous, bad faith motherfucker.
I'm telling you, you're lying.
That's what you are.
You're lying right now.
How am I bad faith because you making stuff
up?
Rewind
it right now. What are you talking about?
Rewind it.
You literally said water vapor was a gas. Bro, we learned that in 3rd grade. What are you talking about?
He asked me, dumbass. He asked me whether or not it was a gas. He asked me that question. No. What are you talking about? I didn't say shit.
No.
He asked me that.
Did you say no?
I said yes.
Fuck that.
No, you
We
said,
asked
oh,
him
he
what
lying.
make a gas. I said
He acting
yes.
New York right now. He
I
lying.
said yes. I said yes,
Hey,
dumbass.
Brother Cabin.
We said water
Stop
vapor
running my
gas. I
tab.
said yes.
I need to check this goofy shit. Hold up.
Yeah,
Somebody start
rewind
running
it.
my tab.
Rewind it. When he
So,
and he right
nah,
here, he gonna
hey,
let you keep lying. He gonna let you keep lying and not gonna correct you. He is not gonna correct you. He gonna let you keep lying. That's the problem here. This is why I said it's bad faith. This is why I said it's the bad faith.
right now.
Because he is sitting here listening to you lie on him, lie on me, and he ain't saying shit. And
The
he
only
ain't
one
saying
lying
shit,
is
so he's a whole
Here's
clown.
the thing.
He's a whole
Hey,
clown over
we
here.
can have this conversation.
Fuck
I
is
can
wrong with
bounty
y'all
you.
weirdos?
Pick one.
Y'all niggas sound dumb.
Psycho, you gotta stop
we can
lying,
have a conversation.
Yo,
I can
you a
bounty
liar.
you.
You a liar. You a bad
Hey,
fake
Psycho, you gotta
motherfucker.
calm
Shut up.
down.
Shut up,
Sure,
bad
I'll be
fake
right
ass
back.
nigga.
Psycho, you gotta
Hey,
stop
if you don't
lying,
know
bro.
the
We all
talk,
up here
I got
having.
time.
Well, what did I lie about? What did I lie about?
You said something that you never said. You said that you said
I did.
You never said.
I said exactly what I said, and you agreed with me.
You said I never said that. You said oxygen wasn't a gas, and you said you didn't say that.
No, motherfucker, you asked, motherfucker, why is you lying up on here? I asked you, is water and oxygen the same shit? You said no.
That never
That's what
happened.
you said.
That never happened.
Oh my fucking goodness. You want to bet
That's
money? How
funny.
much money you
I
want
don't
to bet?
know what
Y'all
happened,
bet
but
over
it
here.
got
Y'all
serious,
gamble over
didn't it?
here.
No, I don't.
Y'all gamble over
serious
here.
since I left.
How much money you got in your cash app? You want to bet? Do you want to bet? Let's put your money up. Put your money up. How much you want to bet? Fuck all this bad faith shit. How much you want to bet?
All right, betting is against my religion.
Okay, then shut your dumb ass up. You a
So I
coward.
can't
Shut
bet.
up. You broke
I can't
nigga.
bet, though.
Shut your
I
broke
can't
ass
bet.
up.
Never-
Shut
I
your
never
broke,
said that.
shut your broke, disingenuous ass up and stop talking to me then. The fuck is wrong with
But
you?
why you
weirdo?
why you getting mad at me because you lying?
Hey,
Because you're dumb. You're dumb. You're a
Why
liar.
you lying,
Because you're a
bro?
liar. You're a liar. You're a
like
troll.
this game, no.
You're obviously a
Hey,
troll.
Sean,
You're obviously a
him.
troll, so I'm going to treat you like a troll. You're
What
not.
did I
You're
do?
damn sure not a good faith motherfucking argument ass
What are you
nigga.
talking-
You're
You
a
said
troll.
oxygen is not
You're
a
a
gas.
troll. And I'm
You
going to
said
treat you
oxygen
like
is
one.
not a
As
gas,
long as you
sir.
acting like a troll,
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Hey, go ahead and put that money back up. So we'll have this conversation when you come back up.
Don't we?
Oh, my
hold on.
cheeks hurt, man. That shit was funny.
That
shit was funny.
I want to ask
listen,
everybody on the panel.
And listen, I appreciate the passionate argument over science. That's a beautiful thing. Like that's beautiful that us as black men we can argue over science. That's a beautiful thing, to be honest.
Yeah, but how about we tell the
I got
truth
tears
about
in
what
my
the
eyes.
fuck the water cycle is?
I know,
Shit.
but y'all know the sea and the water is not the same, right?
Yes.
There's salt.
What?
It's more than just salt. It's a lot. It's a lot of
No,
stuff
there's
in
a
the
massive
sea.
chemical composition different, right? But guess
Yes.
what? It still goes through the water's life cycle.
I know. No, that's not the point. The point that I'm saying is when he was trying to compare water to air, he can't do that because the sea is not air, and that's the original argument was about the sea in the sky.
What?
So the original argument was the sea in the sky, and he said, let's compare the sky to water. And the sea in the sky, I mean the water in the sea is not the same.
Hey, what does
Nobody-
that have to do
who's-
with the price of tea in China?
Yeah, bro. What you talking about?
That have a lot to do.
I'm so
That have a
confused.
lot to do. The reason have a lot to do with it is that he was trying to compare two things that we was not talking about. It was left.
The sea evaporates too. How would that have changed his argument at all?
It does change his argument because he cannot make the argument that water and the sky are different. He got to make the argument that the sea and sky is different. That's a big difference.
How would that change the conversation we started with?
Wait. Eat man. Can you give us an example? Like, tell us, like, walk us through, or at least me through what you're talking about right now, because I'm not tracking.
So if I take water and I take
is
the
that a stress
sea,
plussy? Whatever they're called.
No,
Are you
I
talking to
want it
me?
for my son. He likes hedgehogs.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
oh, you're having a squirrel moment. If I take water and I break down basic water, it'd be something as simple as H2O. If I took the sea and I broke it down to everything that's in the sea, what we're gonna realize, yes, it have H2O, but it's other gases in the sea. So it makes his argument illogical by saying the sky have more gases than water.
He
So
didn't even
so
say
what you're
that.
saying, so what you're saying
And
is
look,
the reason
this is the table of gas.
that ain't helping nobody right now. What you're saying, right? What you're saying that has no, I don't know, that has nothing to do with Edomman is. I mean, a little bit of what Edomman is saying, but so Edomman, what you're saying is that he was implying that in the sea it's only water and the sky has gases. That's why the sky does it's refracting and all that stuff. But really, the sea has gases as well. So since the sea and the sky both have H2O and other gases, or water and other gases, he has to explain why one does the refraction different than the other.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. So number one, irrespective of any of what you're saying right now, because at the end of the day, he said evaporated water was not gas. That killed his entire argument because it's ridiculous. In fact, when you actually wonder why the sky is blue and why the ocean is, it's because it actually separates the wavelengths of light, which is why we see it as blue, which you made that argument earlier.
No, I know, but he got emotional, so he misspoke. Listen, I agree.
That's why I told him. That's why I asked him about the periodic table, because he didn't understand. He's making arguments about elements that he clearly didn't understand. I said, "Is oxygen a gas?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "The fuck do you mean? Do you know the element oxygen?" He says, "Well, that's H2O." No, oxygen. The element is fucking gas. Period. He was making a bad argument. All right, we're done. God. Everybody, stay in school. Learn your periodic table.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me